Facing the request of the Knights of God, Doflamingo just sneered. On the surface they agreed, but in their hearts they were ready to sell him. Instruct his subordinates to invite the Straw Hat crew, and at the same time keep the palace busy and prepare the banquet as soon as possible. He knows that Straw Hats have many women, even Boya Hancock, the pirate queen, has an affair with him. During the Summit War, the Empress regarded other Shichibukai as heir, but only had eyes full of admiration for Straw Hats. Since this is the case, it is natural to choose what one likes. And just as he was racking his brains and preparing, Luffy and Sabo have entered his palace. They didn't disturb Nami, who was shopping, and Chopper and others who were looking for a pharmacy to buy medicine. Only take Uda, Sabo, and Koala into the palace. Knowing his appearance, Doflamingo immediately went out to greet him. Fooferfer. Straw Hat Luffy, no, Captain Luffy, long time no see. Before the Summit War, I didn't expect you to become the 4 emperors in a blink of an eye. You can come to me today. I'm flattered. Doflamingo had a big smile on his face. His walking pace was not like the usual arrogant figure of 8 Gate, but well regulated. He didn't even wear his favorite pink feather coat, and changed into a very formal dark red suit. Seeing this guy again, Luffy was a little stunned. The image has changed a lot. He used to be a street rogue, but once he changed his clothes, he seemed to be in style. As for the attitude shown by the other party at the moment, it is not surprising at all. In the world of adults, in the final analysis, strength speaks. The previous life was money and power, this world is fist. Doflamingo is terrified of Kaido, so when facing the Straw Hats who are also 4 emperors, he will naturally lower his posture. When I passed by Punk Hazard, I killed your subordinate, Vilva Vice Admiral. Luffy said with a normal face. To be honest, it's just man-made devil fruit. I'm not interested at all. However, although you are not the main culprit in abducting children, as an accomplice, you can't escape. Doflamingo's face froze, and he didn't dare to attack at all. This kind of face-to-face stabbing way of speaking is the privilege of the superior. Fooferferfer. This matter is my fault, I apologize to you. Doflamingo immediately made a gesture of invitation. I have prepared a banquet for you, please move to the banquet hall. The smile is a little flattering and submissive. In this regard, Luffy was greatly disappointed. I still like your rebellious look, you need to recover a little bit. Hearing this, the corners of Doflamingo's mouth twitched, and he regained his previous high-spirited, sinister and cunning face. So? Yes, that's right, that's it. Luffy nodded in satisfaction, patted him on the shoulder, and then walked into the palace. The 3 of Sabo also followed. Uda covered his stomach and laughed. Luffy, you have a bad taste. I'm a nostalgic party, and a new version is suddenly served, and I'm a little uncomfortable. Luffy rolled her a look. When the group arrived at the banquet hall, a group of outstanding maids bowed down to salute. Welcome back, master, so many tricks. Luffy glanced at Doflamingo. Fooferferfer, to entertain distinguished guests. Of course there are etiquettes for entertaining distinguished guests. Doflamingo smiled on the surface. You can do whatever you want. Those who knew that he had entered the palace of Dressrosa and attended a banquet in honor of guests. I don't know, I thought he ran into a nightclub and ordered a special item. Luffy waved his hand. They're all withdrawn. Hurry up. Doflamingo immediately told the maids to leave. Yes, master, the maids hurriedly left through another door. In the hall, only a few cadres of the Don Quixote family remained. Luffy immediately walked over and sat where the owner should have been. Doflamingo was not dissatisfied with this kind of behavior that took away the host's role, but was delighted. The saddest hurdle has passed. What is he most afraid of? What I am most afraid of is that when we meet, this guy will beat him to death without saying a word. He has not been killed now, which shows that there is still room for maneuver. So, he immediately asked all the cadres under his command to stand up and make room. Give way to the guests, and let them go as long as you stand. The cadres feel ashamed of their own young master's performance of being so humble. When facing Kaido before, it wasn't so embarrassing. But they stood up one after another and retreated to both sides of the banquet hall. As expected of an intermediary in the dark world. Sabo remained expressionless, and followed Luffy to his seat. Uda was even less polite. Looking at the delicious food on the table, he began to eat unceremoniously. Koala didn't dare to eat casually, and reminded, be careful of tricks, Uda. Uda stuffed his mouth full of food and said like a hamster, it's okay, Luffy is here. Koala was taken aback by this, and then sat down amusedly. This kind of blind trust even entrusts all safety to Luffy. As expected of a hero who dared to go to the Holy Land to slaughter celestial dragons, he is deeply loved and trusted by his subordinates. At this time, Doflamingo said, Your Excellency Luffy, the news of your landing on this island has been reported to the world government, and the Knights of God are coming here. He sold celestial dragons in the first place. First test the reaction of the Straw Hat. As a result, there was no reaction at all, and it seemed that the Knights of God were not taken seriously at all. Instead he laughed. What did you do? No. How could I do it? Doflamingo grinned and said, as long as you report any whereabouts of Straw Hat crew, you will get 10 million. This money is meaningless to me. How can I would risk offending you by doing such a thing? After a pause, he said with a half smile, it's someone from this country, he must be short of money. Maybe he lost a bet in the bullfighting arena and owed debts. Furfur. The bullfighting arena, which is the largest entertainment project in this country, has existed since ancient times. Some people fought to the death in the arena, and the people watching the game gambled. Uda said dissatisfied. The people here are really annoying. Luffy shook his head and said, you have to get used to this kind of thing. If you get angry at everything, you will make yourself angry. In the original story, some people went to kill the Marine Vice Admiral who protected them for money. Just reporting the whereabouts of a pirate, perhaps in the eyes of the whistleblower, this is justified, and there is still money to be taken. Come on, the Knights of God don't stay in the Holy Land well, they come to die. Luffy picked up the red wine and took a sip calmly. Your Excellency Luffy, don't underestimate them, each of these people has a Shichibukai level of combat experience. Doflamingo looked serious. If it is a pirate, each one is at least 1 billion or more. Those people are the elite selected from the celestial dragons, not only have high combat effectiveness, but also have greater power than ordinary celestial dragons. Especially their commander, who can even execute celestial dragons for crimes. Of course, it is not the sin of ordinary people, but another sin that belongs only to celestial dragons, a sin that is not allowed. What crime? Luffy was a little curious about this. You were also celestial dragons before, why didn't you join the Knights of God? With Doflamingo's strength, it is possible to join the Knights of God. When this was mentioned, Doflamingo's expression suddenly turned ugly. He was a little surprised that the Straw Hats knew his identity as celestial dragons. But the ugly face is not because of this. Why don't you join? Fufurfur, because I have a relative who has committed a crime that is never allowed. Luffy raised his eyebrows, and observation haki locked onto Doflamingo immediately, reading his heart. The current commander of the Knights of God is a man named Figalondo Gringo. He has a daughter with some Don Quixote family blood. That daughter. I should call her Auntie, that idiot woman, who deviated from the position of celestial dragons, gave birth to a child with a man of the D clan. Doflamingo's tone was heavy. For this reason, the Don Quixote family has a very bad reputation among celestial dragons. Celestial dragons, combined with the D family. Luffy was full of surprise. He read Doflamingo's heart. This is the truth. That's right. This kind of behavior is allowed, and it's a great crime. And the child that was born, you know it, Luxia. That is the 4 emperors of today's world, Lando D. Shanks. Figalondo comes from his mother's surname, D from his father. Of course, both Figalondo and D are hidden, and very few people know this. Wait a minute, Cox. Luffy said in surprise. Is he still D? Who is the father? Fufurfur, the overlord of the sea 36 years ago, the man who triggered the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Rox D. Zebek. About the Valley of the Gods, you heard about it. Luffy raised his hand, suddenly made a little dizzy by the shocking news. Shanks has the blood of celestial dragons, of course he knows. After all, the 5 elders have to give him some face and find time to meet him during the World Summit. But the fact that Shanks' father was Rox, he didn't have a rock hammer when he traveled. So, the so-called Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Is it Rox who is a father and wants to take the child back? Finally died. When he died in battle, he entrusted the child to his opponent, the later One Piece Gola da Roger. That's pretty symmetrical. When Roger was about to die, he also entrusted Ace to Garp. Oh wait, after doing the math, Doflamingo and I are actually somewhat related. Thinking of this, Luffy had a speechless expression on his face. Shanks is his future father-in-law, and Shanks' mother is the daughter of Figalondo Gringo, who is related to the Don Quixote family and is Doflamingo's aunt. If you think about it this way, the boss of the Knights of God, the man named Green Old Sage, and his wife is Doflamingo's aunt? It's messy enough. I see. Luffy sort of understood. No wonder in the original story, during the World Summit, a celestial dragons rescued Shirahoshi, beat another celestial dragons who was eyeing Shirahoshi, and wanted to capture Shirahoshi as a pet. Because of this, the celestial dragons were executed by Grimm. It's not just a departure from the celestial dragons class, choosing to side with mortals. More importantly, the surname of this celestial dragons is called Don Quixote. It belongs to Hate House and Wu. Thinking of this, Luffy looked at Doflamingo playfully. It's a shame you're still alive. The corner of Doflamingo's mouth twitched. Although he didn't know what the Straw Hat was mocking, it was definitely not a good thing. Let's put some irrelevant small talk aside, Luffy. Sabo also felt dizzy after listening to it, and the relationship seemed complicated. His eyes fell on Doflamingo, and he said, I am the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. I heard you stole power from this country. You better be honest. Revolutionary Army. Doflamingo was taken aback. Steal? I'm just taking back the country that originally belonged to our Don Quixote family. Don't compare me with that idiot sand crocodile, he retorted coldly. Luffy was noncommittal. While that is true, that was all 800 years ago. The Don Quixote family entered the Holy Land of Mariajoy, becoming the Celestial Dragons. And the Liku family became the new royal family. I'm not interested in talking nonsense with Doflamingo, arguing about legal inheritance rights. A stream of conquerors' haki, like a substance, enveloped the banquet hall in an instant. Boom. As if in an earthquake, everything in the hall was shaking. But it was just a leak of power, suppressed by such a terrifying conquerors. Doflamingo's face turned pale. It was as if a mountain was pressing on his shoulders. His knees bent a little bit, and finally he knelt down under the will of the Overlord. Little Lord. The cadres of the Don Quixote family were shocked. Among them was a little girl who suddenly ran towards Luffy. Stop, sugar. Doflamingo shouted hastily. Boom. Part of the haki imposed on him split off and descended on the little girl Granos. Sugar's hand reaches out to Luffy. But when there was still 1 meter away, his consciousness was hit hard, and the next moment, he rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Oops. Doflamingo was shocked. The biggest weakness of Tongchu Fruit's ability. Once the capable person loses consciousness, all the people who have been turned into toys will return to their original appearance. Oh, it's not my fault, she came here by herself. Luffy teased with a half smile, and the whole city was enveloped by knowledge. Countless toys, at this moment, quickly turned back to human exhaustion. Their relatives and friends they used to know, lovers, parents, children. All related people, their appearances reappeared in memory. Dressrosa. Big mess. As the childlike fruit ability user Granos loses consciousness, all the people she turned into toys in the past 8 years have returned to their original state. At this moment, Dressrosa seems to have countless fireflies flying into the sky. There are light spots overflowing from each toy's body. I have transformed back. Your dad. Honey, Why would I forget you? It's Doflamingo. Conversations like this are happening all over the city. The crowd is excited. Royal Palace Luffy listened to everything with a knowledgeable look. About 150,000 people. Quite capable, Doflamingo. You have been the king of this country for only 8 years, and 150,000 people have been turned into toys? Sabo is also paying attention to the situation on the island. His sense of knowledge is not as strong as that of Luffy, but he also heard countless roars. Take back Dressrosa. Push Doflamingo. I don't know who was raising their arms and shouting. The people who turned back into toys picked up their weapons one after another, and rushed towards the palace. Members of the Don Quixote family are fighting the mob in panic. Koala rested his chin with one hand, smiled slightly and said. A prosperous country, wise rule. The collapse of power is only a momentary thing. Doflamingo stood up, and he was investigating everything with the same knowledge. My heart is extremely aggrieved. I said don't let Granos do it, but I am still so impulsive. It's over now. Even if the Straw Hat is really turned into a toy, this man's haki can also resist the effect of the ability. Why don't you understand such a meaningless thing? Luffy admired his constipated expression. If I were you, I'm ready to run away now. Straw Hat. The family cadres were very angry. Luffy glanced at them. Did he kill so little that all cats and dogs would jump out and say something to him? He doesn't believe that Kaido is here. These people dare to chatter. At the moment, he was also moved to kill. Doflamingo's complexion changed, and he quickly stopped the family members. Everyone back down. He reprimanded in a cold tone, then took a deep breath and turned to look at Luffy in the Straw Hat. Furfurfurfur. Your Excellency Luffy, what exactly do you want? He still put on his usual smiling face. Just a group of mobs, nothing to worry about. What matters is the attitude of the 4 emperors. What do I want? Luffy said in amazement. Your subordinates attack me, is it okay? This woman named Granos is a childlike fruit-capable person, right? Want to turn me into a toy? Yes, it's not over yet. Doflamingo broke out in a cold sweat. Granos is his right-hand man. Tongchuguo's ability is too important to let her sacrifice. She's just a child. Doflamingo subconsciously said something that he didn't believe, then he gritted his teeth and turned to look at Toribol. Santang is a cadre of Toripol's army. Toribol, you can figure it out. Toribol, who was named, was so shocked that he didn't even have a runny nose. $. I think back then, I gave him the string fruit, and I assisted him, wanting him to be king. But would the king choose to sacrifice his subordinates under such circumstances? As an awakener of Conqueror's Haki, a man with the aptitude of a king, Doflamingo gave him some hope. Young master. The expressions of the rest of the cadres changed. Doflamingo raised his palm, and the silk thread borne in the 5 fingers enveloped the banquet hall. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't let me down, Toribol. I have already said in advance, don't do it. Why do you disobey me?" He treats his family members like family. He can understand that others don't want to see his humble side. But the reality is that the fist is the confidence to speak. The 5 fingers moved slightly. The invisible thread cut off Toribol's right arm in an instant. Ah! While the blood was spraying, Toribol fell to the ground screaming. The hall suddenly fell silent. The rest of the cadres looked serious, and they were not fools, they could understand the status quo. Doflamingo then turned to look at Luffy in the straw hat sitting on the main seat in the banquet hall. Is this enough? Koala was shocked by what happened before her eyes. Is this the 4 emperors? Just one sentence can make Doflamingo succumb, and even attack his subordinates with swords. Sabo also looked at his younger brother. Luffy shook his head and said, "You were kidding?" Doflamingo's smile faded away, and he couldn't hold back anymore. "What do you want?" "Of course, I don't have to kill you," Luffy said casually, "but I don't like celestial dragons. I gave up my identity as celestial dragons a long time ago." This can fool others, but of course it cannot fool Luffy. He looked at each other with foolish eyes. "Fufurfur. I will give up my celestial dragons again." Doflamingo laughed again. "It's easy to say that there are conditions, but the most fearful thing is that there are no conditions. I didn't ask you to give up your identity as celestial dragons, on the contrary, I need you to be your celestial dragons." Luffy smiled. "How much do you know about I am?" "I do know that such a person exists." Doflamingo nodded silently. "But it is limited to this. There is a higher power on the 5 elders." Luffy read his heart and said, "What kind of abilities are the 5 elders?" "Fufurfur. You want to know this?" Doflamingo laughed suddenly. "I don't know, but I can check for you." "How long did the 5 elders live?" Luffy asked again. This is what he cares most about. If the 5 elders live for 800 years like I am, then there will be a big problem. As the most powerful person in the world on the bright side, he has not died for 800 years. Do you think everyone in the world is a fool? You mean immortality surgery? I don't know how long they lived, but when I was young, they were 5 elders, and their appearance didn't change much. Doflamingo thought to himself, there is one more thing to investigate. It seems that he is not going to kill me, and needs me to do heavy work for him. Furfurfurfur could have said that earlier. If you ask for it like this, do I still dare to refuse? Luffy read his mind, and went on to ask one last question. What is the national treasure in the hands of celestial dragons? Hearing this, Doflamingo's complexion changed drastically. Lover's Avenue. Countless toys turned back into humans. Nami and the others stared at this scene dumbfounded. What's going on here? Toys turned into people. It's a capable person. Robin stared at Monet, and saw that the other person's face changed drastically, showing a deep sense of anxiety, so he smiled and said, "Why don't you explain, Miss Monet?" Monet was silent. At this time, a woman dressed as a maid came towards them. Seeing the other party, Monet hurriedly asked, "Baby5, what's the matter with the young master? What happened to the sugar?" "I'm just here to invite Straw Hat Crew to the banquet." Baby5 had a cigarette in his mouth. He was also very shocked by the changes around him. Santang lost consciousness? Not far from Lover's Avenue, in a small alley. So, all the toys in this country are made by that woman named Sugar? Usopp hit his palm with a fist, with an expression of enlightenment. Chopper said in surprise, "Are you a princess, Miss Violet?" Yo ho 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 ho, the fate of the beautiful princess. Brooke was drinking coffee leisurely, completely in the state of listening to the story. What princess? That is already the past identity, this country. Violet suddenly realized something was wrong. She turned her head and looked out of the alley. The toys on the street were turning back into humans. She opened her beautiful eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Santo lost consciousness. After the shock, there is joy. What happened in the palace?" She immediately used clairvoyance and shifted her sight to the palace. Bullfighting arena, on the street outside. a toy soldier with a broken leg suddenly turns back into a human. He has extremely strong muscles, and he showed an unbelievable expression for the changes on his body. His name was Cyrus. That demonic woman is unconscious. I recovered. Who did it? After a series of doubts, a person immediately came to mind. Straw Hat Luffy. Not long ago, he heard the news that the 4 Emperor Straw Hats had landed on the island. After getting to know the newly promoted 4 Emperors well, he felt that this person did not look like a pirate at all. He even looked forward to the day when the other party could come to this island and save the country. Therefore, after learning that the other party really came, he immediately wanted to find the Straw Hat. It's just that he never expected that before he asked others had already solved the biggest trouble first. Doflamingo. After recovering, Cyrus was furious. Looking at the rest of the toys on the street, they are all returning to their original state. Some were soldiers of the former Riku King's army, some were pirates who came to this island for no reason and were eventually turned into toys, and there were also innocent ordinary citizens. I am Cyrus, he shouted, raising his arms. Take back Dressrosa and bring back Doflamingo. With a loud roar, he grabbed a long sword and immediately rushed towards the palace. A remote small house in the suburbs far away from the city. The girl is cooking, waiting for the return of the toy soldiers. Suddenly, her movements froze, and the dusty memories gradually came back. The girl's name is Rebecca. She stood there blankly, tears falling like rain. Fathera AAAA. Memories from the age of 6 gradually surfaced. The appearance of the father who has been forgotten for a long time is also clear in his mind. Why would I forget? Wiping her tears, she gritted her teeth and put down the kitchen utensils, turned around and walked out of the kitchen. He picked up the sword he had been using for training, put on the armor that looked a bit sexy to reduce weight, and rushed to the palace like a madman. 14-year-old Rebecca decided to take revenge on her enemies. The coast west of Dressrosa. Sanji held the morning tea and handed a cup to Frankie, then sat down and savored it leisurely. Where's mine? Guy protested immediately. I haven't eaten anything since last night, and I'm hungry too. Boom. Sanji kicked him and put the man kicked up the mast. You, a prisoner, also want to have morning tea? No. Isn't there a lot? Being kicked until his nose bleeds, Guy said in a trembling voice. That's for Miss Nami, Miss Vivi, Miss Robin, Miss Kaya, Miss Nokagao, Miss Uda, Miss Perona, Miss Two Fingers, Miss Valentine, and... The Golden Week little sister prepared it. As if chanting a spell, Sanji said a bunch of names. Guy said. Frankie paused for morning tea. Where's Luffy? Ah, I forgot. Sanji was stunned for a moment. Let's talk about it when they come back. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the city. Although he was far away, the fluorescent lights floating from the city were so dense that it was difficult for people not to pay attention. By the way, what are those things? And it's very noisy. Did a riot happen? Who knows? Chat a few words. Suddenly, in the distant sky, an incomparably huge figure appeared. That's it. Frankie patted Sanji's shoulder. Hey, look over there. What? Sanji withdrew his gaze from the direction of the city, and turned to look at the ocean on the other side. I don't know when thick dark clouds appeared. A blue figure loomed in the clouds. Suddenly, the head of a green dragon poked out from it. The Straw Hat banner. Qinglong uttered words. Frankie and Sanji all changed face. Guy Saw's face was ecstatic. I'm here, vomit. Shut up. Sanji kicked him hard again, and immediately said decisively, Frankie, take this guy and go first, I'll stop him. As soon as the words fell, he turned into a pink dragon and quickly climbed into the sky. Almost the same shape, just the difference in color. One green and one pink, the two phantom beasts confront each other in the air. Kaido froze for a moment, then laughed for a while, even tears in his eyes. Ew. It was so funny. Qinglong laughed so hard that his head drooped, turning over and over in the clouds as if rolling. Pink Dragon Sanji still had half a cigarette in his mouth that he was reluctant to throw away. Although compared with his huge dragon mouth, the cigarette looks like a hair. What's so funny? 4 Emperors Kaido. Sanji was so angry that he opened his mouth and let out a dragon's breath, hot breath. The flames gathered and turned into a bunch of flames that soared into the sky, jetting towards the green dragon. Boom. There was a huge explosion in midair. How many times can you laugh again? I like pink very much, don't let the genuine version beat the pirated version, Sanji taunted. Hot breath. The billowing smoke dissipated, Qinglong Kaido was safe and sound, hit by Sanji's heat breath, there was no visible injury at all. Slightly squinting the eyes of the dragon, staring at Sanji sharply. It doesn't even have 1/5 of its power. After all, it's just a counterfeit, shameless. This world doesn't need 2 dragons. Qinglong opened its huge mouth, and a larger high-temperature flame than Sanji gathered in it. This is called Dragon's Breath, hot interest. Seeing this scene, Sanji's expression was serious. With the same fruit ability, the degree of exercise is different, and the power of the moves is also very different. Hot interest. Send out a hot message again. 2 dragons, 1 blue and 1 pink, used the same attack method, and 2 pillars of fire swelled above Dressrosa. Boom. The sound of the explosion could almost spread throughout the entire island, and the spreading flames covered the morning sun, and the fiery red reflected the sky. In the end, the east wind prevailed over the west wind, and Qinglong Kaido's heat was the stronger side. The fire engulfed Sanji. Countless people on the island looked up, only to see 2 dragons facing each other in the sky. 2 dragons. Countless people were exclaiming, showing fear on their faces. This is simply a scene that only happens in myths and legends. As the flames engulfed the powder dragon, fragmentary flames also fell towards the town. To dragons, it's just flames, but to ordinary people, it's fireballs falling from the sky. Boom. 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 Groups of high-temperature fires fell in the town, igniting the earth in an instant, and the buildings quickly turned to ashes under the high temperature. Quick, run. Panic spread, and the people fled in panic to a safe direction. The 2 dragons in the sky paid no attention to these ordinary people. Kaido is ignoring. Sanji is inattentive. Sanji. On the merry, Frankie grabbed Guy and yelled in concern. I'm fine. You go first, because Luffy's side. In the smoke and dust, Sanji shook his head, created a cloud of flames with his paws, and rushed towards Kaido. Phantom beasts with the power of flames, of course, will not be defeated by the power of flames. Even if Kaido's heat intensity is 5 times that of his, the natural defense power of the dragon scales also prevents him from receiving much damage after receiving a frontal blow. At this time, it rushed to the top of Kaido, and flicked the dragon's tail, as if performing a Blackfoot kick. Suddenly, the shot went down. Fire Dragon a finishing touch. The dragon's tail was wrapped in flames, and it hit Kaido's head with a bang. For this kind of attack, Kaido has no interest in dodging at all. However, to his surprise, the force of this blow was heavier than he had imagined. Boom. The impact made Kaido stare at the dragon's eyes, and the moment the dragon's tail hit his head, the flames wrapped around it also poured out. A burst of intense and dazzling light erupted in the air. The next moment, Kaido's head was knocked off the sky, and with a bang, waves hundreds of meters high were stirred up. Even if it is the same fruit, the way of fighting will be different if the direction of development is different, idiot. Sanji continued to taunt. Palace, banquet hall. What is the national treasure of the celestial dragons? The moment he heard this question, Doflamingo's face changed drastically. But Blink came back. Fooferfer, Your Excellency Luffy, how did you know the name National Treasure? Luffy was obviously not interested in answering, just stared at each other calmly. National Treasure. Sabo on the side was surprised, and suddenly thought of the national destroying weapon, the Flame of the Virgin. This information was entrusted by Luffy to Ivankov to inform Mr. Long, and Mr. Long informed him. One of the purposes of meeting Luffy in Dressrosa this time is to learn more about this weapon. It is a weapon of war that can wipe out an island with one blow, and it is necessary to understand its true face more clearly. Hearing Luffy's question at this time, he suddenly understood. Even Luffy is not very clear about it, but only knows that such a thing exists. Koala also cheered up 120,000 points, quietly waiting for the next one. Only the little singer Uta, still like a hamster, kept stuffing her mouth with delicious food. Her big eyes just looked at Doflamingo, and she didn't listen carefully at all. Seeing that Luffy didn't answer his doubts, Doflamingo didn't dare to ask. After being silent for a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, I know that thing exists, and it's only by accident. Its existence, exposed every day, will cause shocks in the whole world. As he spoke, he spread his palms. Countless silk threads emerged from Doflamingo's palm. They were like the paintbrushes of a great artist, outlining the shape of a weapon in the air. Luffy couldn't help raising his eyebrows, admiring this guy a bit. Being able to develop an ordinary string fruit to such an extent, the ability to control it is simply superb. The eyes focus on the things outlined by countless silk threads. It was a prismatic device. In the upper part of the prism, there is something like a solar panel. In the middle of the prism, there are more than a dozen barrel-shaped structures surrounding a circle, which seem to be energy storage devices, and at the same time, they are also weapon attack devices. Is this a national treasure? Luffy watched carefully. Fooferfer. Do you know? Your Excellency Luffy, once this weapon is activated, more than a dozen beams of intense light will fall from the sky. It is said that it has the power to wipe out an island. Doflamingo grinned and said, "It's as powerful as an ancient weapon. This is the reason why celestial dragons can dominate the world. It's just that few people know. Most celestial dragons are just insects. Stupid pig raised in the Holy Land. The only function is to place an order." Doflamingo was extremely disdainful in his heart. Luffy kept reading his mind, making sure Doflamingo wasn't lying. This is indeed a national treasure, known to the other party. The attack method is a dozen lights falling from the sky. In the original story, the flame of the Virgin that destroyed the kingdom of Lulusha is also in this way. He looked at the upper part of the prismatic weapon, where there was a solar panel-like structure. Is this absorbing sunlight energy storage and converting it into energy attack? That might have been the case, but the weapon was damaged and, as far as I know, the 5 elders commissioned the Vegapunk and were looking for a source of energy to replace it. Doflamingo said disdainfully, "Even if you find it, so what? The power will be greatly reduced." Hearing this, Luffy fell into deep thought. Therefore, the flame of the Virgin does not refer to the weapon itself, but the name refers to an energy source found by Vegapunk. This thing can fly at a glance, and it is possible to hide in the Devil's Triangle Sea area shrouded in fog all year round. The attack method is a dozen lights falling from the sky. The energy source used may be solar energy, but now the device is broken, Vegapunk will find an alternative energy source. Is it Uranus, one of the ancient weapons, Uranus? Luffy asked calmly. I just know that such a national treasure exists, and its destructive power is indeed comparable to that of ancient weapon. As for whether it is, I have to ask, I am, himself. Doflamingo said coldly, he even learned of the name I am from newspapers. I just knew before that there is a higher power on top of the 5 elders. In the headquarters building of world government, that is, in Pangu City. From time to time, non-existent rooms will appear. Who is the owner of the room? I used to have such doubts, and after in-depth investigation, I got some clues. That was many years ago, before he became Shichibukai. And he, who knows both, I am, and, this weapon, also relies on this, constantly attacks the gold transport ship in the sky, and forces the 5 elders to make him a Shichibukai. 8 years ago, in 1512, he returned to Dressrosa immediately after becoming a Shichibukai, taking back the kingdom that once belonged to his family. After that, he continued to extend his tentacles to all parts of the world, and became an intermediary in the dark world where black and white can take both, and earned the nickname Joker. He collaborated with Kaido again. A large part of the arms produced by Kaido in Wano Kuni will be sold through his channels to countries or forces that need them all over the world. He also produces Zone artificial devil fruit to gain Kaido's protection. But all of this is not his purpose. His ultimate goal is to bring those damned celestial dragons down from the altar. Come back from memory. Doflamingo scattered the weapons outlined by the silk thread, stared at Luffy in the straw hat, and said with a grin. We are the companions, Lord Luffy. 5 elders are terrified of your rubber fruit, even to the point of being mad. I didn't understand it at first, but after a little investigation, I quickly got the answer. Your Excellency Luffy. No, should I call you Joey? Sun God? Hearing the title of Sun God from his mouth, Luffy was surprised again. Why does it seem that all the top figures in this world know this secret? Obviously, the world government has covered up 800 years, and it has covered up a loneliness. What a waste, world government. Thinking that they can't even control the news media, and Morgan's World Classics give them eye drops every day, Luffy understands again. It is indeed rubbish. Unless, what they are after is not domination. For the sake of your honest answer, let me let you go. Luffy crossed his legs, sensed the killing intent, and immediately raised the corner of his mouth. However, the king of this country. Boom. Suddenly, a figure broke through the window and entered. Doflamingo. Accompanied by the sound of resentment, the one-legged man holding a huge sword in both hands, swooped down with a sword. Little Lord Dover. The cadres of the Don Quixote family were all shocked. Uta was also taken aback, covering his mouth, looking at a headless corpse. Sabo's complexion changed. Doflamingo can't die now. Koala looked dull. Who is this, so brave? He rushed in and cut Doflamingo with a sword. The flow of time in the banquet hall seemed to slow down. Doflamingo's head was severed, drifted some distance in the air, and fell to the ground with a grunt. Huh. Huh. The one-legged man who had avenged his vengeance panted lightly. He first stared angrily at Doflamingo's head, and then at the group of Don Quixote family cadres. Finally, stay on the grass platform Luffy. It's you. Diamante's pupils shrank. King Liku's guard captain, Cyrus. Plop. Cyrus kneeling at Luffy in front of him, with his hands on the ground, he said in a deep voice. Lord Straw Hat Luffy, thank you for saving this country. He thanked me nonchalantly. Uda blinked, and asked doubtfully, save this country? Yes. I was turned into a toy before. For 8 years, I have been waiting for an opportunity. You gave me this opportunity to kill this man with my own hands. Shichibukai, Tenji. Zo Doflamingo, the villain who stole Dressrosa. Unfortunately, he didn't die. Uda swallowed the dessert stuffed into his mouth, wiped the biscuit crumbs from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, and finally licked his thumb. Satisfied, he went on to say, he's just a clone, right? It's similar to Robin's clone, but it's far worse than Robin. If you use the color of knowledge to perceive it carefully, you can tell it right away. What? Cyrus was taken aback. Sabo was also taken aback, then. He didn't notice it at all. Looking at the corpse at this time, what appeared on the severed neck was not blood, but a mess of silk threads. It really is a clone. Uda's sense of knowledge is even stronger than him. Sabo thought in shock. Fufurfur. Well done, Cyrus. The severed head opened and closed its mouth at this time, still saying this, but it's a pity, you almost succeeded. The voice fell. A headless corpse. No, the headless avatar suddenly raised its right hand, clawed it, and slammed it down at Cyrus who was kneeling on the ground. Dropping ruffian string. Puff. 5 nearly transparent threads pierced through Cyrus' chest from behind in a forked shape similar to a leaf rake. With a wow, Cyrus spat out blood suddenly. He turned his head and stared at the headless clone. Much. Doflamingo. Fighting his injuries, he clenched his giant sword tightly, wanting to launch a counterattack. Doflamingo's head, like a sweater whose thread has been pulled out, is disappearing rapidly, circle by circle. At the same time, on the headless avatar, circles of silk threads are redrawing the head. Go to hell, Fretsaw. Doflamingo waved his hand, and the silk thread pulled out by his fingertips was like a chainsaw, trying to cut off Cyrus' neck. However, at this moment, enough. Luffy's voice sounded. Doflamingo's movements jerked, and Fretsaw stopped in front of Cyrus' neck, almost cutting his skin. Cyrus was still in shock. Just a moment ago, he almost died, and his head was separated. Your Excellency Luffy. Doflamingo stopped silently. When I said let you go, I meant that you were an accomplice in child abduction. There is no need for you to be the king of this country. Luffy picked up the glass and took a sip calmly. Do you want the Riku family to restore their status as kings? Doflamingo was puzzled. Does King Riku have anything to do with the Straw Hats? No, try another way. Luffy said with a faint smile. It just so happens that this is a small country, so let the times move forward a little bit. King, it's not necessary. King, don't you need it? All eyes turned to Luffy. Doflamingo didn't dare to do anything either. He didn't have the guts to kill someone in front of the Straw Hat. The times should always move forward. A small country with a population of hundreds of thousands and less than 1 million is a good experimental sample. Luffy turned his gaze to Sabo. What is the revolution of the Revolutionary Army? He guessed that his cheap father didn't know it himself. The ultimate goal is to overthrow the rule of celestial dragons. What will happen after that, or what will happen? Luffy, what are you going to do with this country? Sabo was very curious. I don't know, the future of this country is up to the people of this country to decide. Luffy shook his head, thinking about how to push the times forward. It doesn't need much, just a little bit more is enough. Of course, the most basic thing is that the existence of the king must be abolished, and slavery and nobility should be wrapped up and swept into the dustbin of history. While thinking about it, there was another commotion outside, and then Straw Hat crew broke in one after another. It's Nami and the others. Luffy. Once inside, Nami saw the weird atmosphere inside the banquet hall. Little Lord. Monet sees Doflamingo first, and then finds his sister Granos who is unconscious on the ground. She was startled in her heart, and immediately ran over. After confirming that she was just unconscious and comatose, she let out a long sigh of relief. In addition to these people, there was also a girl with a sword and wearing a lustful armor who came in together. Rebecca. Cyrus' pupils shrank. Why did you come to April 13th, go back? Mr. Soldier. Seeing his father's wounded kneeling posture, Barrack immediately targeted Doflamingo. The anger made her lose her mind, and she swung her sword and stabbed at Doflamingo. Fufurofer. Doflamingo raised his hand and grabbed the attacking long sword, grinning and said, You really are a brave princess. Unforgiven. Doflamingo. Cyrus struggled to get up, trying to protect his daughter. But he was pierced through the chest by the dropping ruffian string, and he couldn't move at all, and his body would feel torn when he moved. At this point he vomited blood again. Have you had enough trouble? Luffy has a speechless expression on his face. Is this father and daughter acting in a drama in front of him? Let them go, Doflamingo. While ordering, he took out a self-healing fruit from the adventure warehouse and threw it to King Xinglu on the spot. 100 self-healing fruits were very rare before custom refresh. But with a custom refresh, it can already be eaten as a meal. Eat it and your wounds will heal. Lord Straw Hat Luffy. Cyrus stared blankly at the fruit in his hand, and took a bite as ordered. The next moment, the bleeding wound on his chest, as if time had flown back, returned to normal in a blink of an eye. Not only that. He stood up abruptly, the wound site of his missing left leg was hot and itchy. As if to grow back in general. This is. Doflamingo was shocked. Everyone except the Straw Hat crew was in disbelief at the scene before them. But the most shocking was Cyrus himself. 8 years ago, in the action to protect the king, the left leg that was cut off grew back at this moment. Mr. Soldier, your leg. Rebecca murmured incredulously, and the weapon in her hand fell off with a clang. She glanced at Luffy, who was sitting there. Luffy was not surprised by this. After all, Hancock's celestial dragon's hooves can be beautified, and a leg can grow back, which is not incredible. At this time, another person broke in. The tall man in armor and helmet, holding a handle, came in aggressively, and immediately stayed where he was when he saw Cyrus. Cyrus. Your leg. He clearly remembered that he had forgotten it because of the influence of the fruit before, but now he recalled it clearly. It was Cyrus who saved him from the palace that night 8 years ago and paid for it with a leg. Dressrosa army leader, since the existence of the bullfighting arena, has an incredible unbeaten record of 3,000 consecutive victories. And also his son-in-law, Cyrus. This voice. King Riku? Cyrus snapped back to his senses. The man in the helmet was shocked, and looked at Rebecca again. This is his granddaughter, who has grown so big. He silently took off his helmet, revealing an old face. Furoferfer. Come out one by one, Riku doled 3. Doflamingo smiled, turned to look at Luffy and said, Your Excellency Luffy, you just said, Your Majesty, you don't need to abolish the royal status of the Liku clan, right? Just in time, former king of Dressrosa. Luffy rested her cheek with one hand and said casually. This country will be ruled by me from now on. I will abolish the royal family, nobles, slavery, etc., and erect the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates here in the palace in port, withdraw from the member countries of the world government, and become a new country. New Democratic Republic of Dressrosa. The words in front can be understood by everyone present. But what does the name of the country mean? Luffy. Sabo said blankly, Are you going to turn this place into a pirate country? Just an experiment. Luffy smiled. Such a small country, how could he have any interest in ruling it himself? The reason why they want to withdraw from the world government member countries is just that they don't want to be interfered by the world government. At the same time, in order to protect the new Dressrosa, he also has to lend his flag. In this way, the experiment can be carried out. I have no interest in ruling your country myself, therefore, I have decided to return power to all citizens. What does this mean? Your Excellency Straw Hat Luffy, Cyrus asked blankly. With his brain, he couldn't understand such a complicated situation at all. On the contrary, Liku Dalton 3 can more or less guess some intentions. And Doflamingo basically understood. Fuferfer, an interesting situation. The citizens themselves decide the future of the country. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. I am also one of the citizens, Sir Luffy? Certainly. Luffy gave an affirmative answer. You have committed crimes before, and I am too lazy to settle with you. You should confess your crimes to the people of the whole country. Now you use videophone bugs to inform all the citizens immediately, as the former king. Doflamingo has no enmity with him, it is Trafalgar Law who has enmity with Doflamingo. Luo's question is naturally left to Luo himself to decide. Understood. After receiving the order, Doflamingo immediately launched into action. As soon as he left, Nami came up to meet him and asked with a puzzled look. Luffy, what the hell is going on here? What experiment? Human observation experiment. Because of the fainting of sugar, 150,000 toys returned to their original state. At this time, Dressrosa was in chaos. Angry victims charged towards Palace Heights as members of the Don Quixote family engaged the mob in a standoff. Until more than half an hour later, suddenly, a huge screen descended from the palace. Then, Doflamingo's voice rang through radio and telephone bugs all over the country. Furfurfur, all the citizens of Dressrosa, and the toys who are free again. Good morning everyone, I am Don Quixote Doflamingo, former king of Dressro. I know you are very angry. Under the thoughtful education of the wise and mighty Monkey D. Luffy, I plead guilty. Next, it's my plea report. With the appearance of Doflamingo appearing on the huge screen. As voices resound across the country, the confusion gradually died down. People who are closer to the palace heights can see the appearance of Doflamingo on the big screen. They gritted their teeth one by one, wishing they could tear the NPC into pieces. Of course, in addition to Doflamingo, King Liku, and 4 Emperor's Straw Hat crew are on the screen. Even if they become toys, they will still watch the news. As the newly promoted 4 Emperors, the name of Straw Hat Luffy is already known to everyone. It's really a straw hat, the 4 Emperors. Was he the one who solved Doflamingo and set all the toys free? What are you going to do now? Countless people looked forward to it, put down the anger in their hearts for the time being, and looked up at the big screen quietly. The 10 billion event that happened 8 years ago was planned by me. It was I who framed King Liku at the time and forced him to take out 10 billion Baileys. I specially gave him one night. If he took out 10 billion Baileys, I would obediently leave. Of course he can't take it out, he can only borrow it from you, the people of Dressrosa. He did have a lot of prestige, he borrowed a lot of money. It is said to be a confession, but in fact it is just a complete account of what happened in the past. Doflamingo doesn't care at all. 4 Emperor's Straw Hat Luffy didn't kill him, so he's safe, mobs are nothing. I controlled King Liku with my ability, manipulated him in front of everyone, killed the kind citizens who lent him money, and killed the army of King Liku who stopped him and tried to save the people. He lost his reputation overnight, and I became the new king smoothly. I'm guilty, I plead guilty. Doflamingo, who said so, took half a step back and let the camera out. King Riku, do you have anything to add? Big. Too arrogant. What kind of confession is this? Is this a ploy to show off? Mocking the deceitful wandering people of Dresslo? Get off stage. Doflamingo, you don't deserve to be a king at all. King Liku. King Liku. King Liku. The loud denunciation even overwhelmed the voice of the radio. On the screen, King Liku's eyes dimmed. I am Riku Dold III, and 800 years ago, this country was indeed ruled by the Don Quixote family. It was my stupidity and incompetence that caused the tragedy of these 8 years. All the people of Dressrosa, I am equally guilty. Thump. He knelt down in front of the camera and kowtowed to everyone. Everyone was in an uproar. I am not worthy to be the king of this country, and neither is Doflamingo. What? Under the high ground of the palace, tens of thousands of angry men gathered there fell into a daze. What are you talking about? King Riku. The king of this country should of course be the Wanku clan. That's right. We'll drive Doflamingo away. Please resume your reign as king. Boom. Suddenly, a wave of conquerors' hockey swept across, coming from the direction of the palace, covering the entire town in an instant. Luffy controls the power very well, just to intimidate ordinary people, not to make people faint. He walked up to the camera and said lightly, "This country doesn't need a king. Can't you live without a king? Kings, nobles, and even Tianlong people. Just one's birth determines a person's future? Is that reasonable? It's reasonable to some extent, but I don't allow that to be reasonable. To all the citizens of Dressrosa, I am Monkey D. Luffy, and I declare that this country shall be ruled by me. I'm here to be the king of this country." Everyone who listened to this, including those members of the Don Quixote family, stared at the big screen dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of eyes focused on the man in the straw hat on the screen. The first thing I do as a king is to abolish all inequalities such as nobles, royal families, and slaves. From now on, as long as you live on this island, whether you are an army officer, a wealthy businessman, a dock worker, a government employee, a fruit grower in the field, or even a newborn babies. All people are equal in personality. They have the same right to life. Second thing, I will return the power of king to every citizen of Dressrosa. People who have reached the age of 16, whether they are men or women, you enjoy the same political rights. The third thing is to use your rights to choose the future of this country by yourself. Choose a leader you agree with, and let him, them, lead this country to the next new era. And I will not interfere with any of your actions, I will only observe you. If one day, you disappoint me, then I will take back such power. This is a grand human observation experiment. Come and try to please me, New Democratic Republic of Dressrosa. New Democratic Republic of Dressrosa. The name is not important, whether it is a democracy or a republic, it doesn't matter. Luffy has no interest in messing with modern democracies from past lives. All political systems must conform to the law of development of the times and must be established on the basis of corresponding productive forces. What's more, they are still two different worlds, and rote application will only be self-defeating. Does it have to be right if it is advanced? Does it have to be appropriate? There is no answer. He abolished the king and returned the power that should have belonged to the people to everyone, just to see what this group of people would finally come up with. This is just an experiment. Of course, it is said that the king was abolished, but in fact, it was only superficially abolished. His existence is equivalent to the king, equivalent to the referee of the experiment. It is up to the people of Dressrosa to decide how to manage and develop this country. After all, it is just a small country. No matter what mess happens, as long as he is there, he can't go anywhere. The boat is small enough to turn around. This small step is just a seed, and Luffy himself can't predict what kind of fruit it will bear. One day in the future, he successfully killed the world government, and this experiment might give him some inspiration. Live cut off. Inside the palace. Everyone looked at Luffy in unison. Sabo said with some puzzlement, "Will this cause confusion? The chaos will last for a while." Luffy nodded and said, "You can take a good look at it. Sabo, if the revolutionary army kills the celestial dragons now, what will you do?" This issue has not been considered at all. Take out the celestial dragons, and the world government collapses. Countless countries all over the world who have been oppressed by heavenly gold have also been liberated from it. Then what? Sabo shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. You're right, Luffy, I've decided. I want to stay in this country for a while, and see with my own eyes the direction of this country." Koala thought for a moment and asked, "Luffy, without a king, this country will be paralyzed. In fact, people outside are dumbfounded now. Not sure what to do next. Defeat Doflamingo and bring back King Riku? But King Riku himself said that he was not worthy of being a king. Is there no future king? Who will pay future taxes? Who will maintain the military to protect the country? Who will maintain the stability of the country? Who will make and uphold the law? Who will punish the bad guys? Oh, it's us, let us decide. Confusion. Unlike the previous chaos, now it is mental chaos. King Riku. No, Riku doled 3, although you are not a king now and have lost your status as a royal family, you are still a member of this country. Luffy chuckled and said, "There are confused people outside, what are you going to do?" He will not ask for anything, nor will he interfere with anything, just a proper reminder. It's like the audience in the audience, quietly waiting for the performance to start. King Riku came back to his senses, took a deep breath and said, "Your Excellency Luffy, thank you very much for liberating this country. I'm just a little worried. It's acceptable to withdraw from the member countries of the world government and not be protected by Marine, but what if? The world government has to deal with it in turn. What should we do when this country takes action? It doesn't matter if there is no Marine protection, the protection of 4 emperors is the same. But the world government's reaction to losing its status as a member country is what is worrisome. Don't worry. The world government will definitely send agents from the CP organization to check the situation, and you won't have any problems in a short time. As for the future, when Vegapunk completes the development of the Flames of Our Lady, maybe it will not be the kingdom of Lulusha that will be destroyed, but Dressrosa. Of course, at that time, Luffy would make a move. Since it is an experiment proposed by him, it is natural to ensure the smooth progress of the experiment. Only you, the world government, have weapons to destroy the country? Who doesn't have nuclear weapons? Shirahoshi has awakened, Pluton is sleeping in Wano-kuni, and his lion fruit can also create natural disasters. Equivalent deterrence measures are not without. When that time comes, it will not be a problem of Dressrosa being a small country. It is a huge war that is sweeping the world. I understand, I'll go to appease the people outside first. Now that the matter has come to this point, King Riku has no extra thoughts, and immediately left the palace. Seeing this, Cyrus immediately said to his daughter, "Rebecca, you stay here first, I will help His Majesty." "No, I will help father." Rebecca, who is only 14 years old, can't understand the complicated political issues at this moment. But there is one thing she can understand. It was Lord Luffy who helped the country and brought back his father's severed limb. As for losing her royal status, she wasn't in the first place. When the father and mother got married back then, the mother gave birth to her after she abandoned her status as a princess and eloped with her father. Looking at Luffy at this time, the little girl bowed at 90 degrees very politely to thank her. "Lord Luffy, thank you for saving us and saving father." After speaking, he looked at Doflamingo full of hostility. Doflamingo grinned. "Fooferfer. I pleaded guilty, little princess, don't look at me like that, this country can't sanction me now. When you restore stability to this country, you will be right the premise of my trial. Fooferfer. As for when it really comes, then run away. Is it possible to be stupid and wait to be sent to prison? Anyway, the 4 Emperor's straw hats are not going to kill him now, they still need him to investigate some things." Thinking of this, Doflamingo turned to Luffy in the straw hat and asked, I am also a member of this country, and I also enjoy the political power of ordinary people. Hearing this, Luffy couldn't help laughing. Reminds him of a fun magical reality from his previous life. Delivering the president's inaugural address in prison? It can only be said that reality is more exciting than fiction. Whatever you want, as I said, I will not interfere with the experiment lightly. But, Doflamingo, don't provoke the 2 basic rules I set. Rule 1. All people have an equal right to life. Rule 2. People who have reached the age of 16, regardless of men, women, or even your gender as a gunship, it doesn't matter, they have the same political rights. That is to say, as long as my factory is legal, it will be able to develop smoothly in this country. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes. Then is your factory legal? Hearing this, Doflamingo grinned and said, all the toys caught in the past have become human again. Shall I go and catch the pirate headquarters? Sabo snorted, frowned and said, there are also those little people, you drive them as slaves, this is not allowed. I know, I will release them and give them corresponding compensation. Doflamingo chose to be a good baby. Luffy wasn't interested in meddling, he just wanted to watch the situation unfold. Zoro, you guys stay here, I'll take care of it. As he said that, the person had disappeared into the hall. Dressrosa, West Coast. The pink dragon falls from the sky, Sanji loses consciousness, and slowly transforms back into a human form as he falls. A figure flashed, and Luffy caught Sanji. Oh, Cluck, Straw Hat, we meet again. In the sky, Chinglong Kaido said with a smile, your subordinates have some strength, and I am very happy to pass the boring time. Anyway, he persisted for half an hour. Although he has been releasing water, he just wants to see what tricks this fake has. Sanji did show him a lot of tricks. The abilities of the 2 are the same, but the direction of development is different. Kaido also wants to turn the Straw Hat into his right-hand man, preferably his son-in-law, and of course he won't kill Luffy's subordinates. He is just reckless, not stupid. What are you doing here, Kaido? Luffy put Sanji on the ground evenly. He knew that Kaido was coming, and he knew that Sanji was fighting with Kaido. It just happened to give Sanji a unique practice, and he didn't come to interfere in the first place. Now that Sanji is defeated, as the captain, of course he has to stand up. HMPH, don't be stupid, Doflamingo has business dealings with me, it's too embarrassing for you to touch him casually. Kaido quickly changed back to human form, and landed in front of the Straw Hat with a bang. The tall body gives people a strong sense of oppression. Luffy said calmly, he's alive and well, your zone made devil fruit, I'm not interested at all. That kind of rubbish, how lucky you are to be a treasure. While talking, he opened the adventure store, used custom refresh to spawn a self-healing fruit, and fed it to Sanji on the spot. Then, Kaido saw that Sanji, who was beaten by himself and lost consciousness, recovered in a blink of an eye. What's this? He thought in surprise. Luffy. Sanji frowned and woke up quickly. Thanks for your hard work. Reassuring Sanji, Luffy looked at Kaido again and said, this island will be my domain from now on, you have nothing to do to break in, do you want to start a war with me? Oh cluck cluck. Kaido grinned and said, he is a bit used to this arrogant guy. As long as you don't interfere with my business, I don't care what you want to do. In a way, he is a very generous person. In the original story, Kid challenged him, and when he defeated him, he was just thrown into prison, thinking of grinding the opponent's temper and accepting him as a subordinate in the future. Luffy challenged him several times, but he just beat him, and didn't kill him on the spot. For guys with potential, Kaido has a very flexible bottom line. Hearing this, Luffy laughed. The index finger crossed the space, took out an invitation card, and threw it to Kaido on the spot. Kaido took a look, and suddenly his face became ugly. He stared at the Straw Hat. You want to marry Big Mom? Damn old woman, do it him? Is this the advantage of having more children? Kaido is very upset when he thinks that the old woman has a lot of daughters. Look carefully. Hearing this, Kaido glanced again and finally saw the 2 parties who made the marriage contract. Not Straw Hat Luffy. It's the vice captain of a team under his command, not even the captain. Kaido frowned suddenly. What does it mean? Unreasonable. This marriage is too fragile. The relationship of this alliance is like a mirror, which will be broken at will. The time of the wedding is above, if you are interested, you can come to attend, I welcome it very much. Assent. Luffy said with a faint smile, of course, I don't mind the tripartite alliance either. As long as Kaido dares to come, he doesn't mind. Take another heart. From the entrance of New World, the closest to the red line is the Toto Land Sea area of A Big Mom. There was a territorial vacuum after that. Then there are the seas ruled by Kaido, including Wano-Kuni, which also has a large number of territories under its command. Elegia is not far from Kaido's territory. Going deeper, there is the sea area ruled by Red Hair, as well as the Beehive Island and other places. As for Whitebeard, his turf has long since collapsed, and now there are turmoil everywhere. In addition to the territory of the four emperors, there are also some marine bases, the number of which is very small. Not interested in. Kaido dismissed it, turned his head and turned into a green dragon and left. Straw Hat. My daughter likes you very much, come to Wano Kuni when I have time. Oh, I will treat you warmly. Leaving an inexplicable sentence, Kaido left. Sanji. Luffy, Kaido actually has a daughter. He gloated and said, why don't you make a sacrifice, in order to fight against the world government? Kaido's strength is also indispensable. Ah. Kaido looks like this, Sanji smiled very happily. Luffy glanced at him, not bothering to answer. However, Yinhe has a crush on him. Luffy couldn't help complaining in his heart, maybe it wasn't that Kaido wanted to win him over and was going to use his daughter as bait. Wano Kuni, of course he was going. Things like Pluton must be in your hands. And another piece of redstone. However, before that, the Knights of God. Let's go. Back to the main camp 2 days later. Dressrosa has recovered from the chaos. Although the king is gone, everyone still trusts King Liku very much. Many people of insight recommend King Liku and want him to stand up and lead the country. As for Doflamingo, there are actually some people who support him. Although this guy has done a lot of bad things in the past 8 years and turned 150,000 people into toys, there are not no people in this country who have benefited from it. Luffy, who silently observes the development of the situation, expresses emotion at the diversity of human beings. Of course, Doflamingo doesn't dare to do too many things, he just wants to keep his own factory now. For this reason, he released all the little people, and personally apologized to the little people, and sent a bunch of materials, which slightly eased the relationship between the two parties. The little people forgave this guy so easily. Not only that, but Doflamingo also fooled this group of little people and let them work in his factory. Luffy was very speechless about this. It's so deceitful, no wonder your princesses are tricked into working illegally. The princess of the little people, the princess of the Dongtada Kingdom, her name is Man Shuili. Healing fruit ability user. In the past, Doflamingo tricked 500 people of the little people into planting artificial devil fruit for him by saying that she had a strange disease. Now, still cheated, it's just a different way. In the past, wages were not paid, but now that progress has been made, at least some urgently needed supplies will be brought to the Dongtada Kingdom. And they are also allowed to leave at any time, and come back to work when they want to come to work. Hey, capitalists. Luffy didn't interfere. If you say no to interfere, don't interfere, at least not easily interfere. He wanted to see what this country would look like in the end. It's noon this day. Royal Palace. Violet finds him. Lord Luffy, government ships have been spotted heading for the island. The princess with clairvoyance, Violet, came to report. The Knights of God? I've been waiting for them for a long time. It would have been possible to leave the island long ago and go to the next destination. But in order to wait for the Knights of God, Luffy had to stay a few days longer. No. The Knights of God, I don't really understand, but it is indeed a government ship. Violet wasn't sure if it was true, so she could only say, I can transmit the picture I see to you, Luffy. As she spoke, she took a few steps closer and pressed her forehead against it. The next moment, a picture appeared in Luffy's mind. On the vast ocean, a ship flying the flag of world government is swaggeringly approaching in the direction of Dressrosa. On deck, several men in black suits were talking to each other. Some of them have very unique images, and Luffy recognized them immediately. With a round body and a round head, he looks somewhat similar to Fukuru. Agent of CP9, Otonashi, Fukuru. Luffy thought unexpectedly. The others are naturally CP9. Chief Spandam, Kumadori, Jabra, etc. The screen ends here. It wasn't the Knights of God who came, but CP9. What is CP9 here for? While thinking about it, Luffy spread his knowledge, and soon found Chopper and the others at the docking point of the ship. Immediately got up and said, don't worry, nothing will happen. If you find any problems in the future, you can use this number to contact me. Luffy handed Violet a note and left the palace. Come to the west coast, the docking point of the ship. Chopper is giving medicine to the children. How are they? Luffy. After 2 days of treatment, the toxins in their bodies have weakened a lot, and the withdrawal reaction is not so strong, but they still need to cultivate for a while. Wei Zhongshen replied. Hey heck. The medicine I personally dispensed, this kind of thing is very simple. I'm a genius. Guy said as if asking for credit. Luffy nodded and said, I'm going to leave here, I'll inform everyone to prepare, as for these children, send them home. Eh? Are you leaving? Usopp was fiddling with his slingshot. Aren't you waiting for the Knights of God? Probably not coming. Luffy also finds it strange that 2 days are more than enough to travel from Mariajoy to Dressrosa. It doesn't even take 2 days. Theoretically, the government boat should arrive the next morning. It's the person from CP9, at your 6 o'clock direction. Hearing this, Usopp immediately released his knowledgeable color. His range of knowledge is unusually large, and he listened quietly to the voice from the sea at this time. Found it. Usopp put on the goggles, squinted his eyes, pulled the slingshot full, and grinned. Luffy, can you attack? Sink. No, grab it first. Luffy thought about it and changed his mind. Understood. Must kill a section Fenghuang Fire Birdstar. Whoosh. The flame bomb fired from the slingshot, after being fired, exploded quickly and turned into a big flame bird, almost sticking to the surface of the sea, flying towards the ship that could barely see the shadow in the field of vision. Luffy raised his eyebrows in surprise, and said with a smile, "Can you play sniping like this?" "Hey, I'm not without progress, Luffy." Usopp proudly gave himself a thumbs up. "Let me introduce you. This is a new type of slingshot jointly developed by me and Frankie." He talked incessantly. The other side. Government-flagged vessel on deck. "Zababa, I think we can slow down a little bit, and don't rush to land. It's best to wait for the Straw Hats to leave before going to the island to investigate the situation." Fukuru unzipped his mouth and said. "That's right. Fukuru, what you said makes a lot of sense." Commander Spandam nodded in agreement, and at the same time beat the table angrily. "Why'd I have to carry out such a dangerous mission? Just because I passed false information before? You bastard. I'm a victim too, all of that stinking woman Khalifa." Because of this incident, his official career was bleak. Although relying on the family relationship, he has not been deprived of his official position for the time being, but if he does not make some achievements, he will never be promoted in this life. Kumadori poses like a theater actor. "Yo-yo, we have already used the slowest speed. If we continue to delay, there will be opinions from above. I set off 2 days ago. It is reasonable to say that I should have arrived yesterday morning. It has been delayed for more than a day. There is no way to delay." Jabra said irritably. "Why do we need to carry out such a dangerous mission? That's the 4 Emperor's Straw Hat. What's there to investigate about the coup d'état in Dressrosa? Let Marine do it." A group of people didn't want to go to the island, so they finally put away their sails and stopped at sea. Wait for the Straw Hats to leave. All agree. But the next moment, a fire came from afar. "What's that?" Jabra's pupils narrowed. The 3 CP-96 style masters all left their seats. Only Commander Spandam looked blank. The next moment, Mie Nio attacked from behind him. Boom. Amidst the explosion, the ship burst into flames, and Spandam screamed and was engulfed in flames. Enemy attack. Fukuru looked at the direction where the Firebird was flying, and said in an incredulous tone, "Impossible. Where did you find us?" "Attack from the island, at least 10 kilometers away." Kumadori was not in the mood to play tricks, and looked at the island with a dull expression. 10 kilometers away. Let's retreat first. Jabra was dripping with cold sweat. "I don't want to fight such a monster. Our mission is to investigate the coup d'état." Before he could finish his words, a figure came from the sky at the far end of his field of vision. Sanji stepped on the moonwalk and soon came to the deck of the ship. With a cigarette in his mouth, he said, "CP9. Luffy is not waiting for you, but since you are here, stay." Then, there was a violent beating, and the 3 agents who didn't even know hockey, naturally couldn't be his opponents. The coast. Luffy restrained his knowledge, turned to Usopp and others and said, "Take a good look. I'll go to the Fishman Island first to complete the agreement with Shirahoshi, and when I come back, I'm ready to go." Almost a month has passed since the agreed date. I don't know how the Dragon Palace Kingdom is preparing. Has Neptune convinced all the citizens? Thinking of this, he came to the deck of the Sunny and took a picture of Wani's figurehead. "Please, Sunny, go to the Fishman Island. 10,000 meters deep sea, Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Palace City, Hall of Kings." Neptune crossed his arms and sighed. "Minister left. Have the people's opinions not yet been unified?" "Yes, Your Majesty Neptune. Only about 60% of the people agree to relocate, and 40% of the people don't want to take the risk of having a big ear." The great Prince Sha Xing frowned and said, "The agreed date is coming soon. If Master Luffy comes back, what should we do?" The second prince, Huang Xing, and the third prince, Trolling Star, looked at each other, and said in unison, "Shirahoshi is looking forward to life on land. Father, we should find a way as soon as possible to make the remaining 40% of the citizens accept relocation. It's a pity. How can we get the rest of the people to agree? Everyone is worried that they will be in danger." Pulling an island to the sea is a very dangerous process. Just as he was talking, a seahorse mermaid quickly ran in. What's the matter, Hu Yinchin? You're in a panic. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The news from Mermaid Bay that Straw Hat Luffy's pirate ship suddenly appeared. Neptune was taken aback, got up quickly, and said, hurry up and meet. There is a flash of people in the hall, and Luffy has appeared. No, I'm already here, Lord Luffy, Lord Luffy. Everyone greeted each other. This island is currently protected by the Straw Hats' pirate flag. Since the flag was hoisted, the pirates who came here have become much more peaceful. These two are Shirahoshi's second and third brothers. It's the first time we meet. Luffy smiled and looked at Huang Xing and Crashing Star. One is an oarfish mermaid, and the other is a sunfish murloc. Lord Luffy, it's the first time we meet. The two princes also responded immediately. I was busy dealing with the proliferation of pirates last time. It's a pity that I didn't see you. Luffy nodded and turned to look at Neptune. The king had a headache on his face. The appointed time has come, Neptune. About this matter, Lord Luffy, actually. Neptune was about to explain. Suddenly, the figure of Shirahoshi walked in from outside the door. Father, I heard that Lord Luffy is back. With a happy expression on her face, when she saw Luffy, she immediately stretched out her hands happily, grabbed Luffy and put it in her palm, and rubbed her cheek affectionately. Lord Luffy, is Dao here to fulfill the agreement? Luffy felt like a toy, and pushed Shirahoshi's face helplessly. Here to take you to land. However, your father seems to be in trouble. Trouble? Shirahoshi blinked and looked at father. Neptune sighed. Less than 2/3 of the citizens agree to relocate. I have been trying to persuade them for the past month, but 1/3 of the people are still afraid of danger. Everyone boarded the promised boat and headed for land under the traction of the supergiant Sea Kings. This step is not dangerous. The biggest danger comes from the Sea Kings who live in the deep sea. Shirahoshi can communicate about the Sea Kings, but he can't tell the whole country. It is normal for everyone to have this kind of worry. Besides, tow the Fishman Island to land. In case something goes wrong, their home will be gone. Concerns like these have always existed. Even the citizens who agreed to relocate agreed to take the risk only out of trust in the king. All in all, it is almost impossible to get everyone to agree on this kind of issue. Don't worry. I will use the power of lion fruit to move the island up to ensure it is safe and painless. Luffy laughed and said, compared to the historical text of Sea Forest. Right? This is the Stone of Promise. He wanted to put this stone in Dragon Palace City and let Neptune watch it every day. Lest you go back on your word. Really? This is not a joke, Lord Luffy. Neptune confirmed repeatedly. Luffy waved his hand and said, if you give up the agreement, I will still take Shirahoshi away. I got it. Then please, Lord Luffy. Neptune took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Sharkstar, take someone to the Sea Forest and bring back that stone. Your Excellency Luffy, I will go to the square and finally inform all the citizens. Next, everyone split up. The great Prince Shawshing took people to the Forest of the Sea. Neptune took the second and third princes to Geelong Kador Square, delivering the final island-moving speech. As for Luffy, Minister Zuo took him to the banquet hall and arranged a sumptuous lunch for him. Shirahoshi sat cross-tailed by the roadside. Lord Luffy, I thought you wouldn't come back. You don't trust me that much. Luffy ate some food casually, and said with a smile, it's different from the last Joey boy. I'm a man who keeps his word. When you get the Fishman Island up, you'll be on my boat. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Shirahoshi smiled happily, resting his cheeks with his hands, his eyes full of longing. What would the world on land look like? Are there any birds? What is the sky like? Where is the forest? She is now like a middle school student in the last few days before the summer vacation. The final exam is no longer in her mind, and she is all thinking about where to go to play. There's just one problem. You're too big to fit in the sunny. Luffy said helplessly. In recent days, he has been refreshing every day, hoping to generate a fruit that makes his body smaller. The result is of course not brushed. Shirahoshi regained his senses from his vision for the future, and said weakly. I can stay in the water. Master Luffy, don't chase me away. Then wept. Luffy, still crying like always. I'll think of a way, don't cry, don't summon the Sea Kings. Shirahoshi immediately stopped crying, with tears in his big eyes. I'm sorry. I can control them already, and I won't summon them. Master Luffy, what can you do? Find a devil fruit. Luffy replied. The adventure store didn't come out, it can only beg for devil fruit's power. Mrs. Shirley would have to be troubled about this. Rely on the power of divination. Don't worry, even if I can't get smaller, I will take you with me. This is our agreement. Yes, Princess Shirahoshi smiled through tears, and felt relieved all of a sudden. Soon after, Sharkstar moved back the historical text with the agreement engraved on it. Neptune will also announce the relocation to all the people for the last time. After repeated assurances, there are still many people who are unwilling to take risks. But Luffy wasn't used to them. Most people agree is enough. He activated the power of lion fruit, controlled the Fishman Island, drilled out from the huge hole at the bottom of the red line, and then headed towards the sea surface of New World. For safety, Luffy didn't move the island too aggressively. It's about 60 meters per minute, almost like walking. With such a gentle movement, the people on the island only felt a little vibration at first, and then became very stable. The distance of only 10,000 meters took several hours. When the Fishman Island breaks through the sea, the blue sky of New World comes into view. There were countless cheers on the island. It's the sky. It's the sun. We finally left the deep sea and came to land. The shouts of hundreds of thousands, millions of people, that is a shocking force. Long live Lord Luffy. Long live Lord Neptune. Dragon Palace City. Shirahoshi stood at the gate of the castle, staring blankly at the blue sky. The sun was hanging in the sky after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and half of my body was hidden behind the white clouds. It's so beautiful. This is the real sky. Luffy sat on her shoulders and smiled slightly. You can see such a sky anytime from now on, Shirahoshi. Yes, Luffy people. Invite crew member Shirahoshi, qualification Poseidon, reward 3,000 adventure city workers. Shirahoshi joined the group. The mermaids of the Fishman Island are celebrating. Even King Neptune took a few princes to have fun with the people in Geelong Cod Square. A grand banquet was held in the square. The people spontaneously took out food, and everything was free. Neptune declares that the week ahead can be enjoyed to the fullest. All this is thanks to Lord Luffy. It is he who allows us to realize our dreams since ancient times, to enjoy the eternal sun. On the square, Starfish Papa, a super popular fashion designer, extolled the greatness of the 4 emperors' straw hats to a few little Murlocs. The Murloc children applauded one after another. Great. The air on land, as completely different from the deep sea. Great Lord Luffy, I heard from my father that Lord Luffy is the Sun Kamui. I think a statue should be erected for Lord Luffy in the square. The kids splattered 8 gate with recommendations. In such a happy atmosphere, Luffy took Shirahoshi to visit the Mermaid Cafe. Meet you again, Shirley the Mermaid. Shirahoshi was too big to enter the cafe, so he leaned his head outside the door and looked in from the window. Master Luffy. Princess Shirahoshi, the little mermaids in the coffee shop greeted each other warmly. Shirley was still the same as last time, sitting on a shell sofa, curling her tail, holding a cigarette pipe in her hand. To be honest, I'm not very happy to see you. Why? Luffy asked unexpectedly. Although I can't divination about you, just like this time, I don't know if the Fishman Island can come to land smoothly. But Shirley stared at Luffy and sighed. I did a divination on myself, and the crystal ball gave me a bad response. In the near future, I may encounter trouble. And the source of the trouble is you. Ha 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 ha. Luffy couldn't help laughing. I just came this time to trouble you again and ask you a question. In addition to Shirahoshi's problem, he is going to abduct this adult. The divination ability is really useful. Of course, it is not yet possible to expose his wolfish ambition, lest Shirley stop helping him with divination. Go ahead. Shaki was helpless. This is a request that cannot be refused. In any case, she is also the great benefactor of the Fishman Island. This kind of kindness is greater than the sky. She will never be able to photograph 100 of them, let alone one of them. Shirahoshi is going on my boat and going on an adventure with me, but her size is too big. I wonder if there is any devil fruit that can make people smaller. Are you crazy? Princess Shirahoshi is a mermaid, and if you eat devil fruit, you will turn into a landlubber. Shirley's eyes widened in disbelief. The side effect of becoming a landlubber can certainly be resolved. Are you serious? Shirley asked blankly, then shook his head. Forget it. Let's take it as it is. But your question is too general, and I can't predict the exact result. Try it. It doesn't matter if the doctor fails. Seeing this, Shirley took out the crystal ball from under his fishtail, closed his eyes and started divination just like last time. Luffy really wanted to complain. What does this big Murloc think of a crystal ball? Butt pad? Not afraid to panic? Sure enough, I can only get a very vague hint. After a while, Shirley opened his eyes and said, in New World, there is a place called Beehive Island. If you go there, it may solve your current headache. Hive Island? Pirate's Paradise. The birthplace of pirate games. That place should now be under the rule of the great pirate Ochaku, who was once a member of the Rocks Pirate. Rock's pirate, Roger's former overlord of the sea. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, Big Mom, etc., have all been in that pirate group for a while in the past. If it is the Hive Island, although it is not as good as the Four Emperors' old nest, it is still a very powerful force in New World. After pondering for a while, Luffy asked, "Is that the only way? No specific time?" No, Luffy didn't believe in evil, and immediately read Shiarly's heart. "Let's go now, Straw Hat Luffy, you must be playing with me, right? You invited me on board last time, you must have taken a fancy to my ability. This villain used to forcibly kidnap the princess in Alabasta, maybe he is going to do the same to me." From the bottom of Luffy's heart, Ichiraku, this big Murlaka's intuition is really accurate, and others guessed it before he put it into action. He is indeed a fortune teller. However, how did the other party know about his kidnapping of Vivi? It didn't make the news. Moreover, that is your wish, how can it be called captivity? Seeing Shiarly's eagerness for him to leave quickly, Luffy is not in a hurry. "I am going to move the Fishman Island to the sea area under my rule, so as to protect your mermaid clan." "Where?" Shiarly was taken aback. "With Elegia at the center." "Well, let me think about it, let's call it, Sea of Aa the Sun, from now on." Luffy grinned and said, "There are only 2 islands there now, one is Daughter Island, and the other is Music City. You are the third to settle here." Shiarly's mouth fell open, dumbfounded. Suddenly, a shock came. The Fishman Island broke away from the sea and began to fly towards high altitude. Dressrosa, West Coast. The government ship has been sunk, and several people from CP9 have been captured. Frankie held Spandam's collar with one hand, and punched Spandam's face fiercely with the other fist, making his nose bruised and his face swollen. I've already explained everything. Don't fight, if you continue to fight, I'm going to die." Spandam is like a gossamer, with bags all over his head. Frankie didn't let him go, and still held him tightly. "You bastard's face, I will never forget, Mr. Tom's death, you accounted for 90% of the responsibility." Bang. 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 After a violent beating, Spandam will be taken in one go. Zoro asked from the side, "Do you have a grudge against this guy?" "Great hatred. Back then, this bastard was the chief of CP5. He used tricks to assassinate me for the design of ancient weapon." Francia said with a face of relief, and briefly explained the past. "Things are not complicated at all. Spandam used the ship he built to attack the judicial ship and charged him with an unfounded charge. And his master, Tom, stood up and resisted. Tom was killed by him." Sanji lit a cigarette and said, "Then why not throw him into the sea and feed the fish? Wait for Luffy to come back. It's just a personal grudge between me and him. Luffy deliberately kept alive. Maybe there is some purpose." Frankie grinned. "Besides, I beat him up, and I'm relieved." At this point, it was already evening. The sun is almost setting below the sea level. Luffy said he went to the Fishman Island to complete the agreement, don't know when he will come back. As soon as Usopp finished speaking, suddenly, everyone present looked up. Above the sky, a floating platform was slowly descending. Luffy. Everyone greeted one after another. Sanji saw the timid look of the mermaid princess at a glance, and immediately petrified him. "No, it's not good." Sanji turned into stone again. Chopper was shocked. Shirahoshi was amused, covered his mouth and laughed. "Hello everyone in the Straw Hats, I'm Shirahoshi." Luffy jumped off the floating platform and glanced at Sanji, who had turned into a statue, with a speechless expression on his face. "Resistance to beauty is negative, right? As Admiral, a member of the Straw Hats, this is not okay. Just find a chance, send him to the Red Hair Pirates, let him hang out with Beckman for a few days. Maybe Beckman will take him to a brothel." The thoughts in his mind flashed away, and he turned his eyes to look at the prisoners of CP9. Spandam. Yes. Please let me go, I have explained everything." Spandam, who was beaten so badly that even his mother couldn't recognize him, trembled all over and begged for mercy. "What are they here for?" "To investigate the coup." Zoro replied. "As for the Knights of God, they don't know anything. How to deal with them? Agents who fail their missions will be cleaned up by the world government, they know a lot of secrets they shouldn't know." Luffy glanced at them with a half smile, which made them break out in cold sweat. Don't kill me. I know some secrets, I can tell you all." Spandam decisively sold world government. "You little CP9 chief, what secrets can you know?" Luffy thought for a while, then smiled and said, "Forget about the other 3, you. Frankie, tie stones to him and go to the sea to feed the fish." "Yes, Luffy." Frankie knew that Luffy must have heard what he just said. "While being grateful from the bottom of my heart, I followed the instructions immediately." In endless panic, Spandam was thrown into the sea, with a splash, causing a little splash. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the other three people changed drastically. Jabra showed a very reluctant smile, and said flatteringly, "Straw Hat Luffy, we surrender." Ignoring these three people, Luffy said to Usopp, "Go and inform everyone, I'm going to leave." Learn. Not long after, Nami and the others came back. Back together, there are Sabo and Koala. "Luffy, this is for you." Sabo gave a life card, smiled and said, "Generally speaking, this kind of thing must never be handed over to others. It is easy to expose the base of the Revolutionary Army. But if you want to, you can come here at any time with it. I think Mr. Long must also want to meet you. Next, what are your plans?" "Get ready to send those kids home." Luffy put away the life card, thinking about making some by himself when he has time, which is more convenient than recording pointers. Sabo looked at the children who were playing not far away, thought for a moment, and said, "Are they still sick? Why don't you leave it to me? I will take care of them for a period of time, and send them home after their condition is completely stable. I just want to stay on this island for a while." Of course, Luffy would not refuse. "Then I will trouble you." After a pause, he looked at Zoro's two younger brothers. "Joseph, leave it." "What are your orders?" "Brother Luffy, you guys stay and help. Record what happened in this country, and if you encounter special circumstances, remember to report to me as soon as possible." "Yes, I understand." The two looked at each other and nodded in unison. After that, King Liku brought his daughter Violet, son-in-law Cyrus, and granddaughter Rebecca to see him off. "Thank you very much, Lord Luffy. You are welcome. I will continue to pay attention to what will happen to this country in the future." Luffy reached out and touched Rebecca's head, and said with a smile, "Brave little princess. I hope that when we meet next time, you can become an outstanding female warrior like your father." "Yes, Master Luffy. I will definitely work hard." Rebecca nodded earnestly, and answered with longing. "So, farewell. I hope that the next time I come, this country will be a better place." Luffy waved goodbye to everyone. After that, we returned to the Sunny. The two ships lifted off slowly. On the coast, Sabo and others watched their departure. Sunny, on deck. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Doflamingo sat on the side of the boat with two women beside him. One is the little girl Granos, who hides her childlike fruit ability. One is Granos' elder sister, Logia Snow fruit ability user, Monet. "Lord Luffy, I want to exchange hostages with you." For his appearance, Luffy was not surprised at all. As early as when he was below, he discovered it. Nami and the others, on the other hand, looked displeased. "Men are not welcome on the Sunny." Seemingly seeing this hostility, Doflamingo immediately said, "My feet haven't landed on the deck of this ship, Fur. Your Excellency Luffy, if you leave like this, aren't you afraid that I'll turn people into toys again? People who become toys will disappear from the network of relationships, and no one will remember." Therefore, he really wanted to do something, and he acted quietly, so it was difficult to be detected. But Luffy isn't worried at all. Doflamingo is a person who is very aware of current affairs. When it is time to coax, he will never pretend to be coercive. At least until his downfall, Doflamingo dare not disobey his will. "You come in exchange for Guy?" Luffy said sharply. "Yes, this guy is useless to you, right? You have no interest in Sad, but to me, artificial devil fruit cannot be produced without his assistance. I will be killed by Kaido." Doflamingo is also very helpless about this, and can only do this. "You are very clear about Granu's ability. I will hand her over to you, and you don't have to worry about what conspiracy I will continue in Dressrosa. That's the truth, and it's very sincere." Luffy's eyes fell on Sasuke. This little girl only has the appearance of 10 years old, but her actual age is 20 years old. Childlike fruit, the moment you eat it, your body will stop growing. Seeing Luffy's eyes looking at him, Granos immediately took a few steps back in fear. "Then what happened to this woman?" Luffy looked at Monet again. They are sisters, and Monet is very worried about her sister's situation. With her by her side, she can take care of Granos. "Of course Fur is giving you a woman. Maybe Monet becomes your woman, then I will be safe. If you knew this would happen, you should plan ahead. It's a pity. The rise is too fast, and there is no time to invest in advance." Mind reading reads Doflamingo's mind. Luffy could sense that the guy was a little remorseful. After thinking for a while, Luffy jokingly said, "People can stay, and you can take Guy away, but you can do it yourself. I don't liquidate you, it doesn't mean that no one else will liquidate you. Don't worry, I will investigate those things as soon as possible." Doflamingo immediately promised that he would be obedient. The mystery of the abilities and age of the 5 elders. The mystery of Im's abilities. Even information about the members of the Knights of God. These all require him to investigate bit by bit. Get out. Luffy waved his hand, telling people to F*K off. Afterwards, he found Shirahoshi and told her. Summon some sea kings and let them protect this country. Sabodi Archipelago. Just finished coding and was about to go to a pirate group on the Fishman Island, the navigator suddenly exclaimed. It's not right. What's wrong? Record pointer is drifting. What? Didn't the Sabodi Archipelago have no magnetism? Not a magnetic overlay more like the Fishman Island pointed by the pointer. Moving. The record pointer in the hands of the navigator was originally pointing down to the Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters deep in the sea. However, at this moment, the pointer is tilted up, as if the Fishman Island is in the sky. Not only that, staring at the constant vibrations. This suggests that the magnetism is weakening and being captured by other, stronger magnetic islands. What the hell? What's going on? At this moment, it's not just this single pirate group. But this weird phenomenon happened to all the record pointers pointing to the Fishman Island. This day, the passage between the Paradise Sea and the New World is completely cut off. As we all know, for pirates who want to enter the New World, the Fishman Island is almost a must. And on this day, the Fishman Island disappeared from the giant crater under the sea, and the pirates who gathered in the Sabodi Archipelago were the first to notice the anomaly. Losing the magnetic pointing of the Fishman Island means that it will be extremely difficult to find that giant pit in the deep sea. No one wants to try their luck in the dark and deep sea. When the Fishman Island was still there was only a 10% survival rate. Now there is no more, the survival rate is about. Going down is basically tantamount to death. Lawless zone, inside a tavern on 14th GR. Blackbeard and his gang ate and drank heartily. Suddenly, Navigator Lafitte ran in and said seriously, "There is some bad news, Captain Teach." "What's the matter? Is Marine Admiral here?" The only bad thing Blackbeard could think of was Admiral coming. Other than that, nothing could be called bad. No, there is a problem with the magnetic pointing of the Fishman Island. Lafitte placed the record pointer he had snatched on the table. All the prisoners looked over. What's the problem? The white end, isn't it pointing down? The Fishman Island is down there. Idiot, look carefully. The red end is where the magnetic force points. Ah? Red pointing slantingly at the sky? The Fishman Island is in the sky? A group of people were stunned. Blackbeard said dumbfounded, "What's going on?" "I don't know yet. About 3 hours ago, all the record pointers pointing to the Fishman Island have undergone the same change," Lafitte said with a solemn expression. "Although it's a bit unbelievable, judging from the movement of the pointer, the Fishman Island has gone to the sky." "What should we do?" the sick ship doctor asked weakly. "What should I do? It's not just this problem. You can see that the pointer is still shaking left and right. This shows that the magnetic force of the Fishman Island is weakening, and the pointer is being captured by the magnetic force of other islands. If it is pushed back, the Fishman Island is moving away from us." As a navigator, Lafitte is very aware of the possibility of this change. If it continues to develop according to the current situation, probably tomorrow morning, the magnetic force of the pointer will change. "Without pointers, how do we go to New World?" Shiryu of the Rain frowned and said, "We can't break into the Red Harbor and take the road to the Holy Land Mariajoy. What's the difference between that and death?" "Thief, ha 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 ha. This is really a tricky situation." Blackbeard laughed. Without the magnetic direction of the Fishman Island, for pirates, the New World and the Sea of A Paradise are basically equivalent to Jedi Tiantung. The pirates of New World can't come back, and the Laren can't go. Wouldn't it be the means of the world government? Someone speculated, sink the Fishman Island? Is your head full of shit? The Fishman Island didn't disappear, it left its original place and moved away from us. Who the hell did something good? What a bastard. The person who can do this kind of thing. A thief, ha ha ha, that guy is the only one. Blackbeard suddenly thought of Luffy in the straw hat. One of the 3 fruit abilities is lion fruit. 4 Emperor's straw hats. Everyone was very angry. This bastard took the Fishman Island away, what should the others do? At this time, Bullet said coldly, climbing the red line directly is the same. That's the way. But, I have a better idea. Blackbeard grinned, revealing a row of broken teeth. The world government is still looking for a new Shichibukai. With our combat power, we can take the title of a Shichibukai, go through the government channel. The New World after Whitebeard's death was extremely chaotic, and the world government urgently needed new combat power. Such opportunities don't come often. Seeing this, Lafitte pondered. Then let me go to Marineford. I don't know if that place has been repaired now. Dressrosa. Bullfighting arena. This place has been completely controlled by the Don Quixote family. Even if Doflamingo loses the throne of the king, the arena is still his property. And under the arena is his toy factory. Heh 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 heh. It's really thanks to you, Joker. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. Guy, who had regained his freedom, drank red wine in a happy mood. Doflamingo is not looking very well. There is no free lunch in the world. I am very disappointed in you. Guy saw M current. Hand over all the manufacturing technology of $AD. Hey hey hey. Dover is right. In case you provoke some enemies that you can't provoke next time, it's better to leave the technology to us for safekeeping. Torabol gave a strange laugh. He has only one arm left. I didn't provoke him. Guy was so angry that he just abducted a few children. What's wrong? It is only natural that the strong dominate the weak. Straw hats are nosy. Fooferfer, it's meaningless for you to say that. For you, I lost 2 capable subordinates. I also lost the position of king. Doflamingo sneered. The factory has to find time to move out, a lot of troubles, the root of which is it's up to you, Gaisa. Faced with this threat, Guy shed a cold sweat. I see, I will give you the manufacturing technology of sad. Night. The Fishman Island is still a happy atmosphere. Both the Sunny and the Merry are in port on the Fishman Island. Naturally, the Straw Hat crew will not stay on the boat, they are free to move around the island and participate in grand banquets. Nami and the others went to the plaza with Shirahoshi, where everything is free now and it is very lively. As for granulated sugar, in view of the ability of this little girl, Vivi personally brought her by her side and was responsible for supervising her. Golden Week is happy to have a child of the same age. She handed Granu a favorite lollipop, for you. Want to make friends? Granos, whose mental age is 20 years old, accepted the other party's gift with a blank face, and then handed the other party the basket of grapes. Taste mine too. Since they were all sent to the Straw Hats, she could only try her best to make friends with everyone. As a hostage, her status is the lowest. The women had fun at the banquet. On the other side, the hot spring hotel. The men take a comfortable bath. The Fishman Island actually has a place like a hot spring hotel, yo ho 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 ho. It's unbelievable. Brooke, who was stripped very naked, was holding a glass of milk and drank it. Really explicit. Except for the explosive head, there are only bones left in the whole body. After drinking, his skull face became radiant. Luffy soaked in the spring water, sighed. It's a pity that there is no massage service for mermaids. Puff. Sanji squirted out nosebleeds and quickly covered them. Chopper yelled. Stop it. Luffy. Don't say it. Sanji. Don't you dream about it either. What doesn't exist is what doesn't exist. Fantasy is not reality. Zoro changed the pool in disgust, and came to Luffy's side. Lustful Kappa. The hot spring pool is full of your nosebleeds, is it disgusting? Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed, and joked. Sanji, we are going to Wano-kuni in the future. I heard that the girls there are very good. Puff. Sanji's blood sprayed even more, turning into a shark's mouth. Luffy, you really didn't kill me. Don't worry, nosebleeds won't kill you. If you bleed too much, just ask someone to transfuse you with some blood. There are 5 million people in the Fishman Island, and there are so many people with the same blood type. Usopp got out of the pool, and when he opened his eyes, he was startled when he saw the blood red. Who is constipated? Frankie laughed and said, Sanji's nosebleed. Sanji, you are not a virgin, are you? Lies don't hurt. Hold a knife. This knife not only cut Sanji, but also injured innocent people. Usopp, Chopper, Brooke, all 3 were surprised. Brooke, who was dead with only bones left, is still a virgin. Everyone was shocked and cast sympathetic eyes. Sanji suddenly felt much better. Suddenly found that Zoro was enjoying the hot spring comfortably, and suddenly showed an incredible expression. Green algae head, you are too. Don't deny it. Women will only affect my cultivation, Zoro expressed ruthlessly. Everyone looked at each other, and then looked at Luffy in unison. Turns out only Luffy and Frankie weren't. Come on, go take a bath with the 2 of them, you will only be traumatized. Sanji left in a daze and abducted the others as well. In a blink of an eye, there were only Luffy, Zoro, and Frankie left. What's so good about women? Is everyone in heat? Zoro shook his head speechlessly. Ha 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 ha, indeed. Luffy nodded approvingly. You don't have the face to say that. Frankie's mouth twitched. I can't soak it for too long, it will be bad if it gets rusty. The banquet outside is very lively, Luffy, you 2 should come early too. He also left. Zoro closed his eyes and meditated, saying. Luffy, the next step is to move the Fishman Island to the sea area on Alicia's side? Looking for an elephant on the way. Luffy leaned against Wang Shi, looked up at the starry sky. Actually, I looked for it before, but I couldn't find it. When flying back and forth in New World before, He also wanted to look for it, but he couldn't find it, and got lost instead. Elephant. A very large elephant with a country on its back called Zo. There is a second road sign in the historical text. Luffy explained. When you get that piece, go to Kaido, get the third piece, then find a way to find the fourth piece, and when you find it all, we can find the last island. Hearing this, Zoro grinned and said, it will be soon. When you become the One Piece, I will challenge Hawkeye. You can't beat it now, it's close. Luffy shook his head. With only Haki, no swordsmanship, hit Hawkeye with the head. In the original story, Zoro worshipped Hawkeye as his teacher, bowed his head to Hawkeye, and his swordsmanship improved by leaps and bounds in just 2 years. As for the current Zoro, only Haki is very strong, even capable of tyrants, but his sword skills are far worse than those 2 years later in the original story. Let me find you a teacher. Although Rayleigh can't teach Haki, it shouldn't be a problem to teach you swordsmanship. Rayleigh is in Elegia. Rayleigh used to be Roger's second in command, the great swordsman, to teach you how to fit. Really? Thanks, Luffy. Zoro grinned and thanked, took off the bath towel on his head, got up and said, I'm going to practice, you can enjoy it slowly. After soaking in the hot springs and going to practice, aren't you soaking in vain? Luffy couldn't help but slander from the bottom of his heart, shook his head, and didn't bother to care about him. Leaning in the hot spring pool alone, quietly admiring the starry sky above. I don't know how long it took, and the knowledge color sensed someone's breath. Lord Luffy. Monet walked in wearing a bath towel. You must be very tired carrying an island, right? I'm here to give you a massage. Seeing this, Luffy raised his eyebrows. Is it Doflamingo's order? As soon as he arrived, he couldn't wait to attack him. At this, Luffy smiled disdainfully from the bottom of his heart. A mere woman still wants to take advantage of him. What kind of dream is Doflamingo doing? Come here, move yourself. If you don't eat the meat delivered to your door, you won't eat it for nothing. Soon, a piece of wonderful music sounded in the hot spring pool. The originally clear spring water also showed a ray of blood red. 2 days later, the Fishman Island slowly flew in the direction of Elegia. Banquets are still being held on the island, and it is estimated that they will not stop for a week. The island flew over the Todo Land Sea area of AAAA Big Mom without attracting any attention. Now, about 30 kilometers away in front of the Fishman Island, thick fog filled the sea. An extremely huge giant elephant is walking in the sea. Joey boy. Drums of liberation. The giant elephant soars into the sky, only the part above the water surface is thousands of meters high. On its back, there is another country. But for the call of the giant elephant, people in the country can't hear it at all. At this time, the sea area near the giant elephant. The sea land of Germa Kingdom is moving slowly. Reiju. What are you doing here? In a corridor of the castle, a woman with pink mid-length hair stood by the window, staring at the thick fog in the distance. Princess of Germa Kingdom, eldest daughter of Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Reiju. Behind him, a man with fiery red hair was walking towards him. The eldest son of the Germa Kingdom, the eldest son of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke IG. We have been in the New World for a while, and we want to find Sanji, but is it meaningful to search aimlessly? And, even if we find it, so what? Reiju opened his mouth lightly, then narrowed his eyes suddenly. IG, is there something in the thick fog? Did you hear the cry? Scream? Yiji has no expression on his face. As an excellent genetically modified person, he has no extra emotions other than fighting. Scream. A very long cry. Heard it. The two siblings stood by the window, staring at the thick fog. The huge black shadow gradually became clear. Reiju opened his mouth wide in shock, but IG didn't show any expression, and immediately took out his combat uniform. What are you going to do? Reiju hurriedly stopped his brother. Kill it. If you don't kill it, you will hit it. Yiji put on his battle uniform, and with a whoosh, he flew towards the loud noise. Reiju stared blankly at this idiot brother, completely speechless. It's like an ant wanting to challenge an elephant. The other side. The Fishman Island, Dragon Palace City. Luffy clutched his forehead, a voice kept ringing in his head. What's the matter? Luffy. Vivi asked with concern. Did you hear anything? What? Luffy frowned slightly, and immediately left Dragon Palace City, flying towards the direction of the sound. Below the Fishman Island, in a thick fog, an island can be vaguely seen. No, the universe of the Seven Song Dynasty. And the shaggy principality above the mammoth. Zo? He froze for a moment, and immediately entered the graphics card mode. The sound of the drum of liberation resounded. The next moment, the giant elephant across the sea was shocked and let out a high-pitched cry. Joey boy. I can hear you. The drums of liberation. Joey boy. The cry of the giant elephant was long and deep. In Luffy's mind, he heard its voice again. Finally waiting for your birth. Soldier of liberation. Joey boy. Luffy just felt noisy. Stop screaming, it hurts my head. Immediately, a thought wave was sent out, directly talking to the giant elephant. After receiving the order, the giant elephant stopped howling for the first time. Suddenly, Luffy noticed a flaming red figure popping out from the left side of the giant elephant on the sea surface filled with thick fog. It was a man wearing a red combat tights with a white cloak marked 1. Vinsmoke IG rushed out of the thick fog like a beam of fire and punched the elephant's leg. Sparks revolving. His fist unleashed intense flames, leaving a scorched black mark on the side of the elephant's foreleg. Although his killing ability is good, his huge size makes his attack look like a child's play. The giant elephant seemed to be bitten by a mosquito. Feeling the scorching pain, the giant elephant didn't howl, and Joey boy told him to stop barking, and it stopped barking. It didn't fight back either. Vinsmoke IG had no expression on his face, he waved his fist again, and the flames flashed. The moment when the fist fell again, snapped. A figure came to his side in the blink of an eye and grabbed his wrist. Vinsmoke IG paused, and looked at him coldly. Straw Hata AAA, Luffy squeezed the other's wrist and grinned. This elephant is my friend, what are you going to do to it? Vinsmoke's spark red. The fiery red battlesuit, and the curly eyebrows that are almost the same style as Sanji. With such a unique shape, it is instantly recognizable. Vinsmoke IG wanted to withdraw his hand, but the opponent's strength was unbelievable. IG. Stop. Suddenly, another person flew in the thick fog. Luffy looked sideways. A woman also wearing a combat uniform, with the number A written on her thighs under a pink miniskirt that exposed her chest and navel. She has a butterfly wing cape and white and pink boots. Toxic powder, Vinsmoke Reiju. Sanji's older sister. Luffy let go of Ichi's wrist. IG immediately stepped back and stood shoulder to shoulder with Reiju. Both of them have the ability to fly in the air in their battle suits. Vinsmoke, Reiju breathed a sigh of relief, and said, Monkey D. Luffy. Nice to meet you. How happy. Luffy raised an eyebrow. What is this nonsense? Reiju was stunned for a while. If you want to ask how happy you are, it is naturally very happy. I traveled thousands of miles from North Blue to New World just for the man I am. I didn't expect to meet in the vast sea. Then you are too happy. Attack this elephant casually, that is, it will not fight back, otherwise you are dead now. Sorry, this was a misunderstanding. We have a big boat and it's hard to avoid this elephant. Reiju quickly explained that the person in front of her was 4 emperors, and she didn't want to cause unnecessary hostility. My name is Vinsmoke Reiju, and he is my younger brother, Vinsmoke Reiju. In the words, behind her, the kingdom of Germa, a sea country spliced AA by dozens of ships, is slowly emerging from the thick fog. I know you guys, Sanji's sister and brother. No, the sister is real, and the brother probably doesn't recognize him anymore. Luffy raised his right hand and swung it down lightly. The next moment, the Fishman Island descended from the sky. Reiju and IG raised their heads together, and Reiju opened his mouth in astonishment, seeing a magnificent floating sky island. A floating platform floated from the island, and there were still many people standing on the platform. Luffy, is this the giant elephant you're looking for? It's too big, Zoro said coolly. Luffy called back, Sanji, your sister is here. Huh? Sanji's sister? Chopper said in surprise, lying on Usopp's head. Hearing the word, sister, suddenly, Sanji's expression changed. Afterwards, he saw Reiju and IG in combat uniforms, and his expression sank immediately. Memories of my childhood suddenly came to my mind. I don't know them. Sanji lit a cigarette and said lightly. Sanji. At this time, Vinsmoke Judge walked over with a stern expression in front of the castle of Germa Kingdom. Behind him, there are 2 other princes, Vinsmoke Niji, Vinsmoke Yuji. One is Sanji's older brother and the other is his younger brother. Seeing this, Luffy punched his side and said. Since Sanji says he doesn't know each other, then you guys should get out. Boom. The atmosphere cracked, and a huge wave suddenly rose in the sea, slapping towards Germa's boat. The rising sea pushed their country away, and in a blink of an eye, it disappeared into the mist. As soon as Yi moved, he immediately returned to the kingdom and ran to block the waves. Sanji. Reiju glanced at his younger brother from afar, and said with a slight smile, seeing that you are doing well, I am also relieved. With a whoosh, she also turned and left. Everyone looked at Sanji in unison. Frankie said in surprise. That's Germa 66, the legendary army of evil, a famous North Blue family. Sanji, are you from Germa? Horse comic strip story. Seeing that everyone was very curious, Sanji puffed out a smoke ring and had no choice but to explain. It's in the past, I don't have anything to do with them now. Forget about the older sister Reiju, he has no affection for that father, 2 older brothers and 1 younger brother. Isn't your sister nice to you? Luffy teased. It's rare to come from North Blue to see you. Why don't you go see her? Hearing this, Sanji's face twitched. Luffy, you must not play a role on her. He is also a lustful man, he understands it too well. He didn't want to call Luffy brother-in-law. Ha 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 ha. Who do you think I am? Luffy couldn't help laughing, and said, let's go. Let's go to the back of this giant elephant, there is a country there. He manipulated the floating platform and headed towards the back of the giant elephant. Germa's appearance was just an episode, since Sanji didn't really want to talk about it, no one asked. This elephant is really big and incredible, there are such big monsters in the world. It is said that he has lived for thousands of years. I just kept calling Joey Boy, and it gave me a headache. Luffy shook his head helplessly. Huh? Can you talk? Brook opened his mouth wide in shock. Usopp hurriedly asked, Chopper, what is it talking about? I don't understand. Chopper blinked blankly and said, Luffy, can you understand me? Can. Hearing this, Chopper was hit hard. It has always been a special ability to talk to animals as an interpreter, but now it can't even hear what an elephant says. Ha ha ha. Similar to Sea Kings, Shirahoshi can communicate with Sea Kings, you can't. Luffy laughed. Thinking of this, Chopper immediately felt much better. Yeah, this giant elephant must also be glued. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. Chopper is really easy to cheat. Usopp asked. What the hell is going on with this elephant, Luffy? In atonement, someone told him to keep walking in this sea area, and he was not allowed to stop. Why? I don't know. Luffy shook his head. It said it heard the drum of liberation a long time ago and has been looking for me. Maybe it's summit wartime? Can the sound of the drum of liberation carry so far? Or, is it the Fishman Island? On this issue, he also tried to ask the Elephant Master. There is no way to communicate with nonsense like the Lord will only repeat the atonement. But will obey his orders. Say no to barking, stop barking, and now I am walking very quietly. Don't worry about it. Let's go up to find the Redstone first. By the way, where is Robin? Luffy didn't see Robin. At this time, there seemed to be pink petals flying around, and Robin's clone suddenly appeared. Ah, Luffy, looking for me? Everyone was startled. Kingdom of Germa. Vinsmoke Judge and others worked together to finally break through the continuous waves and protect the castles behind them. Yangtze said unhappily, that Straw Hat. Will you give us a blow as soon as we meet? Reiju sighed, we were the ones who attacked the giant elephant first, and that giant elephant seemed to be his friend. Just a warning that we were doing it for Sanji's sake. HMPH, IG, you did a good job. Judge looked unhappy, and said in a cold voice, you 3 go back, Reiju, you stay. Yiji, Niji, and Yangtze completely obeyed their father's orders and immediately turned back to the castle. Reiju looked at his father, probably knowing what the other party was going to say. Treating Sanji like that when I was a child, it's only natural that I would be hated. Reiju, you had a good relationship with Sanji when you were young, you go to invite Straw Hat Crew to be a guest, and you will never allow failure, understand? Judge ordered in a deep voice. Yes. Reiju, unable to resist, could only nod in agreement. But there is still some helplessness in my heart. His father devoted himself to rebuilding the glory of the Germa Empire and almost abandoned everything. Is it really worth it? Go, I will follow this giant elephant from afar. Understood. Reiju jumped up immediately and headed towards the elephant owner again. Thick fog still hangs over the sea. The Straw Hats finally came to the back of the elephant. Not all come. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, Frankie, Brook, and Robin. As for the others, they are still happily attending the banquet at the Fishman Island. Under the leadership of Luffy, everyone walked forward for a certain distance. Soon an ancient city was seen. The city gate is closed tightly, and there are arrow tower-like things on both sides. After they approached, there were a few swishing sounds, and the rain of arrows poured towards everyone like a rain curtain. We're not welcome. Zoro slashed out. One sword style 36 annoying phoenixes. Sword chi tore through the rain of arrows. Sanji also kicked a tempest kick immediately, blocking all attacks. There's no need to attack us like this as soon as we meet, right? Usopp was taken aback, and took out his slingshot. Luffy, do you want to fight back? Everyone put on a posture. Robin took a step back and stood behind Luffy. Be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly, a vigorous figure came from the nearby forest. The movement was extremely agile, and he jumped behind everyone's heads, and slapped it down with a paw, accompanied by crackling lightning. Antler enhancement. Chopper jumped up from above Usopp's head, a pair of antlers blinking and lengthening. At the same time, the hardening of the armed color was applied, and it became extremely black. Boom. The claws and antlers collided in the air, and in an instant, lightning flashed everywhere. Wait, Rulo. On the distant city wall, someone shouted. Only then did everyone see clearly that the person who attacked them was a rabbit? Zoro was stunned for a moment. Chopper, like you, did you also eat the human fruit? Are you an idiot? The same devil fruit doesn't exist in the world. Sanji couldn't help complaining. It's the fur tribe. It's the same race as the bear from Team 4, Beige. At this time, Robin looked up at Garrett. The next moment, 4 arms grew from behind Geralt, locking her from behind, and the joints were firmly controlled. With a plop, the little rabbit fell from the air. It hurts. Her head hit the ground, with a big swelling, and her eyes were already lit with mosquito coils. Luffy chuckled and said, "Let her go, Robin." Bound Garrett's arm, and immediately turned into a cost doctor. "Who are you?" Garrett, who was only 13 years old, got up from the ground, did a few backflips, and quickly opened up the distance. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. There is a subtle sense of going back in time. Usopp touched his chin and said, "Luffy, she doesn't know us." Of the 4 emperors, those who don't know are different. At this time, several figures jumped down from the top of the city wall and came to Geralt's side. These people are clearly divided into 2 groups. Standing on the left are 3 people, dressed very similarly, all wearing hats, a purple cloak, and western swords around their waists. Musketeers, 3 gunners. As for the people on the right, the leader has the face of a leopard, a brown nose, yellow fur on his body, and long wavy blonde hair. The leopard man took a step forward. "Pedro," Gallet said solemnly, "be careful, they are so strong." The leopard man named Pedro glanced at everyone, and finally stopped on Luffy. "That straw hat is the same as Roger's," he said. "Outsiders, what are you here for?" "This is the Furry Principality, and I am the leader of the knights here, Pedro." After a pause, he said with a grim expression, "Is it because of you guys that Shangzu's anomaly just now?" Hearing this, everyone in the straw hats looked at Luffy. Wearing a straw hat, Luffy also took 2 steps towards the other party, grinning. "Fur people, your emperor is back. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the sun god of this generation." "Fur tribe? Emperor?" After hearing Luffy's words, not only Pedro and others, but also Straw Hat Crew's own faces were full of doubts. "What are you doing with such a serious expression? You really have no sense of humor." Luffy smiled and said, "Although it was just a joke, it is not wrong in a sense. Ladies and gentlemen, your country is built on the back of this giant elephant under your feet, and I, probably the only one who can order his people." "Can you command the elephant master?" Pedro said incredulously. "Their fur tribe has lived here for thousands of years, not to mention the too long history, at least for hundreds of years, he has never heard of anyone who can command the elephant master. Not to mention orders, not even communication. Don't believe me." Luffy smiled slightly. "The abnormality of the elephant just now is because of your arrival. It has never howled like this before." Pedro looked dignified. "Master Shang, let's have some show." Luffy yelled to his feet. At the same time, Nianbo was also passed on to Tien Ku. Then, everyone felt a slight vibration from their feet, and the elephant master took a mouthful of seawater and swung his nose to his back. Clatter, like a downpour, a large piece of seawater fell in the direction of everyone. "Pedro, this man can really command the elephant lord," Garrett said with wide-eyed eyes. "It's unbelievable. The main water spray time is very fixed every month. The last time was half a month ago." The person who spoke was tall and slender, with a protruding front and back, a yellow fur dog on the head, and a sword on his back. A female fur tribe named Wanda. Luffy flicked one arm, shaking the atmosphere. The power of shock fruit instantly split the seawater above his head, and finally fell to the forest. Then, a rainbow appeared in the sky. Everyone in the fur tribe was stunned by this scene. "Would you like to do another show? Let the elephant dance, for example?" Garrett quickly waved his hand. Don't. If the elephant moves around at will, it will be a big earthquake for our country. It doesn't matter if it just sprays a little seawater up. The furry principality usually relies on such behaviors as the Lord to get rainwater. But dancing is bad." Pedro took a deep breath and said, "Your Excellency Luffy, are you pirates? What is the purpose of coming to this country?" "Hey, you really don't know Luffy." Usopp couldn't help but said, Luffy's face has been in the news every few days, and now he is known as the King of Pirates with Kaido, Big Mom, and red hair. Man. It's too strange not to know. News? Wanda shook her head and said, newsbirds don't come to our place, sometimes pirates break in, and we all get information about the outside world from pirates. Pedro nodded, using a respectful tone. 4 emperors. What a faux pas. What happened to the previous Whitebeard? I left 3 years ago and the current Shankshan is still Whitebeard. Whitebeard is dead, not so long ago in the Summit War with Naval Headquarters. Robin kindly explained to the group. Hearing this, the other fur tribes didn't respond, but Pedro's pupils shrank suddenly. Whitebeard. Is the big pirate dead? Do Duke Inuarashi and Boss Mamushi know this news? Thinking of this, Pedro immediately asked everyone to put down their weapons, saying, Your Excellency Luffy, please come with me, I will take you to see Duke Inuarashi first. Saying so, he turned around and walked to the city gate, waving his hand. Soon, the huge iron door slowly opened. Luffy wears a straw hat and everyone follows each other into the furry principality. Usopp finds that Chopper doesn't look right. It seems to be the same as Sanji, staring at Wanda lovingly. Ah, is Chopper in heat too? He couldn't help laughing. Wanda also seemed to have noticed this unusual sight, turned around and saw Chopper, immediately narrowed her eyes and gave a response with a smile. Chopper petrified. Sanji quickly picked him up. Cheer up, Chopper. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled. Even if a man is Chopper, he will become like this. Maybe Zoro will also. If Zoro becomes like this, it's hard to imagine. Robin thought with interest and glanced at Luffy for a while. Luffy, absolutely not. The others are just innocent little boys, but Luffy is a big pervert in human skin. A group of people crossed the Iron Gate and entered the country. A forest can be seen from a distance, and in the center of the forest, there is a very huge tree. Just like a whale. Luffy looked up, and in the belly of the whale was the hidden place of the second signpost history text. It didn't take long for the crowd to meet the king here, Duke Inuarashi, led by Pedro. Inulan, as you can tell from the name, is from the fur family. It has the appearance characteristics of canine animals, the body hair is mainly brown, and there is a fluffy tail. He was dressed in dark blue European Duke-style clothing, a wine-red cape, a long sword on his waist, and a pair of blue sunglasses. When I saw Luffy, my expression turned. The memorable straw hat. An outsider. Is the abnormal behavior of the Elephant Master all because of you? This is the first time I have seen someone who can order the Elephant Master. Inulan didn't show any hostility, but his attitude was very gentle. Robin asked, Are you the king here? The king. There are 2 people. Duke Inuarashi is the king of the day who is in charge of the day, and the other is the king of the night who is in charge of the night, the boss of the Cat Viper. Pedro explained. Hearing this, Straw Hat crew looked at each other in blank dismay. Luffy said with a smile, Inuarashi, Cat Mamushi, you used to be the ship of One Piece gainer D. Roger, right? Exactly. These 2 kings, originally Whitebeard's crew, followed Kazuki Oden aboard Whitebeard's ship. Later, Roger asked Whitebeard to borrow Kazuki Oden, and the 2 of them followed Roger's boat. How do you know? Inulan was stunned. This straw hat was given to me by Shanks. I'm now following the path that Roger once walked, collecting 4 pieces of red historical texts, and I heard that one is here with you. Put the background first. Inulan suddenly said, Shanks, it's really nostalgic. Your Excellency Luffy, do you want the rubbings of the Redstone? Inconvenient. Inulan shook his head and said, I have no reason to stop you. Just rubbing the words on it, it doesn't matter how much rubbing you want. Just don't take that stone away. It's an important thing that our fur tribe protects. After a pause, he said again, Come with me, I will take you to find the red stone. Seeing this, everyone in the straw hat shook their heads. It's so easy to have a relationship and a background. If other people come here to ask for rubbings, I am afraid they can only use violence. Soon, under the leadership of Inulan, everyone came to the inside of the huge whale tree. After entering through a hidden door, a piece of red history text appeared in front of everyone. That's it. Inulan showed it generously. Robin took a few steps forward, staring at the ancient writing on it without blinking. After that, Usopp took out the tool and made a rubbing copy of the second redstone. That coat of arms. Suddenly, Robin pointed to the coat of arms engraved on the wall above the red stone. What is that? That is the stonemason family, the coat of arms of the Kazuki family, and the person who carved these historical texts, Inuarashi replied. Robin observes the Kazuki crest, divided into 4 parts. The divine bird in the center, the sun emblem on the abdomen of the divine bird, the orange wheel on the outer circle, and 4 whale tails on the upper left, lower right, and lower right. As a family emblem, it contains a lot of information. But Robin can't read it now. She couldn't help but look at the almighty Luffy. It probably came from Uda. Now Robo can also call Luffy Almighty Luffy. At this, Luffy rolled his eyes. Don't take me for Doraemon. I don't know either. He shook his head and said to Inulan, who was punishing the elephant hand. Let it walk in the sea to atone for its sins. Inulan shook his head blankly. The history of their fur clan was cut off once, and they knew almost nothing about what happened 800 years ago. Didn't get an answer, and Luffy didn't bother to ask any more. After rubbing the second red stone, everyone left. Go back to the original Iron Gate. Luffy thanked Inulan. Thank you. Regarding the elephant owner, I may need its help in the future. I will order it to follow me back to the Sun Sea. Don't worry, it won't affect your country. Inuarashi didn't have any resistance to this. It's no use resisting. The other party can directly order the elephant master. What should he do? Saying goodbye to the fur people, Luffy took the Straw Hat crew floating platform. Luffy, what are you going to do like the Lord? Robin asked curiously. Just tell them in advance, not necessarily what will happen. Just as they were talking, when they arrived at the floating platform, Vinsmoke Reiju was already waiting here. When Sanji saw his sister, his expression was a little melancholy. Frankie snorted and said, didn't you just let you go? Why are you here? Reiju smiled slightly. Instead of talking to Sanji, he looked at Luffy. Mr. Luffy, on behalf of the Kingdom of Germa, I invite you to be our guests. If you invite me, I can have a drink. I'm not interested in your father's invitation. Luffy chuckled. Sanji's brow twitched violently, and he said just now that he would not make a move. Luffy, bastard, does he really want to be his brother-in-law? Luffy, it won't do anything good for that man to invite you. He sighed, that man only wants to get something from you, don't worry about me. I've been with them for a long time. Up. Reiju glanced at Sanji, didn't say anything, just waited for Luffy's reply. In her heart, she hoped that the Straw Hat would refuse. Since she had already left this or that house, there was no need for Sanji to get involved. Luffy glanced at Sanji, your father came all the way to give you cheats. It's endless if you don't go to the banquet, Sanji, you come together. Agreed for any reason. The plug-in still needs to be taken. As for Judge's purpose of looking for him, he can probably guess some of it. That man's dream is to restore the glory of the former Germa Empire. For this reason, I don't care if my wife dies. He did not hesitate to turn his children into genetic warriors. No matter what the price, Judge won't frown. Aside from the harsh means used to achieve his goals, Judge has very firm goals and ideals. There is nothing wrong with seeing each other. Which one of you still wants to go? Let's ask for now. In the end, only Usopp, Chopper, and Frankie wanted to go together. Luffy, I'm going back first. Brook, Zoro, you brought the rubbings back safely. Leaving a sentence, Robin's avatar turned into petals and disappeared. King's Castle in the Kingdom of Germa. Led by Reiju, Luffy brought Sanji and others to the magnificent banquet hall. The maids have already served food and wine early. After everyone was seated, Judge led the three princes and warmly entertained everyone. After eating a little more politely, Luffy got up and said, I'll walk around first. Lord Luffy, let me show you around this country. Judge followed up understandingly. Reiju, treat your distinguished guests well. From the beginning to the end, he never said a word to Sanji. Not even eye contact. In his eyes, Sanji is roughly equal to air. The two left the banquet hall one after another, and Luffy wandered all the way to the top platform of the castle. A chess piece stands on the platform, which is the national flag of Germa Kingdom. In this world, there are still very few countries that fly their national flags. No, to be precise, that is the flag of the Germa Empire. Hundreds of years ago, G conquered the entire North Blue's vast empire. But such an empire, under the blow of the world government, fell apart after only 66 days, which is also the origin of the name Germa 66. Afterwards, the Vinsmoke family was kicked out of their hometown and became a government in exile, floating on the sea all the time. It wasn't until the Vinsmoke Judge generation that it started to pick up again. Standing under the flag of the empire, Luffy held his hands behind his back, facing the sea breeze, and said slowly. Say it straight to the point, Judge, I don't know what you want to ask me for, but I know that one of your Germa's battle suits belongs to Sanji, so give it to him. Hearing this, Judge is not only not angry, but rather has a box in his heart. If there is a demand, there is the possibility of cooperation. He doesn't want much. If he pays for a set of combat uniforms, he can achieve his goal, which is simply a big profit. Lord Luffy, my son is under your care. His battle uniform has been kept and will be handed over to him later. Let your daughter be handed over to him. Luffy reminded calmly. Judge ran to Sanji, but Sanji would never accept it. But Reiju is different, Sanji still recognizes her sister. Understood. Judge agreed decisively, without even the slightest hesitation. After getting the answer, Luffy turned around and said calmly. Come on. What's your request? I want to borrow your pirate flag. Neither of them made any false attempts, and Judge immediately revealed his purpose. Do you want to fly my flag in this country? After thinking for a while, Luffy couldn't help laughing. Are you sure? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Judge said in a deep voice, you should know something about the Germa Kingdom, Sir Luffy. As long as the pirate flag of the Straw Hat is hung, few countries in North Blue dare to defy him. Based on this, they will eventually unify North Blue, the glory of the Shishia Germa Empire. The pirate flag of the Four Emperors has such a deterrent effect. Luffy was very clear about what he wanted to do. You don't seem to understand that my flag is different from one of the others. Luffy shook his head. What's the meaning? Judge frowned. In his opinion, the pirate flag of the Straw Hat is better than the pirate flag of people like Big Mom. Four Emperors Straw Hat, that is the man who dared to slaughter celestial dragons. This kind of behavior is equivalent to declaring war with the world government, and he is still alive and well, which shows that the world government has nothing to do with this person for a while. In today's era, the deterrent force of the Four Emperors Straw Hat is still lower than the other Four Emperors. This is also the reason why he chose to use Sanji's relationship to come to New World all the way. For another one, the flag cannot be lent to you. Luffy refuses. Just as the world government does not allow the emergence of the Germa Empire, he will not allow a single force to unify North Blue. The Germa Kingdom raised the Straw Hat flag, although it can be regarded as joining the Straw Hat fleet and becoming a force under its command. But it wasn't what he wanted to see, a war in North Blue. Judge's expression darkened. I didn't expect that I would be rejected when I took the initiative to ask to join. He didn't think about this happening at all. For a while, he couldn't think of any new demands. Luffy helped him think, and grinned. Your kingdom of Germa has excellent technology, leading 99% of the countries in the world. Among them, there are two things that are the most outstanding. First, the clone army. Second, genetically modified human technology. Lord Luffy, what exactly do you want to say? Judge uses honorifics, but the meaning is not respect, but a warning. Don't be nervous. I'm not interested in your technology, and I don't want to force you to hand it over. Luffy shook his head. He wants the power of technology, and instead of looking for Judge, he might as well go straight to Vegapunk. As far as I know, your clone army, the mother of all clones, is the same man. That's right. How about I send you a copy of the genes of the Four Emperors Kaido? Judge was shocked all over, showing an expression of disbelief. If Kaido's genes can be used to clone, what kind of powerful battle will be cast? You don't know yet, do you? World government has a Seraph project, which clones Shichibukai, and it should be completed soon. Luffy thought for a while, and added, by the way, I need some Lunaria genes. I can give you both. Hearing this, Judge was stupid. He just paid for a combat uniform, and it was still given to his son. Although that son may not recognize him, he still recognizes this son. Can such a sacrifice be exchanged for such a significant return? Judge had to guess Luffy's purpose with malice. Eyeing Germa's technology. Even if this is the case, there is no need to spend so much trouble, it is really unnecessary to throw such a bait. He couldn't figure it out. Tianjian asked directly. I am terrified of your gift. I didn't say I'd give it to you now, and I don't have any in my hands right now. Said for a long time to draw a big cake for him? Judge's mouth twitched. Ha 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 ha, you don't need to put on such an ugly expression, what I say will come naturally. Four Emperors Kaido, I can give you the genes of the Lunaria family. The condition is. Please say backquota, Supreme Command. The banquet in the castle continued. Usopp, Chopper, Frankie ate and drank without any hesitation. I'll leave for a little while. Sanji didn't want to see the faces of his elder brothers and younger brothers, so he got up and left the banquet hall without touching each other. Although it's been a decade since I left this place, not much has changed. He wandered around the castle at random and eventually came to a sick room. Back then, my mother died here. Walking into the ward, everything here is clean and tidy, and it seems to be cleaned frequently. Sanji went to the bedside table and picked up a picture frame. The woman in the photo frame is very young, with a warm smile on her face forever. Vin Smoke Sola. The appearance is 70% similar to Reiju, but the hair is blonde, and the eyebrows are not curly. Sanji sat by the window, staring at the photo frame in a daze. This sitting is more than half an hour. Suddenly, the door of the ward was pushed open, and a maid came in. His Royal Highness Sanji. The maid was taken aback and quickly bowed her head to salute. All this time, you have been helping to clean this place? Yes. It's His Majesty Judge's order. The maid nodded. Sanji had an expression of disbelief. That man would make someone do such a thing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In order to create the 5 siblings, the pregnant mother was operated on. The already weak mother also became weaker due to the operation and eventually died. It's all the man's fault. As for what happened when he was a child, being bullied by other brothers, he didn't care anymore. That was all in the past, and the 3 Yiji, who had perfectly become genetic warriors, completely lost their human feelings. Reiju is a semi-finished product, because it is the first child, the original technology is not yet mature, so it has become a semi-finished product. And he is a failure, without the power of other brothers and sisters, but retains human emotions. For this, he sympathized with those brothers. What really made him unable to let go was the death of his mother. It's true. The maid whispered. Sanji didn't want to hear it at all. Suddenly, Judge's voice came from outside the door. Sanji, my son, you are indeed here. Why? The door opened, and Judge's tall figure appeared at the door. He glanced at the maid and said, I'll clean it later. Yes. The maid hurried away. Sanji clicked his tongue. I am not your son, you are not my father, even if there is such a father, that person is not you. Your captain and several other companions have left. Judge said with a blank face, took out a pitch black cylinder from his chest, threw it to Sanji, and said, if you want to leave, beat me, otherwise, you can just stay here. Luffy's request is to let Reiju give the battlesuit to Sanji. But Judge also has pride, and he wants to hand it over. What did you say? Sanji's complexion changed. That bastard Luffy ran away first and left him here? Looking down at the pitch black cylinder in his hand, he knew this kind of thing, similar to Reiju's, and it was the crystallization of Germa's technology. The number above is 3. Men speak with their fists. Our Vinsmoke family has always been like this, using force to plunder what we want. While talking, Judge turned and walked outside the castle. Sanji is very angry. Does he need this battlesuit? Stop looking down on people. The father and son ran to the square in front of the castle, and they fought on the spot without saying a word of nonsense. After that, Reiju and IG came to watch the battle. Haha, Sanji is an idiot. The green-haired Yangzi laughed and said, I will definitely be beaten up, reminds me of my childhood. That's how it should be. But what happened after that shocked everyone. Sanji beat Judge up. Judge's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he let out a bad breath. He threw the combat uniform in front of Judge and said disdainfully, I don't need this kind of thing. Don't come to me again. After speaking, he turned into a pink dragon and headed towards the Fishman Island in the sky in a blink of an eye. His Majesty. Until then, the medical personnel quickly ran over. Judge straightened up, raised his hand and said, I'm fine. Although he was beaten up, he didn't show any anger, on the contrary, his expression was very calm. He picked up Sanji's battlesuit, threw it at Reiju, and said, send it to him. Don't come back for now, stay with the Straw Hat, and contact me when the time is right. The time is right? Reiju didn't understand. When the time comes, you will naturally know. Judge didn't explain, and dragged his bruised body back to the castle. Seeing this, Reiju heaved a long sigh, put on his combat uniform immediately, and flew towards the sky of the Fishman Island. The Fishman Island, square. The banquet has developed to the present, and has become Uta's personal concert. UTA, 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 whether it is a mermaid or a murloc, everyone cheered Uta's name from the audience. Dessert shop not far away. Nami held her chin and said with a smile, it's a big star, even more popular than Princess Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi and others were in the best audience, and they were also applauding from the audience. Luffy sat across from Nami, put his head in his hands and said, aren't you going to sing a song? Stupid, how dare I? Nami rolled his eyes at him. Although she can sing, she is of course far inferior to a professional singer like Uta. Have you got anything? She asked. Robin nodded and said, I have already got it, 4 redstones, half of them have been found now, it's not as troublesome as I imagined. That's because of Luffy, Nuo Kagao thought in her heart. At this time, Sanji ran over angrily. Luffy, you bastard, you left me alone in that kind of place. Yo, Sanji. Luffy said hello. Have you had a fight with your dad? How are you feeling? Sanji was taken aback. How do you know? Guess. Luffy smiled, and looked up not far away. Reiju also ran over, and she lightly landed beside everyone. Sanji, you forgot this. Reiju. I said, I don't need this kind of thing. Sanji frowned, but was still forced by her sister. Reiju turned his head slightly and looked around Luffy, there are so many beautiful women. I will disturb you for a while, Captain Straw Hat. Judge asked you to come. Yes. What do you mean the time is right? Reiju asked concerned. The time is ripe, that is, the time is ripe, in short, when the time is ripe, you will know. Luffy laughed. Reiju was speechless. Make her happy? She wasn't happy at all, and it didn't feel right to be kept in the dark. What's going on, Luffy? Nami asked suspiciously. My deal with her dad gave Sanji's battlesuit to Sanji, and I gave him Kaido's gene, and now I don't have it. Later, I will go to Wano Kuni to ask Kaido to borrow 10 points. Luffy explained casually. Of course, the transaction between the two is not limited to this, in fact it is more complicated. A group of people continued to go in the direction of Elegia. The Fishman Island, Shangzu, Straw Hat Crew, and now there is another Vinsmoke Reiju. Fortunately, it flew through the air, although the speed was slow, it was much faster than the ship. Another 2 days. The news released by Morgan's World Classic once again caused a sensation all over the world. The Newsbird group sprinkled newspapers all over the world. The Fishman Island was also visited by newsbirds. Perhaps there happened to be a branch of Shijing nearby, and hundreds of newsbirds ran into it head-on. Nami knocked down one with Thunderbolt and successfully got the news. The above content surprised everyone. Even Luffy was slightly taken aback by the content of the news. New 7 Warlords of the Sea. First, Captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. As a group of pirates who robbed the prison in the Summit War, the Blackbeard group has absorbed many prisoners, and even the former warden Shiryu joined in. Today, it is already a force that cannot be ignored on the sea. Of course, the news is that the world government recruited these pirates and prisoners. The second place, the captain of the Buggy Pirates, the clown Buggy. Buggy also absorbed a large number of escaped prisoners. The news even said that he and 4 emperors Shanks were brothers. As a former crew member of One Piece, Buggy became a hot topic in the news. Third place, Edward Wable. Self-proclaimed Whitebeard, the news praised him for possessing the power of Whitebeard in his youth. In the past period of time, the pirate group that defeated several Whitebeard regiments is now recruited by the government and has become a new generation of Shichibukai. In addition to the 3 newcomers, there are also 4 old people. One Piece, Boa Hancock. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. High Doflamingo. And, Bartholomew Kuma, who completely lost his self-awareness and became a human being, Bartholomew Kuma. The candidates for Shichibukai have been replenished so quickly? Yeah, pretty fast. Luffy nodded. In the original story, it was delayed for a year, but now it is only over a month. However, compared to the second news, Shichibukai's matter is not too skinny. Naval Headquarters Marshal Sengoku retires, new Marine Marshal, Akainu Sakazuki. A fierce battle for 8 days and nights. Admiral Aokiji's life and death are uncertain. Marine refuses to disclose the news. World conscription. The 2 monsters, because they will spend their lives with Admiral Green version. The new Marshal, Akainu. New 3 Admiral, Kizaru, Green Bull, Fujitora. In a blink of an eye, the 2 major forces under the world government recovered again. Grand Line, New World, Kale Bali, the stronghold of the Buggy Pirates. After the Summit War, Buggy absorbed thousands of impelled down prisoners, and the original Buggy pirate group quickly expanded into a large pirate group. At this time, Captain Buggy, Captain Buggy, Captain Buggy. An open-air banquet where the pirates celebrate their boss becoming a Shichibukai. Ha 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 ha, drink to your heart's content. Celebrate me as 7 Warlords of the Sea, you are free. Buggy is wearing a baggy clown costume, and his ability to split apart makes his limbs separate, making him look unusually tall. Oh. Long live Captain Buggy. The invitation sent by the government on its own initiative, does this mean that no one will come to arrest us and go back? HMPH, the government doesn't have the energy to manage us right now. The pirates danced and some sang. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the huge circus tent. It's just Shichibukai. What's there to be happy about? Buggy, come here. Shock. Buggy, who laughed wildly, was startled, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The prisoners are fools, because they were easily fooled by their promises to take the head of Whitebeard and the performance of being brothers with the 4 emperors Shanks. But there is one more person who is tricky. Little ones, sell and drink. Putting down the wine glass in his hand, Buggy turned and returned to the hood. The original 7 Warlords of the Sea, Crocodile was sitting on the boss chair, with a cigar in his mouth, stroking his golden pirate hook with one hand. I'm helping you become a Shichibukai, not for you to enjoy a banquet here, Buggy, do you understand? Crocodile's eyes darkened. Buggy broke out in more cold sweat. How did you do that? The group of idiots outside thought it was an invitation sent by the government, on the grounds that the government did not have the energy to deal with so many escaped prisoners. But the reality is not. Crocodile took the initiative to contact Marine, and Buggy didn't know exactly what he said, but the result was the same as what the other party said, and the world government gave him the title of Shichibukai. You don't need to know. What do you want to do? Take Wano Kuni. Crocodile sneered, although the people outside are not smart, they still have strength. As cannon fodder, there is nothing more suitable than this. When Buggy heard it, he was shocked and said, "Are you crazy, Sand Crocodile? Wano Kuni, that's the territory of Kaido. You want to kill the 4 emperors? Do you want to be One Piece? During the Summit War, didn't you call out to kill Whitebeard? Kaido is no different from Whitebeard. The group outside will be very willing to contribute." This is the truth. Buggy has to admit that if he announces that he is going to do Kaido, the prisoners will probably be too excited to sleep. But if my family members know about their own affairs, if they go to trouble Kaido, wouldn't that be death? As if seeing his fear, Crocodile spoke slowly. Of course it's impossible to rely on you trash, we need allies. Who? You'll know soon. Crocodile focused slightly, and the knowledgeable Haki sensed several good auras approaching the island. Suddenly, a prisoner rushed in. "Captain Buggy, there are 3 pirate ships coming to our side." Who? Buggy asked in amazement. Calling themselves the Kid League, Supernova. The prisoner quickly replied, "Captain Kid Pirates, Eustace Kid, Captain Hawkins Pirates, Magician Hawkins, and Captain Radio Pirates, Scratchamonip. 3 supernovas. The rewards from high to low are Eustace Kid, 315 million miles, Basil Hawkins, 240 million Baileys. Skarakman Arpu, 198 million Pele. This year's 3 supernovas, and they are also the 3 with the highest bounties." Buggy couldn't help but look at the Sand Crocodile. Crocodile grinned, fingered the cigar, and said like he was the boss. "Be polite. You should go to greet the arrival of your allies, Captain Ba." Buggy wants to cry but has no tears. Go F***K guy? Grand Line, New World, a certain sea area. The Moby Dick pirate ship. Deck. Moria was bound into a rice dumpling by chains. Many captains of the Whitebeard regiment surrounded him, all with unfriendly expressions. Joe snorted. "Moria, you bastard. Don't you dare to attack our pirate group. What do you want to do?" Foil Vista said, "Did the Straw Hat tell you to do it?" Marco shook his head and said, "It can't be a Straw Hat. Luffy and Ace are brothers. Why would they send someone to attack the people under Dad's command?" In the present day after Whitebeard's death, the territory of the 4 emperors Whitebeard has long since crumbled, and everywhere is under attack. But at this time, one of the 43 pirate groups that participated in the Summit War, the captain of the Great Eddie Spider Pirates, Squad, was attacked by Moria under the Straw Hat. This matter is very annoying. There is a feeling of being betrayed by an ally. Ace sat on the deck, biting the bone in meat bit by bit, staring at Moria, and mumbled. "Tell me, it must not be Luffy's order. What do you want to do?" Gecko Moria. Moria looked ugly. He just wanted to catch some pirates and collect some corpses and shadows. He met a group of pirates on the sea, and it happened to be night, and he didn't see who the other party was, so he attacked on the spot. Big Eddie Spider Pirates. Who knew such a small role? All of them were killed by him. No, to be precise, he plundered the shadows, and not many people were actually killed. As a result, the next day, he was found by the Whitebeard group. Misunderstanding. Moria said helplessly, "I have returned the shadows to those people, let me go." "That's not okay. You bastard killed a lot of brothers." "Yes, where is Straw Hat Luffy? We need to find him in person." "You know that, right? Moria, be honest." Moria was also very annoyed by this. The remnants of Whitebeard, still so arrogant? Who are the 4 emperors? He looks at Ace. Ace laughed and said, "Let him go." "Moria, I happen to want to find Luffy too, take us there." At the same time, on the sea not far from the Moby Dick, a pirate ship happened to pass by. The flag they hang is the beast flag of 4 emperors Kaido. The watchman lowered his binoculars and called out, "Master Jack, the Moby Dick is spotted ahead, it's Whitebeard's ship." "Are you out of your mind? What Whitebeard's ship? That old thing's dead." A cold snort sounded. The man wears a metal jaw, is tall and strong, and wears a ponytail and 2 braids. Beast's Pirates Big Billboard, one of the 3 disasters, the Siege of Jichen. Bounty. 1 billion Baileys. Yes, it's the Moby Dick. The lookout said cautiously, "Old man Whitebeard is dead, but there are still many captains on that ship, and I saw Firefist Ace." Another subordinate, the navigator, hurriedly said, "Master Jack, if you keep approaching, you will be discovered, so let's change our course." Ah. Jack opened his eyes wide, his eyeballs were covered with bloodshot eyes, and he let out a dissatisfied voice. Who do you think I am? A mere cripple. Bring the boat over to me. Migrated for days. The Fishman Island has finally come to the Sun Sea. Luffy manipulates the island and descends towards the sea. Outside Dragon Palace. Neptune stood with the three princes, looking at the situation below. You can see two islands, not far apart. Is this right here, Lord Luffy? Can you choose a place yourself? Luffy said with a smile. From now on, this place will be called Sun Sea Region. The core site is of course Elegia. Although the island is full of ruins, it is an unowned land after all, suitable for being the base camp of the Straw Hats. With a little updating it would be fine. Neptune pondered. Lion fruit is really convenient. You can choose your new home. Nami suggested. This is not like the deep sea, you will have to deal with human beings in the future, I think you can settle near Daughter Island. No. Please put the Fishman Island on the other side of Elegia. Neptune shook his head. For the sake of the sentiments of the people, there is not much contact yet. That being the case, put it in the farthest place. At least a little farther away from Daughter's Island. Luffy didn't care about this, and immediately controlled Mermaid Island, flew over Daughter Island, and began to transform the island according to Neptune's requirements. And the Daughter Island below. 9 snakes. Shaggy stood by the window, watching an island fly by in the sky. Little Hancock, little monkey is back, and moved an island. Luffy? Hancock stood up immediately, and walked to the window to look out. That's the Fishman Island. Shaggy said with a slight smile, I've been there once before. The current king is Neptune, right? Little Hancock, it seems that we will be neighbors in the future. Would you like to say hello? Hearing this, Hancock frowned slightly. She didn't want to say hello. What neighbors? Never had neighbors before. Because I have always hated men, and I still do. This man naturally includes the mermaid. HMPH, I'm not interested. Shaggy smiled, and suddenly, at the far end of the field of vision, a thick fog rose on the sea, and a huge figure gradually appeared in the thick fog. That's Zoe? Shaggy looked dazed. Zoe? Hancock wondered. So I want you to go out more, the world is big, Shaggy explained helplessly. After listening, Hancock eased his brows and turned to leave. What kind of furry principality? The concubine is not interested. Shaggy is really unable to complain, it is really unqualified thickness. Today's Daughter Island is no longer an isolated island in the Calm Belt, and should communicate more with other countries outside. This girl has only Luffy on her mind. Soon after, Luffy has made some basic modifications to the Fishman Island, allowing the entire island to float smoothly on the sea. After completely solving the settlement problem of the Fishman Island, Luffy said goodbye to Neptune and others. Neptune was very reluctant to take Shirahoshi away, but he didn't stop him. It's next door. If you want to see your daughter, you can come over anytime. I understand that you took Shirahoshi, also to protect her. Just hope that this power will not bring disaster to the world. Neptune sighed. Thank you very much anyway, Luffy. I have become acquainted with each other a lot, and I no longer shout from left to right. Well, sleepy. After waving his hands, Luffy led everyone back to Elegia. When returning to the port, the number 1 younger brother Bartolomeo immediately greeted him. Lord Luffy, welcome back. Is there anything going on the island? All the best. Bartolomeo patted his chest and said there was nothing wrong with him. He greeted the others again. Luffy nodded and led the people towards the castle. Walking through the town, the houses here have been repaired and many places have been cleared. Mermaid Princess? Suddenly, a roof on the side of the street. Rayleigh lay basking in the sun, with a flagon in one hand and the back of his head in his other hand. Seeing Luffy and others coming back, he straightened up and said. The ancient weapon was also brought back by you. Yo, Rayleigh, I'm looking for you. Luffy pointed to Zoro, and said, can you teach him swordsmanship? Hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes fell on Zoro, and he immediately locked on Zoro. In perception, he heard a very strong voice from Zoro. Zoro fixed his eyes and immediately showed the corresponding haki. Then, the two conquerors collided. Rayleigh laughed and said, really, it's really inspiring. Can Luffy win by awakening Conqueror's sword? I'll teach you. Awaken the heart of love. Zoro grinned, please advise, Mr. Pluton Rayleigh. Ignoring the two, Luffy led the people back to the castle. Announced dissolution, free activities. After going out the door and coming back here again, it feels like coming home. After coming to the living room of the castle, Nami lay down on the sofa like a puddle of mud. Uta was in high spirits. During this time, she had a great time. A few days of concerts were held at the Fishman Island. Luffy, where are we going to adventure next? she asked with bright eyes. It's too energetic. Luffy gave her a blank stare. As for the next step, the wedding is still a while away. Before that, go get the third redstone. There is also Beehive Island, which must also be visited. By the way, there are also Whitebeard Pirates and Red Hair Pirates, which have not been sent there yet. Just thinking about it, the phone bug rang. Pulu Pulu. After Nianbo was connected, Moria's voice came from the opposite side. Luffy. As soon as he called his name, Ace's voice followed closely. Luffy. I was looking for you, where are you now? In the evening of the next day, the pirate ship Moby Dick arrived at Elegia. Thank you for finding this place. The magnetic force of this place is now disordered. Unless it is a permanent pointer, you can't find it at all. Luffy sees Ace in the harbor. Ace laughed, thanks to Moria. Moria immediately explained. I left part of my shadow here. While speaking, a black shadow stuck to the ground, quickly swam over from a distance, and merged into Moria's shadow. Does Shadow Fruit still have this ability? Luffy thought in surprise. At this moment, Marco, the Phoenix, detained a tall man and jumped off the boat. This is Kaido's subordinate, Jack, one of the 3 disasters, came to attack us out of nowhere yesterday and was arrested by us. Jack's face was livid. Straw Hat, it fell into the hands of another 4 emperors, which is really not good news. Give it to you, Luffy. Ace grinned and said, stay with us, it's a hot mountain house. Let it go, it's not appropriate, this guy attacked them on his own initiative. Detained, there will be conflicts with Kaido, and the White Group can't afford this kind of disaster now. After much deliberation, I decided to give it to Luffy. Luffy laughed and said, let it go. Now? Marco froze for a moment. It's okay, let him go. Soon, the seastone chains on Jack's body were untied, but Jack, who regained his freedom, did not dare to make a fuss. What do you mean? Straw Hat Luffy. He was a little confused about what the other party was trying to do. Go back and tell Kaido that I will come to visit in the near future. Hearing this, Jack nodded and ran away resolutely. As for his minions, Dot has been turned into zombies by Moria. He sank the boat and left alone, and soon disappeared into the sunset. Come on, I'll take you to the castle. As the host, Luffy warmly entertained the remnants of the White Group. In the banquet hall of the castle, the captains of the Straw Hats and the Whites had a friendly meeting. You came here to find me, what's the matter? Luffy, we're in trouble. Ace sighed, Do-Wan said. The former king fell, and other forces in the sea, like sharks that smelled fishy, kept pounced on the corpse and bit it. Without the deterrence of Whitebeard's name, the remnants of the Whitebeard are almost beating everyone. They are better than the people on the Mo Dick, and other peripheral forces are completely in dire straits. If this continues, they will also be targeted. Self-protection. They can protect themselves now, and as time goes by and the chaos intensifies, they will be targeted sooner or later. Unless the Whitebeard Pirates are disbanded, but Ace didn't want to do that. So, I had to seek protection. After listening, Luffy nodded and said, you stay in Elegia, no one can do anything to you. No, Luffy, that's not what I meant. I want the Whitebeard Pirates to join your Straw Hat fleet. Ace said solemnly. This is also the result of everyone's discussion. In this situation, only the new 4 emperors can protect their group of people. Hearing this, Luffy had to sigh with emotion. The rise and decline of a great force really depends on the leader alone. Is there a big difference between the current Whitebeard remnants and the Whitebeard Pirates when Whitebeard was alive? There is no particularly big difference, and the main combat power is well preserved. But even so, once the deterrence of Whitebeard's name is lost, it will end up like this. If one day he dies, the Straw Hat Grand Fleet will be in trouble. No, jail is worse than Ace and the others. Not only the large fleet, but also several countries in the Sun Sea region, Daughter Island, the Fishman Island, will be targeted by the world government immediately. Once he fell, I am afraid that tens of millions of people will be affected. Unknowingly, I have such a big influence. Yes, I allow you to join, Ace, your Whitebeard Pirates is the 6th team, and you will be the captain. Luffy replied with a smile. Ace has grown up. In the past, he would never come to ask his younger brother. With a hard head. I'd like when Alabasta was in, I'd useless to tell him not to go, to insist on going, to say anything. Thank you, Luffy. Ace grinned. The rest of the Baitwan also breathed a sigh of relief, at least they don't have to face the end of disbandment. Daddy's territory, we also want to take it back, Luffy, Marco said seriously. You don't need to work hard on this matter, we will replace the flag. The king's flag changes at the head of the city. Replacing Whitebeard's banner with a Straw Hat banner is the best solution right now. In the future, all the gold and silver treasures offered on those sites will be handed over to you, Joes added. No, I don't charge protection fees. Luffy refuses. There were only a few crooked melons and dates, and he just took out a little gold, which was more than the protection fee. If you don't charge money, others will feel uneasy. Marco explained helplessly. This is the rule of the New World. Just like the Alliance countries have to hand over the heavenly gold, the territory protected by the four emperors must also hand over the protection fee. That's true. Luffy thought. Good intentions sometimes don't bring good results. Rather than not collecting protection fees, it is better to think about how to use the protection fees. Just give it to New Marine. Garp, they need such money. I see. I will trouble you from now on. After a pause, Luffy asked again. Ace, have you met Shanks? He talked about the alliance. Everyone was shocked. The alliance of the four emperors may become the biggest force in New World in a short while. After burying Dad's body, Redhead left, saying he was looking for something. That was many days ago. Yeah. What are you looking for? Luffy couldn't guess it, so he asked instead. Do you know where is the history text of the red road sign on the Fishman Island? Hearing this, the captains of the Bai Tuan looked at each other in blank dismay. Go back in time a little. A few days ago, Dressrosa took place on the day of the coup. Holy Land, Marriajoy, among the powers, because it's you, we took the time to meet you. Tell me, what is your purpose here? Shanks. 5 elders are either standing or sitting. On a green sofa in front of the 5 people, the red-haired man was wearing a cloak, and with a hand stretched out from under the cloak, he placed a reward order on the table. About a certain pirate. 5 elders saw the bounty. 4 emperors Monkey D. Luffy, 5 billion. Saint Topman vocally looked sour. It was you who attacked the government ship and took that fruit away. The root of all troubles now lies in this bastard in front of me. 5 elders would have liked to kill Shanks on the spot. The corner of the red-haired mouth raised slightly, even in the enemy's lair, he was still very calm. Can you please give up for now? The Knights of God must be hunting Luffy, right? What are you kidding us? I'm not afraid to tell you that just now, that Straw Hat staged a coup in Dressrosa. Topman Vouchery's eyes darkened. Although the news has not yet spread, the coup d'etat copyright tat of a member country also made the world government lose face. In the past, only the Revolutionary Army would do this kind of thing, and now there is another Straw Hat Luffy. It really is father and son, the family really deserves to die. Garp the bastard. Garp has left Marine, and he has created a new Marine with Zephyr. Thinking of these things, the 5 elders were so angry that they couldn't eat. I don't really care about such a small matter. A mere franchise country and an unknown Marine are nothing at all. But this kind of embarrassment will make them unable to hold their heads up when facing Lord I Am. The redhead said in a deep voice, please bring the Knights of God back. 5 elders narrowed his eyes. There was a sudden silence in the office. The matter of chasing the Straw Hats has been handed over to Greenwood. What do you want to say? Why not go to him yourself? The opening of J. Golucia Satan's holy old god. Hearing this, the red hair slowly stood up, turned and left. You don't have to worry, in fact, there are still 2 years. Watching this bastard leave, the 5 elders were very upset. Half of the celestial dragons are now the 4 emperors. If it wasn't because of Greenwood back then, they might be their own people now. The Figalondo family is also a bunch of trouble. Izanbaron V. Nashoro said with a headache. At this moment, a colonel walked in. Lord 5 elders, this just fell from the sky. What? It was a letter. The text above reads, to the 5 elders. J. Golucia Satan received the letter, opened it, and looked at it. His expression changed drastically. A wedding invitation? You invited the new crew member Portocas da Ace. With the addition of the Whitebeard remnants, another wave of adventure coins was brought to Luffy. The system did not count the peripheral members of the White Group, but only counted all the pirates on the Moby Dick pirate ship. There are 16 fan teams, each with about 100 people, totaling 1,600 people. Among them, the captain of the 2nd Division, Ace has become the captain of the 100 Regiment. Captain of the 4th Squad, killed by Blackbeard. In fact, there are only 14 fan teams now, and after the Summit War. Of the original 1,600 people, almost 10% were permanently elected to stay in Marineford. Therefore, there is only a scale of about 1,000 people. The total amount of adventure coins obtained is only 12,000. That's a little more than landing on a new island. Adventure coin. 253,045, Adventure Warehouse. Hockey Fruit 3-1, Longevity Fruit 3-3, Washing Fruit 1, Blank Fruit 1, Awakening Fruit 1, Self-Healing Fruit 1. During this period, Luffy is still refreshed 6 times a day, with a guaranteed minimum consumption of 1260 Adventure City. He still buys the hockey fruit again, but does not use the custom refresh. In a blink of an eye, more than 30 pieces have been accumulated, but it is obviously not enough to upgrade it. As for the fruit of longevity, he brushed some on purpose. The reason why I bought so many is to give Garp and Zephyr a boost. These two old men are both over 70 years old, and their fighting power is far inferior to when they were young. Only by making them a little younger by 10 years can they better manage New Marine. Speaking of which, is Aokiji dead or not? Luffy closed the adventure store with a murmur in his heart. Original those two fought for 10 days and 10 nights, and now they have fought for 8 days, and the newspapers only said that life and death were uncertain. If Aokiji hadn't died and had escaped from Marine, he was still going to lure people to his side. If you can't fool yourself, let Garp fool you. At that time, with the fruit of life, New Marine will also have an admiral-level combat power. Not to mention contending with the Naval Headquarters Chamber, at least it will not be easily killed by the world government. Let's talk about it during the wedding. Go get the third redstone first. At this point, it was already the next morning. Going to Wano Kuni for a trip. Luffy asked Monet to find someone. He didn't plan to take everyone with him. The Straw Hat fleet is already huge, so there is no need to take everyone with him. After a little thought, only the elite were brought. Zoro, Sanji, these two will naturally be brought along. Robin, interpreting the historical text, she cannot be absent. Moria, when he was still a supernova, this guy was beaten by Kaido, so he also took it with him. In addition, there are Ace and Marco. As for the rest, stay on the island for now. Luffy, what do you want from me? Ace and others came to the castle. Go to Wano Kuni. Without much explanation, Luffy immediately walked out of the castle and activated the power of lion fruit. The ground tore a piece of floating platform, supported several people, and headed towards Wano Kuni. His sea area of Aa the Sun is very close to Wano Kuni. If you take a boat, it only takes about 5 or 6 hours to get there. What are you going to do? Marco asked curiously, and then said with emotion, the ability of lion fruit is so convenient. He can fly too, but his ability to fly is exhausting. Lion fruit is different, things that are floating, if you don't move it, it doesn't consume physical strength. Only when moving, or in other words, only when the ability user is manipulating the target, will the ability user's own physical strength be consumed. Of course, it's all the same for Luffy, he has unlimited physical strength during the day. Go find Pluton. Luffy chuckled and replied. 3 purposes. First, the signpost history text. Second, the genes of Kaido and Lunaria. Third, ancient weapon, Pluton. Wano Kuni, Ghost Island. Because there is no navigator, it took Jack twice as long to return from Elegia to Wano Kuni. After meeting with Kaido, he immediately informed of what happened. Really? That kid's territory is so close. Kaido was very surprised by this. Elegia, the capital of music, is too close to Wano Kuni. Master Kaido, the Straw Hats said they would come to visit soon. Understood. Let someone prepare. Kaido is happy about that. Shouted to the outside. Balwang. The secretary quickly ran in. Master Kaido, what are your orders? How's Yamato going? Master Maria is conducting special training for His Royal Highness Yamato. The progress is not very satisfactory. At the same time, Skeleton Castle, veranda. This is a gold sink in the Beast's Pirates. For pirates, wine and women are essential pastimes. Kaido has an excellent economic mind. Instead of letting his subordinates throw money into Wanakuna's brothel, it is better to digest it within the pirate group. It just so happens that he has a capable general under his command. One of the 6 Vali sons, Black Maria. As the procuress of the veranda, she has a large number of prostitutes under her command, serving the pirates of the Beast's Pirates. Every month, the pirates who got their wages will come here, waving banknotes to return the money that Kaido sent to them, and return it to Kaido again. What is this called? This is called economic internal circulation, Kaido economics. However, while things look a little funny, but in fact, this method works well. All in all, the economics of the Beast's Pirates are good, relying on April 17th and relying on special service institutions such as the veranda. Moreover, the energy that the men had nowhere to vent was vented. It's just the suffering of those wandering girls. Today's Wano Kuni, apart from being a flourishing city of flowers, can be said to be devastated. The people are in dire straits, and there are many parents who can't survive and sell their sons and daughters. Many girls were sent to Ghost Island and turned into girls. Yunvi is the name of Wano Kuni, actually a whore. At this time, inside the veranda, wearing a cumbersome O-Aran suit, Yamato learned the O-Aran etiquette little by little under the guidance of Black Maria. That's not right, His Highness Yamato, that's not how you walk with 4 oblique steps. Black Maria was smoking a pipe on the side, with a helpless expression on her face. The posture is too stiff, please relax. Why? How do I relax? Yamato is not dressed in the usual grimace mask. He not only wears the Oiran costume, but also has the Oiran head coiled up, with an Oiran shape painted on his face. It takes 5 or 6 people to work for 3 hours just to prepare these. Why are you wearing so many things? She sat down cross-legged tiredly. Her posture was not that of an Oiran, just like a man. Not physically tired, but mentally tired, because men will be happy. Black Maria smiled and said, "Take this opportunity, change your previous habits, don't keep thinking about being a man. What's wrong with being a woman? Even from a woman's point of view, Your Majesty Yamato, you are the first class. One of the great beauties." Yamato wasn't happy at all. It won't be worse than Wanakuna's Oiran named Xiaozi. No, it's even better. Black Maria encouraged. Master Kaido is looking forward to you very much, he has already loosened the shackles on your hands. Yamato lowered his head in frustration, looking at his double layer. The shackles on the wrists were indeed undone. If she wanted to run, she might be able to run away now. But she knew very well that once she ran away, that bastard father would definitely catch her back. Next time you put on the shackles, it won't be so easy to take them off. He just wants me to seduce Straw Hat Luffy and turn people into his subordinates. Maria, you just need to teach me how to seduce men, such a troublesome Oiran step, too much trouble. How do you seduce men with your usual appearance? Just rely on a face. I have never seen such a beautiful woman like Luffy in a straw hat. Even if you take off your clothes, maybe others will be scared instead. Black Maria also felt tired. Teaching Yamato was much more difficult than teaching other women. First of all, let's start with the address. Don't call me, call me Little Master. Why? I'm a man. You are a man, and you should call yourself a little girl in front of distinguished guests. Isn't that what Run usually calls himself? You should just follow her. Black Maria was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. Really disobedient. That is, the princess, if she is an ordinary woman, she must teach her well. What does it mean to listen to the old bastard? Wanokuni, Yinhai Coast. A floating platform slowly floated over. Looking down at Wanokuni from a high altitude, you can see black smoke rising from the tops of the mountains. There's a strange smell in the air here. Robin covered his nose and frowned. Luffy, what are those? Kaido's weapons factory. Luffy controls the platform to lower its height. Compared with the air in Elegia, the air here is very poor, and the may have exploded. Aren't you going to meet Kaido? Find someone first. Soon, the platform was lowered to the shore. Everyone walked down one after another. Ace looked around and said, I came here once 2 years ago. I don't know what happened to Ayu. Ayu? Sanji frowned. A little girl, is she 6 years old now? Ha ha ha. I stayed here for a few weeks back then, and I made an agreement with her that when she grows into a coquettish female ninja, I will take her out to sea. Ace pressed the brim of his hat and sighed. This country has been messed up by Kaido, and people can't afford to eat. At that time, I was not strong enough to help them. Marco looked serious. Reminds me of Kazuki Oden. The former captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team, who was also the heir to the general of this country, was killed. Luffy said, Let's go to Weaving Bamboo Village first. Ace, do you know the way? Then let's go, I want to see Ayu too. Ace grinned and led the way. Ayu? Is that what you can call Ayu? Call it Jade Emperor. Luffy cursed inwardly. However, this little girl is really cute, a paramecia dumpling fruit-capable person. A group of people soon came to the village of Weaving Hats. As the name suggests, this is a village that relies on weaving bamboo hats, and the villagers have excellent craftsmanship. There is also a large bamboo forest near the village, which is the raw material for weaving bamboo hats. Relying on mountains to eat mountains, relying on water to eat water. Live in harmony. This is before, now. When everyone walked into the village, they could only see the hungry villagers, already pale and emaciated from hunger. Hee 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 hee. Dot, are they all zombies? Moria smiled without showing any sympathy. Robin glared at the bastard. It seemed that they had noticed the arrival of outsiders, and the scattered villagers just raised their eyelids a little, and then remained motionless as if they hadn't seen anything. It's so pitiful. In order not to consume energy, I try to stay as still as possible. Robin said sympathetically, then looked at Luffy. Almighty Luffy, the corner of Luffy's mouth twitched. Luckily he had prepared in advance. Immediately stretch out the index finger across the space. The next moment, a hole was torn in the space, and various foods poured out from it. The villagers were attracted by this scene and crawled over like zombies. There are not many things, only less than 1 cubic meter. Give it to you. Don't fight for it. Luffy said calmly, After a few days, more food will arrive. You are. A woman holding a child said blankly. The child in her arms was only about 1 year old, and it was already a corpse. I am the sun god, Monkey D. Luffy, and I have come to liberate your country. Luffy smiled slightly and beckoned everyone to leave. After passing through a bamboo forest, under the guidance of Ace, we finally found a small hut far away from the village. The experienced color perceives that there are 2 auras in the hair house. Ayu. Ace called out. Then, 2 figures, one big and one small, ran out of the house. Ace. The little girl was wearing patched clothes, and when she saw Ace, she ran over in surprise. Behind the little girl, there is a man wearing a crow Tengu mask. The man stepped on tall wooden stilts. You are? Monkey D. Luffy. As soon as Luffy raised his hand, the ground beneath everyone's feet was torn apart, and they were slowly floated up. Kazuki Sukiyaki was shocked. The ability user. Are you sent by Kurozumi Orochi? He drew his weapon and put on a combat stance on guard. Preparing to kill Kurozumi Orochi. Luffy chuckled and said, as a reward, Kazuki Sukiyaki, do you know where the Redstone is? Kazuki Sukiyaki? Marco was stunned. Kazuki. Kazuki looked at Luffy in disbelief. Why is his identity revealed? Don't be nervous, with my strength, there's no need to lie to you. We're just here to find Redstone. Too lazy to talk nonsense, he really has no interest in this old man. Just don't want to waste time. Even without him, I can find the Redstone by myself, but it will be much more convenient to have him guide the way. Ace squatted down, touched Ayu's head, and said with a smile. We will liberate this country. This is my brother, Luffy, this is Marco. He introduced Ayu. Ayu didn't feel nervous at all, and even saluted everyone very politely. Seeing this, Hikari Sukiyaki stabilized a few towers a little. Doesn't look like a bad guy. Redstone. So that's how it is, you are from the outer sea. He put away his weapon and said, I was really rude just now. It's okay, your reaction is normal, as long as you lead me to the Redstone, we won't do anything to you. Luffy waved his hand. After a question and an answer, the 2 sides quickly headed in the direction of Wa. Soon after. The flowers are all over the sky. When the floating platform appeared, the people on Wadu Street quickly discovered it. This city is very prosperous, and it is like 2 worlds with Byongasa village. You can see sakura flowers flying everywhere. One of the largest brothels, the corridor on the 2nd floor. Oiran Shaozi, known as the most beautiful woman in Wanokuni, stared at the platform flying by in a daze. What is that? She held a pipe in her hand and looked dazed. Behind him, the boss of the brothel, the underworld boss, stepped forward a few steps, and said solemnly. That's not Kaido's person. What a strong breath. It's okay, don't just show off your knowledge. Suddenly, a warning sounded in his heart. Kushiro instantly cold. Sweat came out. What's the matter, Guangxi Lang? Oiran Shaozi asked suspiciously. Monster. Huang Shilling murmured with palpitations. I have never seen such knowledgeable color. It is more terrifying than what Kaido gave me. Who is it? Not to mention the reaction from the brothel. Wadu, General City. Kurozumi Orochi is holding a woman in his arms, drinking happily. Suddenly, a ninja fell from the ceiling, knelt on one knee and said. Master Orochi, there is a group of people from the sky. Boom. Before the ninja finished speaking, a hole was opened in the ceiling. Several figures descended from the sky and landed in front of the Kurozumi Orochi. Kurozumi Orochi was taken aback, and reprimanded with an ugly face. Who are you? The one who killed you. Luffy smiled slightly. Come on, Zoro, hack him to death. Learn. Zoro carried out order without hesitation. No, there is no need for Luffy's order. Along the way, he heard from Kazuki Sukiyaki what Kurozumi Orochi has done these years. At this moment, the knife flashed. Zoro appeared behind Kurozumi in an instant, and chopped off the opponent's head with a single knife. A head gurgled and rolled to Luffy's feet. Ah! The woman screamed and was so frightened that she couldn't move. Luffy stepped on Kurozumi's head. Are you a Zoana snake fruit, a phantom beast species, a Yachi Orochi's ability user, with 8 heads? The Kurozumi Orochi, who played dead, was shocked, and a head grew out of the body whose head had been cut off. Disgusting. Robin took a small step back. Kurozumi Orochi said in shock. Wait. I don't know who you are, but if you kill me, Kaido will not be silent. 4 Emperors Kaido, you. Puff. Zoro stabbed through the heart. The one in front of you is the 4 Emperors Straw Hat. Withdrawing the blade abruptly, blood spurted all over the ground. If the heart is cut, you must die, right? The woman fainted with fright. The ninja who came to report trembled and ran out immediately. Master Orochi was assassinated. In the blink of an eye, the news spread throughout Zhongjun City, and then the entire Wadu got the news. Flowers are in chaos. At the same time, Luffy took out the blank fruit. At this moment, the fruit absorbed the ability of the Kurozumi snake after death, and quickly turned into a phantom beast. Zoana snake fruita phantom beasta Biki serpent form. The appearance of this fruit is similar to that of a pineapple. There are at least 6 stems and leaves on the top of the fruit, and the ends of the stems and leaves are round and triangular. The rebirth of the fruit means that the capable person himself is indeed dead. Luffy opened the portable space and put it in. It's very noisy outside. Zoro, go and make it quieter outside. By the way, fork out the corpse and hang it up. Don't you forget what Kokoja village did? Learn. Zoro nodded, and immediately picked up the dead body of Kurozumi Orochi. I met many soldiers along the way, but after seeing the corpse of Kurozumi Orochi, they didn't dare to stop them, and they got out of the way in horror. Wait a minute, Sanji, you go, he's lost. Luffy sensed Zoro's position with his knowledge, and after noticing the movement of the green algae head, he was speechless. I knew it would be like this. Sanji was not surprised and immediately walked out of the Japanese room. After the people left, Luffy said, "No one can bother us now, I'll go find the main text of history." Kazuki Sukiyaki stared blankly at bloodline on the ground. Kurozumi Orochi died like this? Die so easy? Your Excellency Luffy, thank you for avenging me. The Kazuki family will always remember this kindness. Kazuki Sukiyaki knelt down and solemnly kowtowed his thanks. As the former General Wano-kuni, he was assassinated by Kurozumi Orochi and stole a country's political power, which eventually led to Wano-kuna's current fate. He deserves it. I had given up all hope at first, and hid in Bianli village with anonymity, adopted a poor little girl, and usually made some girl dolls, planning to spend the rest of my life. Unexpectedly, there will be a day when the enemy Kurozumi Orochi dies. No, don't think that the Kazuki family can become the generals of this country again in the future. There is no such good thing in the world. Luffy scolded unceremoniously. General Wano-kuna's candidate, he personally scouted one. Unlike the situation in Dressrosa, where no experiments can be conducted, Wano-kuni is a big country. It takes a smart and capable person to manage. And after hearing his words, Sukiyaki was shocked. There is indeed such a glimmer of expectation deep in my heart. The Kazuki family regained the throne of the general. But Luffy's words extinguished his fantasy. Robin said softly. Mr. Kazuki Sukiyaki, why don't you find the main text of the signpost history first? Yes, please follow me. After getting up, Kazuki Sukiyaki brought several people to the underground of the city. No one dared to stop them, all the way unimpeded. Finally, came to an underground secret room. The space in the secret room is not large, and on the shelves beside the wall, there are 3 rows of beautiful girl dolls, as well as some miscellaneous swords and other things. I was imprisoned here for several years, and Kurozumi Orochi would come here to see me every once in a while. Kazuki Sukiyaki said with emotion. What we are looking for is not your beautiful girl doll. Luffy's face darkened. Where is the text of the road sign history? Also, Pluton, is he sleeping in this country? Suddenly hearing the name Pluton, Kazuki Sukiyaki's eyes were clouded. That's right. He gritted his teeth and answered. General City, outside the gate. Kurozumi Orochi was pierced by a spear and hung in front of the city gate. The onlookers covered their mouths in disbelief. Blood dripped down, staining the ground red. What's the point of doing that? Sanji leaned against the side of the city gate, lighting a cigarette. Hey, don't you feel uncomfortable? In Kokoja village, it was even more extreme. All the Murlocs' heads were strung together. Zoro stood on the other side of the city gate, closing his eyes and meditating. I'm not asking this, you green algae head. Forget it, your almond-sized brain can't understand what I say. What are you talking about? Lustful Kappa. Want to fight? Ever since I ate Kaido's copy fruit, I've become more and more arrogant. Aha a mere green algae head, just use my dragon's breath to give you multiple heads. Like door gods, the two stood in front of the general's city gate, scaring away countless people. At this time, there was a quarrel, and it seemed that they were about to fight. Suddenly, Sanji looked over Zoro and saw the Oiran in the crowd. Click. Petrified. He petrified while keeping his eyes on his heart. Beauty. One look at him, Zoro knew what was going on. The beauties in this world, if divided into a level. One of the levels can be called petrochemical level, which can make Sanji look at the level of petrification. At present, there are no women who have reached this level of beauty. The first is the Empress. The second is Shirahoshi. The third. Zoro turned around slightly, and narrowed his eyes the next moment. Beside the third petrified beauty, there was a man following her. A tall man with slender eyes and slender ears, wearing a dark blue kimono with a pattern of circular circles. When the knowledgeable color locked on the other party, he heard a very strong voice. Be a master. Is a swordsman. Suo Ling grasped the hilt of the knife, ready to meet the enemy at any time. Kurozumi Orochi. Dead, dead. Shao Zi. No. Kazuki Hiyori covered his mouth and looked at the dead body of Kurozumi Orochi in disbelief. Beside her, Guangxi Lang was also shocked. The Kurozumi snake that ruled this country and brought disaster to this country died so easily? Suddenly, he sensed Zoro's hostility and immediately froze. Who are you? Straw Hat Pirates, captain of the first team. Zoro calmly reported his name. Don't come closer than 10 meters, hanging corpse Kurozumi Orochi, it is our captain's order. Your captain? Kazuki Hiyori couldn't help asking. Mr. Samurai, who is your captain? 4 Emperors, Monkey D. Luffy, Ghost Island. Kaido got the news of Wado chaos. He put down the wisdom snail in his hand, his face was a little ugly. Wisdom escargot. This is Wanakuna's version of phonebug. The function is the same, but the strength of the wave is much worse than that of phonebug. Ordinary wisdom snails can only communicate within the island. Master Kaido. In front of Kaido, the standing man was covered in black, with a pair of huge wings, and a full wrapped mask on his head. One of the 3 disasters, the flame disaster, has a bounty of 1.39 billion Baileys. The Straw Hat suddenly killed Kurozumi Orochi. He said in a deep voice, I'll investigate right away. I'll go myself. Kaido stood up, turned into a blue dragon, and disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, Yan Guangning. Without hesitation, he immediately turned into a pitch-black pteranodon, and quickly followed. Maybe it will lead to a battle between the 2 4 emperors. He had to follow up to see the situation. Underground of General City. Pluton is literally sleeping in this country. Kazuki Sukiyaki didn't hide, nodded and admitted. What do you want to do? Relax. I am not using it to destroy the world, but to ensure that such a terrible weapon will not fall into the hands of the government. Kazuki Sukiyaki couldn't believe Luffy's words. Know where it is, and you can't get it. Huh? What do you mean? Luffy raised his eyebrows in surprise, and asked, do you know where it is? It takes a huge amount of energy to activate the ancient weapon, it sleeps in the ancient Wano-kuni, come with me. After some hesitation, Hikari Sukiyaki still chose to take Luffy. Immediately, everyone followed Kazuki Sukiyaki and left the prison cell. Deep underground in General City, there is a passage leading to the spiral staircase. Passing through a small door, everyone walked down the spiral staircase for a long time. On the wall of the spiral staircase, there are occasional windows. Outside the square glass, there was light. Luffy glanced out the window. That's the bottom of the ocean. Dilapidated buildings in the same style as Wano-kuni come into view, and fish play in the water. That's the ancient Wano-kuni from 800 years ago. The voice of Kazuki Sukiyaki sounded again. You also saw it when you came. There is a very tall mountain on this island, it is called Fujiyama. But in fact, the Fujiyama you see is only half of its original height. The ancients 800 years ago built a defensive wall around the island, and the rainwater collected and eventually flooded the entire Wano-kuni. People abandoned the uninhabitable town, reclaimed new land around the mountainside of Fujiyama, and established today's Wano-kuni. After a pause, he sighed. The area of ancient Wano-kuni is 10 times that of today's Wano-kuni. Today's Wano-kuni has 6 major districts. It is already a big country, and if it is increased tenfold, it will be a big country comparable to Alabasta. Luffy stood by the window, looking out at the bottom of the ocean. Pluton Shen. Huh. Just as he was speaking, footsteps sounded from the depths of the spiral staircase. Someone? Kazuki Sukiyaki was taken aback. Impossible, this place is only known to me. One of Kaido's 3 plagues, Jack the Drow, is a murloc. Once, Jack, who hadn't eaten the devil fruit, found this place easily. Master the Straw Hat, I didn't expect to see you here. The one who came out of the darkness was Trafalgar Law. Do you know anyone? Kazuki was stunned. My subordinates. Luffy said unexpectedly. You said to investigate before, did you mean to investigate this? He thought it was investigating Doflamingo. No wonder they didn't see each other in Dressrosa. Luo shook his head and said, I just wanted to come to Wano-kuni to investigate the man-made devil fruit, and found that this place was an accident. My submarine was caught in the current, and now the ship is still sinking at the bottom of the sea. Luffy suddenly realized. Subs found this place, very reasonably priced. This is due to the difficulty of entering the country at Wano Kuni, and ordinary boats can only climb up the waterfall. Back then, Whitebeard's Moby Dick almost sank. Did you find Pluton? Luffy asked. Pluton? I found the redstone, just below here, and I was planning to make a rubbing copy to take back, but I didn't expect you to come. Luo said helplessly. Kazuki Sukiyaki nodded and said, the main text of the road sign history is indeed under here, I will take you there. Everyone continued to go deep underground. Finally came to a dead end. Kazuki Sukiyaki unloaded a slate from the wall, and the front suddenly opened up. It was a large space, and a red stone tablet was quietly placed there. Robin walked over immediately and began to read. Girl, do you understand? Kazuki Sukiyaki said in surprise. Robin just hummed. Luffy couldn't help being a little proud, and said with a smile, this is my archaeologist. There are very few geniuses who got O'Hara's doctorate at the age of 8. O'Hara. Kazuki's heart sank. Then, I heard Luffy ask, where's Pluton? This is the high platform in the depths of Fujiyama. Going forward from the platform here is the sleeping place of ancient weapon Pluto. I have never seen it, but no, it exists. Kazuki Sukiyaki said seriously. That is to say, if you want to take out Pluton, you must tear down the outer wall. Hearing this, Luffy walked towards the depths of the darkness. After walking for hundreds of meters, we reached the end of the platform. There is a depression in front, and there is a huge piece of glass under the depression, and there is seawater under the glass. Tear down the wall? Luffy stroked his chin. The wall was removed to let the seawater flow out. It's not difficult to tear down the wall, he can break it with one punch, or it's the same if he calls the Elephant Master to come over and smash it head on. But this kind of action is too rough, maybe it will hurt the ancient weapon. Ancient weapon shouldn't be such a fragile thing. But maybe. I just said, even if you know where it is, you can't get it. Kazuki Sukiyaki came over and said, Kaido, he only knows about red stones, not Ming King's business. No, he does. Luffy shook his head. 2 years later in the original story, Kaido is preparing to join forces with Big Mom, gain the power of ancient weapon, and then go to war with the world government. Of course knowing that Pluton is sleeping here. It's just not ready yet. Anyway, this thing is left, and no one will come to take it. Kaido probably thought so. But alas. Luffy grinned and said, you just said, unless you destroy the wall. I think it's more convenient to lift the Wano Kuni inland sea. What? Kazuki was taken aback. Luo, I will shatter this glass, and you are always ready to use your ability to teleport everyone away if things go wrong. Hearing this, the Luo people were dumbfounded. Wait. Straw Hat is in charge. This is a deep sea, break the glass, and seawater will pour in. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy shattered the glass with a punch. Hell. Luo immediately raised his hand, and a spherical space instantly enveloped everyone. However, the expected infusion of seawater did not happen. Luffy dipped his hands into the water. Next moment. Boom boom boom. The entire inland sea of Wano Kuni, at this moment, trillions of tons of seawater are pouring backwards. Seawater, lifted up by the power of lion fruit. No, that's not the sea area, that's an ocean. At the same time, Chinglong Kaido, who was rushing to Wado, and Jin, who was following Kaido, were both shocked by what happened below them. A vast ocean is pouring into the sky. There are at least dozens of such backflowing water flows as far as the eye can see. In the end, what happened? The capital of flowers, and the 5 major regions surrounding the capital of flowers, Jiuli, Hime, Rabbit Bowl, Belqueen, and Baiwu. People all over the country in Wano Kuni can see the jaw-dropping sight. In the sky at the far end of the field of vision, thick water columns appeared. The water column reached to the sky, spreading an ocean in the sky. Boom. 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 As time goes by, there are more and more such water columns. The inland sea of Wano Kuni seems to have escaped the gravity of the earth, and people who live by the sea feel endless amazement. The water level of the seawater is dropping rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, what happened? Heaven, a sea appeared in the sky. Countless people screamed, and the fear of the unknown was spreading. National riots. Not to mention ordinary people, even Kaido didn't know what happened. He came from Ghost Island, and before he reached Wano Kuni territory, the ocean below was rapidly disappearing. The immeasurable seawater came to the top of the Blue Dragon Kaido under the support of an unknown force. This grotesque scene made Kaido feel that time and space were confused, and the world was turned upside down. As this? The power of lion fruit? Jin murmured in a daze behind him. It's unbelievable, the Straw Hat Luffy wants to lift the inner sea of Wano Kuni to the sky. It's a godlike power. It's just a subconscious guess. The only person who can do this kind of thing is the four-partner emperor. Lift the inner sea of a Wano-kuni to the sky. Kaido's pupils shrank, and he understood instantly. Pluto. This kid's purpose is this. Oh, he. What a capable boy. He laughed loudly, and then sped up towards the capital of flowers. People in the capital of flowers can also see the ocean appearing in the sky. Compared with it, the shogun Kurozumi Orochi was killed and hanged. It is nothing. Countless people looked up at the sky, still in shock. What would happen if this sea fell? Everyone has such worries. As a result, there is no doubt that the entire flower city will be destroyed in the impact. Run away. Where can I escape? That's a sea. God. Is it God's punishment? The terrified and desperate Wano-kuni people knelt down one after another, begging the gods to appease their wrath. In front of the general city gate, Sanji finally recovered from the petrified state. He looked up at the sky in amazement. Luffy. The only person who can do this is Luffy. Zoro nodded. Hearing the conversation between the two, Kazuki Hiyori turned pale. Lifted an ocean into the sky, did their captain do it? 4 emperors, Monkey D. Luffy. The same pirate emperor as Kaido. I'm afraid even Kaido can't do this kind of thing. Underground of General City, a platform deep in Fujiyama. Luffy suddenly said, Luo, hurry up and go. What? Master Straw Hat, don't say you can't hold it anymore. Luo was dripping with cold sweat. Robin, is the rubbing ready? Okay, you can retreat at any time. Robin answered quickly, and looked worriedly at Luffy in the dark. Are you okay? You're just too messy. It's okay, you go first. Luffy smiled faintly. I see, be careful yourself. Luo nodded and immediately activated his power. The few people except Luffy disappeared in an instant. After awakening, the range of Op Fruit's ability has been greatly enhanced, but even so, Luo led the crowd to teleport a dozen times before finally reaching the ground. Luffy, on the other hand, is still continuing to activate the ability. Lifting an ocean is much more difficult than lifting an island. Boom boom boom. Luffy shot with all his strength, and his physical strength was rapidly exhausted. Finally, the water level in front of his eyes began to drop. With a light leap, he jumped off the platform. As the ocean dries up, the scene below is finally exposed. As this the Pluton, the light was dim, but the outline of a huge warship could be vaguely seen. Its body is pitch black, and its prow looks like a crow with its wings spread, sleeping quietly here. Unlike normal ships, it has no sails. On the foredeck there is a huge cannon. Black ship. The corners of Luffy's mouth rose slightly, thinking of something interesting. Standing on the deck of the Pluton battleship, Luffy reached out and pressed. The next moment, the huge battleship shook and slowly floated up. It moved towards the Fujiyama exit in front, and the chains around it, as thick as a child's arm, also broke during the movement. Floating forward for a moment, the front suddenly opened up, and the darkness dispelled by the sun. Luffy looked up and stared ahead. This is the ruins of ancient Wano-kuni, and as far as the eye can see, there are dilapidated buildings everywhere. The bottom swimming fish that I saw before also landed on the ground at this moment, jumping and flapping. It's no problem to move out like this, but... Luffy observed the Pluton battleship. How to start it? Need energy. Similar to the situation of the Flame of the Virgin, this ship also needs energy. While carrying the battleship, Luffy studied the structure and power of the ship. In the end, he came to a slight conclusion. The energy required by Pluton is electricity. The sky above the capital of flowers. The water column soaring to the sky has disappeared, and the inner sea of Wano-kuni has been completely lifted into the sky. The sun shines on the sea of sky, shines down through the deep water, and leaves Madara's mottled shadow on the ground. Suddenly, a green dragon leapt over. Kaido. Kushiro's complexion changed. This is no surprise. There is such a riot in the capital of flowers, it is strange that Kaido just came to see the situation. He immediately set his sights on the duo of Zoro and Sanji. Kaido is here. Where is their captain? Oh he. This kind of thing happened when I came to my territory, the subordinates of the Straw Hat. The green dragon descended from the sky and quickly transformed into a human form. Seeing this, Sanji also entered human beast form. Pink dragon scales appear on the skin, and dragon horns appear on the forehead. I'm sorry, whoever killed you, Sanji chuckled. Seeing Kaido's appearance, the onlookers ran away in fright, and in a blink of an eye, there were not many people left in front of the general city gate. Kaido glanced at the Kurozumi Orochi whose corpse was hung, and retracted his gaze with disdain. If you die, you die, it doesn't matter. Where's the Straw Hat? Kurozumi Orochi is a collaborator, and in his plan, he will be killed sooner or later. If there is no Straw Hat Luffy, he will make his daughter Yamato the general. Dead now, no difference. He cares more about Pluton than Kurozumi Orochi's problems. Kaido, Sanji and Zoro were all a little surprised by the easy-talking Kaido. Who knows? Zoro drew out his 2 knives, grinned and said, "If you're free, I'll accompany you through 2 tricks. It's really like a straw hat, all of them are very arrogant." Kaido has bad eyes. Forget about the straw hat, that kid does have the capital to be arrogant. These 2 boys dare to yell in front of him, if they don't teach them a lesson, where will he lose face? Ember. Kaido yelled. Above the sky, Jin immediately threw down a mace. Kaido reached out and took it. Before he could speak, suddenly, a spherical space appeared from the ground. The next moment, several figures appeared together. Kaido. Ace's eyes were fixed, and he launched an attack immediately. Wait, Ace. Marco wanted to stop him before it was too late. Fire punch. With one punch, the fist of flame pushed forward horizontally, and the ground became scorched black where it passed. Kaido looked disdainfully. Roger's son. With a loud roar, he swung his mace, and the stick scattered the fist of flame. Immediately afterwards, the figure disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of Ace. Too weak. Thunder 8 trigrams. Ace's pupil shrank, and the mace that appeared in his vision was rapidly changing into sky. The knowledgeable color can barely read Kaido's movements, but the body can't react. Boom. A stick wrapped around armament hockey hit the face. The bridge of Ace's nose collapsed from the beating, and he was sent flying with a stick, directly piercing through the general city behind him. It disappeared in a blink of an eye. Why are you so weak? I'm so weak that I want to cry. Just a little strength, is he really Roger's son? Kaido took down the flagon from his waist, took a sip, and shouted. Straw Hat. Ace. Marco looked ugly and turned into a phoenix on the spot. The sound of tweets resounded through Wado, and the whole body was surrounded by green flames, attacking Kaido violently. Seeing this, Sanji and Zoro also shot at the same time. Craneclaw. Fire Dragon a Devil Wind Fuda Fire Iron Pot Spectrum. 2 swords a bull needle. Facing the attack launched by the 3, Kaido has no interest in dodging. Boom. After being severely beaten, he flew upside down and smashed more than a dozen houses along the street. Master Kaido. In the sky, flames were born from Jin's body, his wings shook, and he swooped down suddenly. Predict future. Zoro's knowledgeable look immediately saw the future a few seconds later, immediately changed his pursuit posture, and jumped towards the sky. Boom. The 2 sharp blades collided with the beak of the pteranodon. Suddenly, shock waves radiate outward, like a strong wind passing through. Don't get in the way, Jin. Kaido stood up from the rubble. No, he never fell. He was repulsed by the 3 together, and he didn't have any injuries on his body, and his defense power was no worse than that of the Big Mom steel balloon. Damn it, it's really hard. Marco flapped his wings, opened and closed his beak, and said quickly, the only ones who can fight against the 4 emperors are the 4 emperors. Oh he, just you brats, it's not even a warm-up. Kaido stared. Boom. The Conqueror's hockey enveloped several people, black and red lightning overflowed, as if incarnating ghosts and gods. The momentum was astonishing. The next moment, he quickly moved towards Sanji. There are no fancy moves, just simply waving a mace. Unpretentious. But even with such an attack, Sanji couldn't dodge it. His knowledge and experience are too far apart, and when he realizes that he is being attacked, he can only take defensive actions as quickly as possible. However, a stick is pulled down, and the result is no different from Ace. Being whipped by a stick, he almost lost consciousness. He flew upside down and crossed hundreds of meters, before disappearing in front of the city gate in a blink of an eye. Sanji. Marco froze for a moment. There was no time for him to worry about his mate, and after slapping Sanji away, Kaido hit Marco again. Marco's anti-Ying was much faster than Sanji, and the wings of the phoenix formed a shield in front of him. Undead Thistle. Boom. There was a loud bang, and Marco struggled to block the blow. Kaido grinned and said with a smile, there are 2 tricks, but it's not enough. Conqueror's hockey burst out. As if beating a child, he beat Marco to the wolf again. Zoro's eyes were slightly focused, but he couldn't tell where he was. He was entangled in the flames and embers in front of him, and he couldn't solve his opponent for a while. Really boring. Kaido is not interested in chasing them, he just teaches the Straw Hat subordinates a little bit. They are so arrogant in front of him, and he doesn't know where to put his face unless they beat him up. At this point look to Robin et al. Kazuki Sukiyaki, Ayu, Robin, Luo. As for Moria, Moria is not here. Robin smiled slightly and said calmly. Luffy, I'll be here soon. Nice guts, district. Kaido's eyes fell on Robin's hand, which was the redstone rubbing. He quickly understood. It seems that you have found the place. I have a doubt. 4 Emperors Kaido. Robin said calmly, with Luffy behind her to support her. Even facing Kaido, she did not have the slightest fear. Since you know that redstone position, why not take it away? HMPH, that kind of thing needs 4 yuan to be useful, and someone has to be able to read it. What's the point of taking it away? Just a rubbing copy is enough. Kaido stared at Robin, but didn't make a move. It's okay to beat other people violently, but it's not okay to beat Robin. Maybe it's the kid's woman, he doesn't want to give up on attracting Luffy just yet. Although he is a reckless man, his mind is very delicate. At this point, Luffy's purpose has been guessed. It doesn't matter to Kurozumi Orochi, the rubbing of redstone will be rubbing, only Pluton. Just thinking about it. The sky suddenly darkened. Kaido looked up and saw a huge black warship floating in the sky above Wado. This is Pluton? Kaido thought in amazement. There was a drumming sound from the sky. That is the sound of the heart. Joey boy. Suddenly, in a flash, a silver-white figure appeared above his head. Yo, Kaido. Luffy landed a hard punch on Kaido. Kaido was distracted by Pluton, distracted for a while, and didn't react at all. Boom. A punch hit him in the face, and his long face was sunken. This brat. Still. Kaido found that his body had softened, and this punch ignored his physical defense and directly caused real damage. While vomiting blood, Tu was beaten to the ground. The whole head is inserted into the ground. With a bang, the ground cracked. Seeing Kaido being punched to the ground, whether it was Jin, Kushiro, or Kazuki Hiyori, all of them looked dull. It can actually hurt Kaido, Kushiro gasped. How terrible Kaido's defense is, he knows very, very well. Kazuki Hiyori hid behind Kwangshiro, his eyes flickered, and he covered his red lips, feeling extremely absurd in his heart. Will the evil dragon hovering over this country also be injured? Master Kaido. Flame Calamity Jin's flapped its wings, and immediately had no time to take care of Zoro, and immediately swooped down towards Luffy. Waterspout. Luffy raised his hand and grasped it with 5 fingers. In an instant, 9 water dragons roared out from under the sea of a sky, trapping Jin in an instant. This trick, which was used by Golden Lion on him back then, has been perfectly replicated by him now. Ember looked horrified. 9 water dragons swirled around his body and quickly shrank to form a huge water ball, sealing him inside. Can't move. The Pteranodon was locked in the water prison and immediately lost the ability to resist. Just like Kaido beat his subordinates, like beating children, he deals with Kaido's subordinates, and the result is almost the same. Lion Fruit is just that powerful. Being able to control seawater can be called the nemesis of all abilities. Luffy, is that Pluton? Zoro put away his weapon and looked up at the warship above the capital of flowers. The pitch-black battleship is very huge, and the gun barrel at the bow is even more chilling. Not enough power to start up, Luffy said. It is somewhat similar to Enel's Arc Proverbs, both of which use electricity as an energy source. He even suspected that the design drawings of the Arc Proverbs were copied from Pluto. Of course, Pluton is much more complicated, and its volume alone is dozens of times that of the Arc. Compared with Pluton, Proverbs of the Arc is just a toy. It hurts. At this time, Sanji walked over holding his nose. It didn't feel good to eat Kaido head on, and he didn't lose consciousness on the spot, thanks to the strong physique brought to him by the copied green dragon fruit. Then, Marco supported Ace and walked back quickly. Ace. Is he alright? Ayu asked worriedly. Lost consciousness, Marco said while treating Ace with revived gastritis. Headed up, Kaido is the strongest, stronger than the aged Whitebeard. In the past, everyone thought so. Everyone turned their attention to Kaido. He was punched by Luffy, his head was smashed into the ground, and now he was lying on the cracked ground, motionless. No. The time is wrong. Suddenly, Kaido's voice sounded. Boom. He pulled his head out of the ground and moved his neck while standing up. It's just that there is some bloodline on the mouth, and it doesn't seem to have suffered much damage. When the world is dark and the moon is like Ching, guard the disability until dawn. When Chingwei looks forward for 20 years, 9 shadows will rise to the east in the future. Recall the past in your mind. 18 years ago, he killed Kazuki Oden, whose wife Amatsuki left a prophecy before dying. It's 20 years later. Do you still believe in prophecies? Luffy couldn't help but mocked. Ooh, should I call you Straw Hat Luffy, or Joey? Kaido grinned, reached out and wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth. the punch just now hurts. Hearing this, Luffy took a step forward and disappeared in place in an instant. After getting close, Winding Conquerors punched out brazenly. Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido felt the long-lost excitement, the same conquerors wrapped around the mace. Boom. The two of them clashed with each other, and in an instant, the surface of the sea in the sky was torn apart. The strong wind swept across, and the roar resounded through Wado. Just the energy leaked out during the fight has changed the climate. Billowing black clouds hung over everyone's heads, blocking the noon sun. Uhud. Kaido laughed. Joey boy is Joey, I'm me, don't get me wrong. Luffy also laughed. The zone fruit holds the will. After the awakened zone, once the ability user can't bear it, the will in the fruit will overwhelm his own will. In Impel Down, there are many jailermen who awakened like this, but in the end they couldn't keep themselves. In the original story, when Luffy first awakened, he was also affected by Nika's will and was awakened by Kaido. But he is different. He was awakened by eating the awakening fruit, and Nika's will could not affect him from the beginning. What was your purpose in killing Kurozumi Orochi? Kaido and Luffy continued to output conquerors, and the black and red lightning was extremely manic, forcing everyone around them to retreat. Important to you? Unimportant. Kaido narrowed his eyes and said, Straw Hat Luffy, I am very patient with you. I can tell. Luffy grinned. It wasn't the first time this guy had released water on his companion. Before in Dressrosa, he had released a sea on Sanji. Thank you then. Armed cannon, boom. It exploded suddenly, and thick smoke billowed. Kaido was forced back with a punch, leaving long trails on the ground with his legs. He swung the mace violently, and stuck it heavily on the ground. He was knocked back tens of meters before he finally stabilized his figure. Such a strong armed color. Kaido was shocked. He had only seen such a strong armed color on the former captain, Lux. At the time, he was just a rookie on the Rocks pirate. Is your purpose Pluton? Kaido looked up at the sky, the dark battleship, the lifted sea. The only possibility is Pluton. That thing needs a huge amount of electricity to start, and now it's just a piece of scrap iron. While answering, he continued to chase. Luffy stepped in front of Kaido and swept across. What a fast speed. This kid. Kaido was attacked in the abdomen and kicked into the sky. The attack power is still within the acceptable range, but the speed is too fast. The speed that erupts in an instant is supersonic, even twice the speed of sound. Not only that, but he can't hear the other party's voice with his knowledge, and can't predict Luffy's future. Relying entirely on instinctive combat experience. So, it became a one-sided beating. Kaido, who was kicked into the air, the silver-white figure in his vision has already caught up quickly. White rocket. Boom. Hitting his head on his stomach, Kaido's body softened again, like glue, and a piece of his back protruded. Straw Hat. When Kaido took the heavy blow, the mace was already out of his hands. He clasped his hands together and smashed hard on Luffy's body. Boom. The two each took a blow. Kaido was knocked out of the capital of flowers by Luffy, jumped several thousand meters, and landed directly in the suburbs. But Luffy was smashed into the sky and landed heavily on the streets of the Flower City. It's just that the street softened into rubber and couldn't hurt him at all. Luffy jumped on the ground a few times, and immediately jumped up, turning into a beam of silver light and chasing. Seeing the battle between the two, the rest of the people felt palpitations one by one. The fight between the four emperors. Huang Shilling swallowed his saliva and was shocked. It actually suppressed Kaido. Kazuki Hiyori was even more dumbfounded. Who the hell is Monkey D. Luffy? Wano Kuni, who is closed to the outside world, doesn't know the news from overseas at all. Outskirts. Kaido turned into a green dragon, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a silver light flashing, and Luffy in the straw hat appeared in front of him instantly. Oh he. You really have meaningless kindness. You deliberately moved the battlefield to this kind of place to protect those foolish people? Kaido sneered. The corner of Luffy's mouth raised. Foolish people? Ah, foolish people. Kazuki Oden did the same thing back then. In order to protect those idiots, he did not hesitate to dance naked in front of the general's gate for several years. What do the foolish people call him? Your Highness fool. Don't compare me to Kazuki Oden. Luffy was a little annoyed. He really didn't want to hurt the innocent. That's because he now has the upper hand and can face Kaido with ease. What is Kazuki Oden? Sorry, but you are much better than Kazuki Oden. Chinglong grinned. Flames gathered in the open dragon mouth. Do you know why I choose Wano Kuni as my stronghold? Boom. Interest. The dragon's breath shot out suddenly towards Luffy. The target is not Luffy, but Wado behind Luffy. Knowing the future, he saw this scene a few seconds in advance. Luffy sneered and said, "It's really boring, playing such dirty tricks." He points his index finger to the previous one. In an instant, a shield of clay rose up from the ground below. "This kind of thing can block my dragon's breath, what are you doing?" Before Kaido finished speaking, he saw a scene that left him dumbfounded. The clay shield suddenly turned into rubber, and the dragon's breath hit it, but it bounced back suddenly. Boom. Kaido was blasted in the face by his own dragon's breath. Afterwards, the clay wall turned back into mud, and after being torn into 2 pieces, it turned into 2 earth dragons. Luffy stood in the air, reaching out to keep touching the clay wall. "Kaido, you can't beat me, just surrender, surrender loses half." Kaido shook his head, and a pair of dragon eyes stared at Luffy. Lion fruit, rubber fruit. How can these 2 abilities cooperate with each other to do this kind of thing? This kid also has shock fruit. Even Kaido has to admit that he probably can't really beat the opponent. Surrender. He, who would do such a spoiling thing? It's rare to meet a top expert like you. Bad wind. Open the dragon's mouth and spit out a large number of wind blades. This time, the target is Luffy, not Flower City. Playing flowers is really a bit boring. A group of ants are not worth his attention at all. With a move of Luffy's finger, the 2 earth dragons around him immediately moved towards the wind blade. The wind blade cut the earth dragon easily, but the torn earth dragon would recondense in an instant. The 2 forces were at a stalemate in the air. Luffy stood there calmly. He can indeed beat Kaido, but if he wants to win, he can't make a winning blow in a short time. Kaido's physical strength must be exhausted first, and only when a critical value is reached can he completely defeat the opponent. Otherwise, Kaido will stand up no matter how many times he is knocked down. "If I were you, I wouldn't waste time here with me now. Among your subordinates, there are Marines undercover agents." Kaido's eyes turned cold. "Undercover? Among your subordinates, there is one named X. Drake's man?" Hearing this, a corresponding picture immediately appeared in Kaido's mind. X Drake, known as Fallen Marine Rear Admiral, this year's pirate supernova, with a bounty of 222 million Baileys. Joined him not long ago, and quickly became one of the 6 sons of the Valley. This guy is undercover. Kaido suddenly thought of Pluton. The matter of Pluton cannot be exposed yet, the news must be blocked. "It's the same for you." Kaido narrowed his eyes and said, "Since you're eyeing Pluton, you won't be unprepared. Before you find enough power, the so-called Pluton is a piece of scrap metal." Ouch, this guy's brain turns so fast. Luffy couldn't help but slander from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to create a little anxiety for Kaido so that it would be easier for him to attack him. The result was easily seen through. "I have no choice but to use my strength to shut you up." The hockey around Luffy suddenly rose to the level of IV6. The next moment, a man and a dragon started a long fight in the sky above the outskirts of Wado. At the same time, Rabbit Bowl, Convict Quarry. A floating platform slowly floated over the quarry. Moria stood in the sky, overlooking the scene inside the quarry. Countless prisoners were wearing shackles, wearily carrying pieces of cut stones. It was noon now, and it was time to eat. The prisoners who had worked for half a day exchanged their tickets for bowls of Anko rice cake soup from the entrance of the cafeteria. And not far from the entrance of the cafeteria, Plague Quinn, one of the 3 plagues, is dancing and singing on the stage. He. They are all my zombies. Suddenly, Moria's shadow turned into countless bats, flying towards the quarry below. Countless black bats flew down from the sky. At first, the people in the quarry didn't notice it. "Quinn is still dancing." The subordinate who was dancing beside him quickly said. "My Lord Quinn, this is not the time to dance. There is an ocean in the sky, something must have happened, something strange." Another subordinate of the backup dance followed closely and said. That's right. Wouldn't it be better to report to Kaido-sama at this time? The sea above your head. Hey?" Suddenly, there was some commotion among the prisoners working in the quarry. Countless black spots are scattered all over, flapping their wings, densely packed. "What's this?" Quinn was taken aback. Then, he saw countless bats flying into a circle of prisons around the quarry. The next moment, black shadows were pulled out one after another, like hundreds of black lines, spreading towards the sky at the same time. He. Moria's strange laugh sounded. Shadow gathering place. His body suddenly swelled several times, and he fell from the sky in a single leap. With a bang, when it landed in the center of the quarry, cracks were smashed into the ground by him. Shichibukai? Gecko Moria. Prisoners and jailers were shocked. Among the prisoners, many were pirates who were sent to work here after being defeated by the Beast's pirates. They recognized it naturally, and didn't even know that Moria had been expelled from Shichibukai because the information hadn't been updated for a long time. Quinn's eyes widened. Why did Moria come here? He, Quinn, long time no see. Absorbing the shadows of hundreds of prisoners, Moria's voice also became deeper and more eerie. His move, the shadow gathering place. The more shadows you absorb, the stronger your combat power will be. The stronger the original owner of the absorbed shadow is, the stronger he will be. The only flaw is that it requires his own will. At this moment, he punched down. Boom-a. The terrifying power smashed the earth to pieces in an instant. Come out, zombies. Zombies emerged from the ground one after another. They were all dead prisoners. Now Moria, infused with shadow bats, suddenly turned into his marionettes. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of zombies lined up, and countless bats flew around Moria. Seeing this, Quinn narrowed his eyes, and he spit out the cigar in his mouth to the ground with a baw. 21 years ago, you came to Wano Kuni to challenge Lord Kaido, and you escaped after killing all your companions. Now what's the matter? Quinn said disdainfully. It's rare to save a life, Moria. He. I'm not looking for you. Is X Drake here? I'll get rid of him and take revenge. Quinn's body changed shape rapidly, from a chubby fat man to a huge brachiosaurus in an instant. Zoana dragon fruit a ancient species a brachiosaurus form. I asked what you're here for. Quinn bit down on Moria. Moria raised her arms, grabbed brachiosaurus head, and snorted coldly. So I'm asking you, where is X Drake? The riots that broke out in the Wanwan Quarry, and the battle of the four emperors that broke out in the outskirts of the capital of flowers, the news spread to Onijima almost at the same time. As the secretary, the emperor immediately summoned the cadres of the beast's pirates. At this time, a group of people gathered together. Big Kanban, Jack the Drow in the Three Disasters, with a reward of 1 billion. 6 Sons of the Sky, Fuzzy Fu, Cat fruit a ancient species a saber-toothed tiger form, a reward of 546 million Baileys is offered. Ling Kong Luji, Sasaki, Zone a dragonfruit a ancient species a triceratops form, bounty 400 million. The 6 Sons of Lingkong, Runti, Zoana dragon fruit a ancient species a Pachycephalosaurus form, with a bounty of 400 million Baileys. The 6 Sons of Ling Kong, Peggy Wan, Zoana dragon fruit a ancient species a spineback dragon form, the bounty is 290 million Baileys. Ling Kong 6 Sons, Black Maria, Zoana spider fruit a ancient species a Gree rose ancient tarantula form, bounty 480 million Bailey map. And Yamato dressed as an Oberon. Pahaha, what, Yamato looks so funny. Seeing Yamato's appearance, Junti couldn't straighten up laughing while clutching her stomach. Sister, now is not the time for jokes. Peggy Wan, the younger brother, looked serious. Yamato was stared at by everyone, feeling uncomfortable all over. Balwang, what is the purpose of calling us? Black Moria sighed. I am busy giving special training to His Highness Yamato. Everyone is here. No, where's Drake? Balwang suddenly discovered that one of the 6 sons was missing. Jack snorted coldly. In the quarry of the rabbit bowl. Yes. Balwang suddenly remembered. Because he was a newcomer, Drake was moved to the quarry to take care of the prisoners. Leave him alone. Master Kaido's situation is not good. Balwang quickly said. You have seen the situation outside the castle, right? The inner sea of Wano Kuni ran into the sky. It was the Straw Hat Luffy who did it. Master Kaido and Lord Jin went to the Flower City together and fought with Straw Hat crew. Need help. Did Kaido fight with the Straw Hat? Black Maria asked in surprise. Yes. The Straw Hats killed Kurozumi Orochi. More information is still unknown, so, Yamato? Hey, Yamato-sama, where are you going? In the middle of the conversation, Balwang saw Yamato running out. The capital of flowers. Straw Hat crew all came to the outskirts to watch Luffy fight Kaido. Running over together were Kazuki Hiyori and her retainer Kiyoshiro. Boom. Boom. The Conqueror's hockey that burst out from a distance from time to time made everyone dare not approach. There is a clear difference in strength between the two sides of the battle. Straw Hat Luffy is hitting Kaido. Ha, Kaido, you can't do it. Luffy turned into a white giant, grabbed Kaido's dragon tail, swung Kaido back and forth, and slapped the ground hard. Straw Hat. Kaido roared, trying to break free, but he couldn't get rid of it. His head hit the left side all of a sudden, and was thrown to the right all of a sudden, and he lost his mind from the beating. Dragon form is a target at all. After realizing this, suddenly, Kaido's body shrunk, and in a blink of an eye, he turned into a human beast shape. Luffy flung his hand away for the last time, but was freed by Kaido, who also shrunk in size and returned to normal. He beat Kaido hard, but the actual damage was limited. At this moment, Kaido stood up holding his forehead, his face livid. What a nonsense ability. It's okay to mess around, the key is still very tricky. Are you going to admit defeat? Luffy grinned. Oh he, don't speak too soon. Yeah? As soon as Luffy raised his hand, Lion Fruit's power was activated. The next moment, the mace that was discarded on the street of Wazi City immediately flew up and flew into his hand from a distance. Luffy threw the mace at Kaido. Give you another chance. The veins on Kaido's forehead popped up, and he caught the mace. In the far distance, under the stairs leading to the capital of flowers, Kazuki Hiyori said blankly. Why do you want to return the weapon to Kaido? Monkey D. Luffy. What the hell is this man thinking? Can't understand. Kushiro can understand. This is to completely crush Kaido's confidence and pride. Luffy. Suddenly, Zoro shouted towards the distance, took off the famous sword Chusui from his waist, and threw it towards Luffy. That's Chusui? Kazuki Hiyori opened his eyes wide, Wanakuna's national treasure. Luffy stretched out his arms and grabbed Chusui in his hands. Then I heard Zoro laughing. Lend it to you, don't break it. There is no weapon, isn't it fair? You don't have any objections, too. Kaido snorted, shouldering the mace. You who have been fighting with fists and feet, how can you know how to use swordsmanship? Swordsmanship? Is there such a thing? It's not enough to work hard to create a miracle, but to draw a knife is to cut. Luffy drew out his autumn water. Like Hawkeye's black sword knight, this is a black sword. High-frequency vibration. With a flick of his hand, Luffy attached the power of Shockfruit's vibration to the blade. The next moment, a faint white halo appeared on the blade of Hidao Chusui. And with his swing of the knife, the ground on the outskirts of Wado was instantly torn apart by the force of the vibration, stretching tens of hundreds of meters. Seeing this scene, Kaido's pupils shrank suddenly. Just a wave of the hand. That's not sword energy. That's the power of Whitebeard's shock fruit. The same fruit, in the hands of different people, develops in completely different directions. Sure enough, an interesting man. Kaido couldn't help laughing, and rushed up immediately, waving a mace. Roar Thunder 8 trigrams. The mace held in both hands slammed down towards Luffy's head. Conqueror's Haki wraps around the rod, and is an enhanced version of Thunder 8 trigrams. Luffy doesn't know much about swordsmanship, but swordsmanship is not important, what is important is Haki. Pick up with a sword. Same Conqueror's winding. Bang. The weapons of the two sides failed to meet directly, and Haki of Conquerors took the lead in the confrontation. After a deafening bang, black and red lightning radiated in all directions. With the place where the two fought as the center, the land within several kilometers was collapsing, and the shock wave swept across the four directions, just like a typhoon hit. The terrifying aftermath of the battle almost made people unable to open their eyes. Kushiro immediately protected Kazuki Hiyori behind him, and used Haki with all his strength to fight against the aftermath. Monster. His mind was shocked, but it was difficult for him to bear the aftermath. If this got involved, he probably wouldn't even know how to die. Trafalgar Law took a deep breath and said, the fight between the four emperors is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Zoro looked cold. Don't meddle, this is Luffy's battle. Sanji was smoking a cigarette, and raised his head subconsciously to block Haki from leaking. Luffy has an absolute advantage, but it may take a long time to decide the winner. Marco supported the unconscious ace, and said in a deep voice, in a one-on-one fight, Kaido is stronger than Daddy, but Luffy is still above Kaido. Even so, they will not have a decisive blow to defeat each other, and they will only fall into a long-lasting battle. The war of attrition. Boom. Between the words, another shockwave hit, and everyone was forced to retreat several meters. Holding the third redstone rubbing, Robin understood what Luffy was thinking. Luffy him. Want to defeat Kaido once and for all. That's why I want to defeat the opponent head-on. Otherwise, with Luffy's 3-fruit ability, there are many more insidious ways to win. Center of battle. The confrontation between Luffy and Kaido lasted as long as 3 minutes. Finally, with a bang, Kaido's Conquerors was routed. As if a huge Overlord territory collapsed, the sky became somewhat clearer. Kaido is knocked into the air. Losing in Haki's competition with strength, Kaido not only didn't fear, but became more excited. Ooh, it's been a long time since I've had such a good time, Cap. He changed his posture in the air, and the Conquerors was wrapped around the mace again, and a thunderous blow fell from the sky. The third generation, Yin Naraku. Luffy just blocked with a horizontal knife. Boom. In an instant, the ground under his feet collapsed again, and with Luffy as the center, a huge deep pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared. Carefree? Luffy grinned. Nika Fruit's ability affected the outside world. The ground under his feet softened. Under Kaido's impact, he sank for a certain distance, and the rebound force knocked Kaido into the sky again. The next moment, Luffy jumped up and chased after him. Ultra-frequency vibration. The power of the vibration exerted on Chusui increased tenfold. A knife cut with all its strength. Puff. There was a long knife wound on Kaido's chest, and blood spattered. What? Kaido's pupils shrank suddenly, and his armed body was pierced. His body, which can be called King Kong's indestructible body, couldn't bear the knife. The next moment, Luffy kicked him down. Standing in the air, looking down at each other. I put a lot of water on you, because you put water on my companion before. You don't really think I can't kill you, do you? Be sober, Kaido. Chopped. Seeing that Kaido was slashed, Sanji was shocked and said, Green algae, your swordsmanship is for nothing. Luffy doesn't know any swordsmanship, but he can cut Kaido. How hard Kaido's body is, he has experienced it the last time he was in Dressrosa. It belongs to the kind of monster that stands still and lets you fight, and it will wash off its own power until the end. Sanji can only break through the opponent's dragon scales with the hardest teeth in the powder dragon form. Facing his ridicule, Zoro rarely had a chance to refute, and the corner of his mouth twitched in his defense. Luffy doesn't use swordsmanship, it's the power of shock fruit. Fruit power, not slashing. Then, there were incomprehensible words like a guy without a swordsman's soul, which made Robin laugh a lot, and the air was full of joy. Watching the talking and laughing Straw Hat crew, Kazuki Hiyori was in a trance. No tension at all. Boom. Kaido landed from the sky. He stood firmly on the ground with both feet, holding a mace in one hand, and touched the wound with his hand. I can't help but recall the moment when I was cut in my mind. That's the power of shock fruit. Create a space with strong shocks, and compress this space into the shape of a blade, and attach it to the real blade. Rather than being cut by a knife, it is better to say that the body was torn apart by the strong earthquake space. His wound was not an ordinary knife wound. The place where it was cut was bloody and riddled with holes. The blood couldn't stop, and in just a short moment, the ground under his feet turned red. Your haki is starting to weaken. Luffy held a black knife and autumn water, and slowly descended not far from Kaido. A person's haki will change with the change of the physical state. When young, haki is very strong. When old, when the energy and blood are insufficient, haki will become weak. By the same token, after being injured, haki will also become weaker. However, don't worry, the last time I came to your territory on 18th, you gave me a sea chart, and I said that next time I want to kill you, Jin will spare your life. That chart saved Hancock's life. Hearing this, Kaido's eyes were cold, but he grinned after a while. He has lost many times in his life, and it is not the first time he has lost to others. Lost to the old man Whitebeard, lost to the kid with the red hair, got caught by Marine more times, but none of them could kill him. He was so bored that he wanted to kill himself, but he never succeeded. Even if he sent himself into the seawater only made him unable to move, but he could still breathe, because the fruit he ate was called fish fruit, and was finally thrown out by his subordinates. Even if he challenges the devil fruit's law and eats the second fruit, it will only bring him some painful stimulation, and it will not kill him either. He even ate the smile fruit of Doflamingo, but it was useless, neither failed nor succeeded, just like eating an ordinary fruit. If you are singled out, you will be invincible. The strongest creature in the world. That's what the world calls him. But Kaido is not happy at all, not having a rival just makes him feel that the world is boring. Oh he. Don't say such spoiling words, if you can kill me, just try it. A mere injury, my haki won't weaken easily. Boom. Haki, who had just weakened, suddenly surged back at this moment, and was even less deceptive than before. Are you getting braver? Luffy raised his eyebrows in surprise. You want to die that much? Then I'll make it happen for you. As soon as the voice fell, he rushed over. He is very happy to satisfy Kaido's request to seek death. This is what the other party wants, not counting his slip of the tongue. Kaido immediately went up to meet him, waving the mace in his hand like a wind. The two clashed like lightning, the blade and the mace collided again and again, making loud noises that shook the eardrums. What kind of monster is this? It feels stronger than before, Quangshilling said in disbelief. It's just to be brave. Marco narrowed his eyes. Kaido is using haki regardless of the loss. Similar to Dad's performance in Summit War, using haki with overdrawn body, the final result is to consume vitality. Let's back up a distance. The fight between the two has become more intense, and this place will be involved. Luo immediately unfolded the spherical space and instantly moved everyone to the entrance of the capital of flowers. And while they teleported, boom! A stick of air struck over, smashing the torii under the stairs in an instant. This is a type of shrine entrance building, similar to a torii, representing the entrance to the realm of the gods. Behind the torii gate is an upward staircase leading directly to the capital of flowers. At this moment, not only the torii gates, but also the stairsteppers were smashed. This wasn't a conscious attack, it was just a bit of aftermath that was accidentally generated when the two four emperors fought each other. Haha, are you out of strength? The attack has become weak. While resisting Kaido's stormy attack, Luffy still had enough time to laugh crazy. Kaido didn't answer back, and the mace he swung became heavier. Luffy dodged to dodge, and the stick hit the ground, smashing everything within a 100-meter radius in an instant, and directly punched a deep hole. See smell kill. Kaido thought in annoyance that he couldn't hit it at all. Puff. There was pain in the arm, and he was cut again, and the blood was lost faster. I'll show you something fun. Luffy pulled a distance away again, and slapped the ground with his palm. Planetary Devastation. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a strong earthquake occurred on the outskirts of Wado. The earth around Kaido seemed to come alive, like the palms of giant Buddhas, enveloping him. What's this? Kaido shattered the encirclement with a stick, but those annoying palms would condense again, increasing in number, drowning him in a blink of an eye. He was wrapped in the soil ball and slowly flew into the sky. The soil ball with a diameter of hundreds of meters quickly compressed to less than 10 meters. Then, more stones broke away from the gravity of the earth and gathered towards the artificial stars in the sky. The vast land, the outskirts that were smashed by the two, and the land with a radius of 10 kilometers were rolling up huge boulders. This process takes up to 5 minutes. An artificial moon with a diameter of more than 3 kilometers was born in the sky. The ultimate compressed artificial moon, the internal strength has surpassed that of steel. Is this the end? Luffy got up slowly, looked up at the moon in the sky, and asked calmly, "Can you do it, Kaido?" 4 Emperors Straw Hat versus 4 Emperors Kaido. The two sides fought fiercely for 4 hours and 40 minutes, the winner, Straw Hat Luffy. An ice wolf roams the land of Wano Kuni. The snow-white wolf god is as fast as lightning. Her name is Yamato, the daughter of Kaido, Zone a dog fruit a phantom beast a big-mouthed true god form. Kaido. Driving all the way from Onijima, Yamato felt exhausted. Today's Wano Kuni inland sea has already dried up, and all the seawater has gone to the sky. She traversed the ancient Wano Kuni, actually covering an even longer distance, twice as long. Even the ability user of the phantom beast species, when she stepped into the Flower City area, she was already out of breath. What is that? Looking up at the sky, a huge artificial moon is floating overhead. Yamato sensed Kaido's breath inside that ball. Already. Has the winner been decided? Yamato narrowed his eyes, breathed a sigh of relief and accelerated on his way. The capital of flowers, the suburbs. Everyone stared at the moon in the sky dumbfounded. It was already evening, and Luffy and Kaido fought from afternoon to evening, devastating the suburbs, and even the ground was rolled up and turned into a moon in the sky. Did you win? Kazuki Hiyori stared blankly at the sky. Everyone in the straw hats looked serious. Suddenly, Zoro's seeing hearing color sensed a breath, and immediately shouted. Be careful, Luffy, there's a strong aura approaching this way. His voice just fell. On the land in the distance, a white wolf god has come into view. Her speed was very fast, and she came to Luffy in a blink of an eye. Ha ha. The wolf god was panting, unable to speak for a while. From the animal form, she gradually changed back to the human form. Yamato sat on the ground in a duck-sitting position, with his hands propped up on the ground, his head covered in sweat. Seeing this girl again, Luffy couldn't help being startled. Yamato. Straw Hat Luffy. Yamato calmed down his heartbeat, first glanced at Luffy, and then at the artificial moon above his head. What are you dressed up for? Oiran. Luffy couldn't help turning his head back, looking at Kazuki Hiyori. The two men were dressed quite alike, both in the attire of an Oiran. No, that's not the problem. Yamato would wear this kind of clothes. Luffy had a look of surprise on his face. Kaido, are you defeated? Yamato gasped. On top of your head. Looking at the artificial moon, Yinhe gradually revealed a smile. Great. Finally, I have a lot of special training. What courtesan etiquette, she doesn't want to learn for a second. Hearing her words, Luffy was speechless. As expected of a filial daughter, she was sincerely happy to see her father being beaten violently. Suddenly, boom! A strand of haki is sent from the sky. Blocking Kaido's artificial moon, cracks appear on the surface. Beyond the hardness of steel, it is also difficult to suppress Kaido. Yamato's complexion changed, and he stood up immediately. A dragon's chant resounded over the capital of flowers. Chinglong Kaido broke through the blockade and broke free from the artificial moon. Seeing this, Luffy immediately raised his hand to control the shattered artificial moon, not letting them fall down. When you feel your daughter's breath, you can't wait to run out. It's a touching picture. That sounds like nothing wrong, but to Kaido's ears, it was a complete ridicule. In order to break free from the suppression of the planetary devastation, Kaido forcibly transforms into a Jackie Chan form, which consumes a lot of energy. At this moment, he has already begun to feel the decline of physical strength. In contrast, Straw Hat Luffy is still at the top of his game like a normal guy. Kaido couldn't figure it out, didn't understand. Logically speaking, the physical strength consumed by the two is about the same. He does not believe that Luffy's physical strength is so much higher than his. Yamato. What are you doing here? Kaido. Yamato gritted his teeth and entered the human beast form, turning into a half-human, half-wolf appearance. There is cold air all over the body, and the cold air gathers in the mouth. I'm here to help the Straw Hats defeat you. As long as I defeat you, I can go to sea freely. Kaido's face was livid. No waiter Bingya. Yamato showed no mercy and opened his mouth to growl. The cold air in the mouth turned into a beam of frozen ejaculation. Line. Straight to the blue dragon in the sky. Kaido's eyes darkened. For the first time, he doubted his decision. If he follows his plan and takes his daughter to seduce the Straw Hat, will it end up with his daughter and son-in-law working together to kill him? Damn it. Hot interest. An angry Kaido breathed out a dragon's breath. The power of ice and fire collided in the air, and a huge explosion occurred in an instant. Not far away, the Straw Hat crew all had dumbfounded expressions. That's Yamato? Zoro frowned. It's Kaido's daughter. Why? What kind of picture of a loving father and a filial daughter? Kaido's daughter? Sanji opened his mouth wide. Isn't this a first-class beauty? He laughed at himself about Luffy when he suddenly remembered Dressrosa. How can someone like Kaido give birth to such a beautiful daughter? At this time, Luffy bent his knees slightly, and the next moment, he shot up. He came to Kaido's head in an instant. While Kaido and Yamato were fighting each other, they swung one arm and firmly grasped Chinglong's head. Huge palms, as if pinching a loach. The soil can't seal you, so use water. Luffy flung it skyward. Kaido's huge green dragon body immediately flew uncontrollably to the sea of AA sky. Straw Hat. Kaido's eyes widened, at the same time. From the bottom of the sea of AA sky, seawater surged out, immediately trapping Chinglong Kaido, forming a huge spherical water prison. Seeing this scene, Yinhe quickly made up for it. Wuxi Bingya. The freezing ray hits the water dungeon. Yamato. Kaido was furious. This bastard daughter cooperates really well. Caw caw caw. In a blink of an eye, the water polo turned into a fireball. And Kaido, who was sealed in the ice hockey, completely lost the power to resist. Straw Hats. Yamato panted heavily, but a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. Finally. Finally free. Finally free. Yamato felt happy from the bottom of his heart. Zoro and others came over one after another, and they looked around, but there was no intact place in their field of vision. Luffy. What's next? Hearing this, Yamato immediately said, the cadres of the Beast's pirates are coming here. Luffy shook his head, turned around and walked towards Wado. Let them surrender, or kill them if they don't surrender. Once the 4 emperors fall, the cadres of any 4 emperors' regiment are useless. The people of Flower City took to the streets one after another, and the sound of fighting outside finally subsided. As soon as they looked up, they could see that Kaido was sealed inside the giant puck, unable to move at all. When he saw Luffy in the straw hat, he quickly hid again. They have no idea what's going on. Suddenly a group of people came and killed the Kurozumi Orochi, and then suppressed Kaido. When I returned to General Castle, the body of Kurozumi Orochi was still hanging in front of the gate. Luffy ignored the body and walked right in, soon after. General City, day room. Trafalgar Law said, going to take Kaido's heart out? It's useless. Luffy sat cross-legged, shook his head and said, that's not someone who can be used in this way. Dominate Kaido with your heart? Can't control. Crush Kaido's heart, and that man won't give in. But it can be defeated. He doesn't know if Kaido is taking it now. In short, let him be frozen for a few days. Kaido lost. Doflamingo also lost his backer. The Straw Hats are in charge. I want to settle the grievances. Wait first. Wait for a while. Luffy simply told Luo what happened to Dressrosa. During the time I was in Wano Kuni, Did this happen again? I know, I'll wait. Luo nodded, expressing his understanding. As long as Luffy doesn't stop him from getting revenge. Now, Doflamingo is still useful, so wait for it. Have been waiting for many years, not bad time. Sanji. Luffy said to Sanji. You go back to Elegia, let Nami and the others come, and remember to bring Frankie. Pluton has already started, let the shipbuilder Frankie see how to start it. If there is a lack of electrical energy, with Nami's Thunderfruit, maybe Nami can drive it. If all goes well, he will have the power to fight the world government. I see, I'll go right away. Sanji left immediately, turned into a pink dragon, and flew towards Elegia. The distance between the two places is so close that you don't even need a record pointer. As long as you can fly, you can definitely find it. As soon as he left, Luffy said, let's get someone to prepare some food. I've been fighting with Kaido for a long time. I'm hungry. Stamina can be restored by sunlight fruit, but hunger will not disappear. They have completely controlled the Shogun Castle, and the ninjas and servants who originally obeyed the Kurozumi Orochi now bow to Luffy. No one dared to resist. Kaido is still freezing outside, who dares to resist? Don't die? Food and wine are served. Luffy enjoys it in silence, alone. After a while, a man's voice came from outside the house. Luffy, someone wants to see you. Luo walked in with a man and a woman. It's Oiran Kazuki Hiyori and Kagashiro. After entering, Quangshi Lang immediately came to the standard doge seat. Master Monkey D. Luffy, I am the behind-the-scenes boss of the largest brothel in the Flower City, and the leader of the local gangsters. Before that, he was the guard of Kurozumi Orochi, named Quangshiro. Quangshiro is obviously a pseudonym, but his real name is Denjiro. He used to be Yu Oden's retainer, but after Kazuki Oden died, he changed his appearance in grief, concealed his name in the capital of flowers, opened a brothel, and lived by Tanda's side. Luffy didn't expose his lie, saying, what's the matter? Kurozumi Orochi relied on Kaido's backing and has done evil in this country for many years. It is a joy to die in your hands today. Kushiro said respectfully. The person next to me is the #1 beauty of our Wano-kuni, Oiran Shaozi. Please let her represent the people of Wano-kuni and play a song for you. Thank you for your kindness. Play it. Luffy waved his hand and said casually. Kazuki Hiyori sat down immediately, first bowed his head in a worried salute. It's our first time meeting, Master Luffy. It's my honor to present this song to you, little girl. The way of speaking is the tone of a brothel woman. However, this former Wano-kuni little princess is not quite the same as the average traveling girl. She is an Oiran, a doctor, and a high-ranking geisha. Unlike the wandering girls who sleep with her, she has a more noble status and relies on craftsmanship for her living. Of course, because of her good looks, she is known as the #1 beauty in Wano-kuni, and there are many people who are obsessed with her, and there are also many rich people who are willing to lose their fortunes and redeem her from the brothel. Kurozumi Orochi is also her crush. This woman is also very good at deceiving men, and after defrauding him into bankruptcy, she will secretly distribute the money to the poor people. From Luffy's point of view, although this little princess has a bad mind, she has been lurking in Wado for so many years. She has grown from a little girl to a big beauty, and she only cares about learning how to play and sing, but she has not collected any information. But the heart is still kind. Just comparing it with the Vivi around me, it's a shame. He eyed Kazuki Hiyori without saying a word. The sound of playing the shamisen sounded, and Kazuki Hiyori's skills were not learned in vain, and he was really good at playing. She was also looking at Luffy, but absent-mindedly. Luo shook his head, took Quangshilling out of the Japanese room, and became the second general of Henga outside the door. While eating delicious food, Luffy releases his sense of knowledge and peeks into other people's hearts. Kaido lost. What will happen to this country in the future? What happened today is completely inconsistent with what my mother predicted. Will this man become the new ruler? He is also a pirate. 4 emperors like Kaido, the strength is still higher than Kaido. No, don't you think so, Hiyori? Anyway, Master Luffy is also Wano-kuni's benefactor. I can't calm down. Because of the confusion of thoughts, when Kazuki Hiyori played, the key was wrong. Luffy said casually, Kazuki Hiyori, you don't have to be so nervous. The shamisen strings snapped suddenly. Kazuki Hiyori's delicate body tensed and her eyes widened impossibly wide. What will happen to this country in the future? If you want to know, I can tell you. Luffy smiled slightly. Can you hear my little girl's voice? Kazuki Hiyori was out of control and incoherent. Even the business tone was almost forgotten. I would name someone to be the general of this country. Kaido wants to turn this place into a weapons factory, but I have no interest. To be honest, what about Wano-kuni? He has no interest at all. It's just that I don't want to return the general's position to the Kazuki family. Anyway, you Kazuki family don't want to get back the position of general, you don't deserve it. Luffy shows no mercy. Kazuki Hiyori clenched her little hand. What a terrifying man. Can read the thoughts in her heart. Is the Kazuki family unworthy? Who will be the general? What will happen to the people of this country? Will the suffering continue? The country will return to normal. I will testify to the Wano-kuni country. Luffy grinned and said, to be honest, I'm still thinking about who to be Wano-kuna's general. If you had to choose, who would you choose? Let me choose. Are you kidding me? Kazuki Hiyori's eyes darkened, and he suddenly thought of his childhood brother. Momonosuke doesn't know what's going on now. 20 years after his mother sent him, counting the time, it should be 2 years before he will show up. No, mother's prophecy was not true, so Momonosuke's brother might be dead already. The Kazuki family has reached her generation, and she is the only one left. Lord Luffy. Kazuki Hiyori put the broken shamisen aside, prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed. Whoever you choose to be the general, please treat this country well. It has been many years. This country can no longer bear the suffering. This is the request of the little girl. For this, the little girl is willing to do anything. At this time, Luo's voice came from outside. Luffy. The door of the Japanese room was opened, and Robin walked in. Kaido's subordinates have arrived and are fighting Zoro and the others. New. Luffy nodded. His sense of knowledge has long been perceived. There are only a few people, and only one Jack is more troublesome. Zoro, Marco, and Yamato are enough to deal with it. Ah, maybe I came at the wrong time. Robin glanced at Kazuki Hiyori, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a playful arc. You came at the right time, come and pour wine. Robin had no choice but to walk over, knelt down and poured wine for Luffy. Is the little girl's wine good? Mimicking Kazuki Hiyori's tone, he began to flirt. Luffy rolled his eyes and took a generous sip. Wano-kuna's general candidate, do you have any ideas? Robin continued to pour him wine, smiled and said, Luffy, you seem to have an unusual dislike for the Kazuki family? It's okay for Tsukigohi, mainly because he hates Momosuke. Luffy thought for a while, then smiled and said, why don't you come and be the general? Robin paused while holding the wine bottle, and refused on the spot. No, it seems very troublesome. What's the trouble? Everywhere is troublesome. You have also managed the Baroque works before, and you are absolutely capable and excellent. I don't want to do it. Robin pursed his lips, and as soon as he thought about it, a clone appeared. Clone Robin knelt behind Luffy and squeezed his shoulders. Weirdly said, Lord Luffy, the little girl doesn't want to be a general. Luffy feels helpless about this. They all sacrificed their avatars to please him, and it seems that they really don't want to do it. After quickly going through his mind, Luffy had to admit that he didn't seem to have any management talents under his command. Eyes are on Kazuki Hiyori again. Kazuki Hiyori knelt there silently. I'll talk about the selection of the general later, Kazuki Hiyori. This country is in chaos right now, and you need to calm down the commotion. By the way, let someone send some food to Kasa village. The little princess of the Kazuki family, this status is not in vain. Robin, you take her to calm the commotion outside. Yes. Immediately, Robin got up, walked to Kazuki Hiyori, smiled and said, there is no need to suffer so much, this country will return to normal soon. The little girl understands. Kazuki Hiyori saluted Luffy again, then followed Robin to leave. After a while, Ace next door woke up, and Sukiyaki and Aya walked in. He was not polite at all, sat down next to Luffy, and started to eat and drink. Sure enough, I'm still too weak. I was beaten unconscious by Kaido. Luffy, how did you become so strong? His body was covered with bandages, especially his head, with only his mouth and nose exposed. Ayu. Luffy beckoned to Ayu, and the little girl ran over obediently and sat beside her. Master Luffy, thank you for liberating this country. I will be able to collect good money in the future, do you feel? Luffy laughed and patted the little girl's head. Among the many characters played by Wano-kuni, this little girl is his favorite. Of course. You can call and listen now, Brother Luffy. Wait. It's not fair, I came first, Brother Ace. Ayu smiled and shouted again. Ace grinned, and then grinned painfully as the wound was involved. Luffy continued to rub the little girl's head, suddenly laughed. Ayu, come and be Wano-kuna's general, why? The three people in the room were all stunned. Ayu opened his eyes wide, and said blankly, General? Yu's full name is Kurozumi Yu. It has to be said that Kurozumi Orochi is not a good person, and the members of Kurozumi's family don't take care of them, and there is no daily pattern. Luffy smiled and said, don't you want to? No. I'm only 6 years old. Ayu stood up, put her waist in and said, I don't understand anything, Brother Luffy, and he's still a woman. Wano Kuni has never had a woman as a general. What kind of woman are you? You're just a little girl. A 6-year-old female general is very suitable. Ayu, it's just you, if you don't know how to learn the regiment slowly. Luffy laughed. You couldn't afford to eat before, right? Many children like you didn't have enough to eat and didn't have enough clothes, right? Come on, Ayu. Use your hands to build an ugly place where everyone can have enough to eat. Don't worry, I'll get someone to help you. In the end, Luffy was serious. This isn't a kid's joke. Ayu stared blankly at Brother Luffy whom he had just met, and was shocked by these words. I wanted to be a coquettish female ninja. In the end, did I become a female general? Make Tama the general of Wano Kuni? A 6-year-old girl? Ace couldn't help but said, Luffy, are you serious? Seriously. Luffy waved his hands and said with a smile, is there anything wrong? Young. Ace opened his mouth, not knowing where to start complaining. It was so absurd that he couldn't refute it. Ayu will be the best general Wano Kuni has ever had, and at the same time, the first female general. Luffy said confidently. Why? Ace was stunned. Why are you so sure? Because I ordered it. Luffy couldn't help but laugh. Momosuke can become a well-known famous general, and Ayu is certainly no worse than Momosuke. Take a closer look at the performance of the two in the original story. In the original story, during the battle against Kaido, 8-year-old Momonosuke, as a key figure in the crusade, ate Kaido's replica fruit, but was delusional about surrendering and losing half crew. The same 8-year-old Ayu never thought of surrendering in order to have enough food tomorrow. She used her fruit power to assist the Straw Hat crew and performed well in the battle. There is also an additional Jade Emperor soldier. At the same age, not to mention the amount of credit gained in the battle, but whether the heart is strong or not, Momonosuke lost to Baho Street. Ayu, do you want to be a general? Luffy smiled faintly. Brother Luffy, if I become a general, will everyone have enough to eat? This requires your own efforts. As long as you think this way and work hard in this direction, sooner or later this country will become a paradise where people can live and work in peace. Ayu, who is still young, does not understand how much effort is required behind this. But she nodded firmly. I understand. Brother Luffy, I will definitely feed everyone. As he spoke, he tilted his head again, but, Brother Luffy, what should I do? Ha 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 ha. Luffy raised his forehead and laughed, the little girl is really interesting. At this time, Kazuki Sukiyaki, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stepped forward 2 steps, knelt down and saluted. Lord Luffy, please let me assist Ayu. If you can trust me, I will definitely train her into 10 qualified generals. The laughter stopped. Luffy slanders from the bottom of her heart, you can't even teach your son well. You can teach Ayu? What was Kazuki Oden like as a child? Years old, throw the nanny out. At the age of 4, a bear was killed by throwing a boulder. At the age of 6, he began to go in and out of Waji and Lushong. 8 years old, got drunk and fought with gamblers. 9 years old, was blacklisted by gangsters, got angry and violently hurt others, and was arrested. Entered the quarry service at the age of 10. At the age of 14, random modification of the river channel caused major floods. At the age of 15, threatened the abbot of the temple and lived in seclusion in the temple, kidnapping women every night to build a harem. At the age of 18, the relationship between father and son was severed. At the age of 20, he subdued several loyal and capable subordinates, transformed the lawless area of Aa Giuli into a livable place, and was awarded the name of Giuli Daimyo. Thinking of this, Luffy listened to Hikari Sukiyaki's heartfelt voice. He had to wonder if the old man was trying to play tricks of listening to politics behind the curtain. Kazuki Sukiyaki's voice is normal, it's not that he wants to restore the Kazuki family, but he really wants to help Ayu. In the past 20 years since Kurozumi Orochi took the position of general, he has completely let go. Of course, this is just the other party's thoughts at the moment. People also change. After 2 years, if Momosuke appears, the old man might change his mind. To him, Ayu was just a poor little girl he picked up, something like an adopted daughter. But Momosuke, that's a real grandson. Luffy pondered for a while, and decided to help him die. Even though the child was only 8 years old, he had to die for stability. He couldn't help but think of the battle for the throne in the ancient Rabbit Kingdom. Brothers would be killed here and there, let alone an adopted daughter and grandson. As for the influence of Kazuki's family in Wano Kuni, even if Momonosuke doesn't want to be the general, there will be many sighted people behind him pushing him to grab the position. Wouldn't it be too heartless to do this? Kazuki's family is cut off. Luffy frowned slightly, but quickly thought of Kazuki Hiyori. It's not the last generation, and there is a granddaughter. That being the case, there is no problem. Wait for those people from Momosuke to appear after 2 years, and send people to kill them as soon as possible. As long as Momonosuke doesn't show up, everyone will think he died early. With this in mind, Luffy nodded in agreement with the request. I will send my cronies over, I hope you will assist me well. Thank you for your kindness. Kazuki Sukiyaki kowtow again. Luffy said again. Your granddaughter is outside, and the Oran named Xiao Zi is Kazuki Hiyori. Kazuki Sukiyaki sighed and said, now that things have happened, how can I have the face to recognize her? Lord Luffy, please help me keep it a secret. From now on, I'm just flying from Tengu Mountain. It's best if Kazuki Sukiyaki is dead ending. Whatever. The next day, Kaido's minions have been defeated. Jack, one of the 3 plagues, was defeated by Zoro. Runti and Peggy Wan, the siblings, were defeated by Yamato. Sasaki and Fuzzy Fu, the 2 Volley 6 sons, were defeated by Marco. Luo took out the hearts of the 5 people and handed them to Luffy. At this time, the capital of Flowers, the suburbs. 5 hearts were delivered to Luffy. The 5 captives were surrounded by Straw Hat crew with dignified expressions. One is missing. There's another Black Maria, isn't there? Luffy asked bluntly. In Ghost Island, someone has to stay behind. Jack said in a deep voice, Straw Hat Luffy, what do you want? Luffy grabbed his heart and squeezed it slightly. Suddenly, Jack snorted and knelt down. I didn't kill you now, it doesn't mean I won't kill you. Be honest. Luffy's index finger slid across the front, tearing apart the space, and sending 5 brand new hearts into it. Ignore the prisoner for now, he looked up to the sky. A Pluton battleship, an ice ball of the frozen dragon Kaido, and a water prison that traps the 3 scourges. He swiped his index finger down. Immediately, the water prison slowly lowered its height and came in front of everyone. Kaido's subordinates all looked over. Jin was trapped in the water polo and lost consciousness due to lack of oxygen. But not dead, the heartbeat is still there. As expected of a clan of gods, the vitality of the Lunaria clan is really tenacious. Luffy said in admiration. A long time ago, there was a God's Kingdom in Redline, and the race living in the God's Kingdom was called Lunaria. Members of the Lunaria family can generate flames on their bodies, and when the flames burn, their defense power is extremely amazing. They can survive in various harsh environments in nature. Just like this moment. Jin was trapped in seawater for more than 10 hours, and most people would have died long ago, but this guy was still alive and well, just lost consciousness. The only pity is that such a powerful race is almost extinct now, and there is probably only Jin left. With a wave of Luffy, the water dispersed. Jin fell to the ground with a plop. Luo took his heart out and delivered it to Luffy. Another tube of blood was drawn with a syringe. Even if this guy is in a coma, his physique is very strong. Although he can't reach the level of monsters like Kaido and Big Mom, he still can't get in with a normal needle. Luo had to use a little armed color. Send them to jail. Luffy got the things and waved his hands. It was noon soon. The city of flowers has returned to calm, and Kazuki Hiyori stepped forward to show his identity. Because she resembles her mother Tianyueshi by 9 points, many older Wado residents still remember Tianyueshi's appearance. Especially the hair, both mother and daughter are emerald color. Knowing that it is the princess of Kazuki's family, the people felt relieved at once. As for the Straw Hat crew currently occupying the general city, it is also believed that the princess moved to rescue soldiers. The atmosphere suddenly changed from being confused and overwhelmed to joyful. Everyone welcomes the return of the Kazuki family. But soon, an announcement from General City came like a bolt from the blue. The new general, Yu, a 6-year-old girl, has become the new general. The people of Wado couldn't believe it. Under Robin's instruction, Kazuki Hiyori stood up again, saying that Ayu is her sister, and Ayu's general is the will of the 4 Emperor's Straw Hats. After that, nothing happened. Just kidding. A group of people who dare not even fight against Kaido, dare to fight against the Straw Hat that defeated Kaido? Not to mention, there is Kazuki Hiyori's platform behind Ayu. Although such a thing as a female general has never happened in history, the people of Flower Capital quickly accepted it. Compared with Kurozumi Orochi, Ayu is obviously not unacceptable. People are determined. As long as there are no more stringent laws than in Kurozumi Orochi's time, there will be no trouble. General City and Interior. Nami and others finally came to Wado, and Luffy had someone prepare a sumptuous meal. Robin walks in with Kazuki Hiyori. The little princess is very conscious. She is no longer a princess, but an Oiran, a geisha. In such a lively banquet, she immediately walked to the edge and played the shamisen. Luffy, the capital of flowers has returned to stability, and there will be no troubles for the time being. Robin came to Luffy's side and offered to pour him a drink, but other places are still in chaos. Kaido's remnant party has learned the news here and is fleeing overseas. Where's Moria? No contact. Luffy took a sip of the fine wine, and suddenly felt disgusted in his heart. Yesterday, when I flew to Wadu from Bianca village and past the Rabbit Bowl quarry, it was Moria who begged for help. There are many prisoners in that place, and Moria wants zombies. And Luffy also discovered Drake's breath, so he let him solve it by the way. Now that there is no contact, the result is obvious. Killed by Quinn. Sanji, you go to the quarry and check the situation. Luffy gave an order, and then asked the Marcos to split up. Kaido's remnants are numerous. Leaving aside the pirates staying in Oni Island, the people in Wano-Kuni need to clean up. Reiju, I got the things, please contact your father. Luffy asked Reiju to contact Judge again. Then he stood up and said to everyone, eat slowly, Nami, Frankie, come and lie down with me. Oh, what about Pluton? Go check it out, I can't wait. Frankie grinned and followed quickly. He himself likes to build some dangerous ships. Last night, he learned that he had the opportunity to see ancient weapon with his own eyes. He was so excited that he couldn't catch up all night. Nami walked and said, Luffy, Pluton's aside, I got the 3rd redstone, and if I find the last one, I can go to Lahoodle, right? About the 4th redstone, do you know where it is? Luffy shook his head. Marco told him that the Whitebeard Pirates did not take the redstone from the Fishman Island. I can probably guess where it is. Don't worry, we'll find it soon. A group of people came to the suburbs, and Luffy released Pluton from the sky. Just when the Straw Hat Pirates were at war with the Beast's pirates. A big event also happened outside. Big Mom contacted Morgas, and the marriage of the 2 emperors was published in the newspapers. All of a sudden, the world garden shook. At the same time, she also sent invitations to some forces. All 6 emperors of the Dark World have received invitations. King of Usury, Queen of the Pleasure District, King of Killers, News King, the King of Storage, Shipping King. In addition, there is Yellow Emperor. New World, somewhere in the sea. Gulen Taizuelo, a 10,000-meter-long giant ship covered in gold is slowly sailing on the sea. There are towns on top of the giant ship, which is the largest entertainment city in the world. At the same time, it is also an independent kingdom recognized by the world government, a demilitarized zone. Even the world government dare not do anything to the absolute sanctuary here. Its existence itself is already world famous. The people who rule here are known as the Golden Emperor, Gilder Tetsolo, and Paramecia Golden Fruit Ability. At this time, among the emperors of the Golden Emperor, a tall woman with long crimson hair came over and handed an invitation letter to Tezzolo. The wedding invitation sent by Big Mom. Do you want to attend? Bakura asked with a light smile. The Golden Emperor Tezuelo opened the invitation and glanced at it, the corners of his mouth suddenly raised. Straw Hat Luffy, I've always wanted to meet him, this is a great opportunity. The marriage of the 2 4 emperors. The world will be shaken, and the world government will definitely take action. Predictable chaos is coming. The news of the marriage of the 4 emperors and the upcoming wedding has ignited the attention of countless countries all over the world. Most people don't understand who the 2 are getting married. It is only known that the man is a subordinate of the 4 emperors Straw Hat, and the woman is the daughter of Charlotte Linlin. Once these 2 major forces form an alliance, the new world will probably change. Dressrosa. It should be called now, the New Democratic Republic of Dressrosa. About 20 kilometers away from the island, a large warship was slowly heading towards Tokushima. The weather was fine, and the watchman stood on the lookout and shouted to the deck. Fujitora Admiral, I can already see Dressrosa. At sea, even if a marine has a telescope, it can generally only see a distance of 10 to 20 kilometers, and this must be in good weather. At this time, I found Dressrosa, so I reported it as soon as possible. The man called Fujitora was blind. In Marine's World Conscription Operation, he was promoted to Admiral in a short time because of his super-standard combat power. Fujitora has a tall figure, wearing a lavender kimono, a black and purple belt, a marine coat with a purple lining, a purple scarf around his neck, white gauntlets on his hands, bandages on his arms, and wooden shoes on his feet. The stick knife, which is usually used by the blind to find the way, is also a weapon for combat, and it is placed next to the low stool. I was sitting on a stool, holding a bowl of soba noodles in my hand, and kept making noodles. You really like eating soba noodles. Suddenly, Buddha Sengoku came over with a pack of senbei and ate it. Fujitora paused, biting off the noodles, and tried to open his eyes, only to reveal the whites of the eyes. He said, Marshal Sengoku, we are going to land soon. Maybe there will be a battle with the Straw Hat crew. Now you will have strength after eating enough, you should also eat more. I'm no longer the marshal, I'm the chief inspector now. You made a mistake, just smile. Where did I go wrong? Crane Vice Admiral followed behind Sengoku and came over together, saying. It's your first time dealing with the Straw Hat Kid. It's been many days since he staged a coup in Dressrosa. He's gone long ago. The battle you said won't happen. Gone? Fujitora showed a puzzled look. Then why are you launching a coup in this country? Pirates occupy a country, and then they will naturally be included in the territory, collect protection fees, and maybe send people to garrison. What does it mean to go away? Ha ha ha. Why do you think he staged a coup? Sengoku chuckled and said, that kid must be seeing something wrong with this country. The former king of Dressrosa was Doflamingo. Crane Vice Admiral shook his head, adding, I have been chasing Doflamingo for many years. That man is the best pirate among pirates, but he has the name of Shichibukai, so there is no way to attack him. Marine has always known about Doflamingo's big factory in Dressrosa. As an intermediary in the dark world, Doflamingo sells arms, cooperates with Kaido, etc., and many illegal things. Marine has always known. Just can't move him. After listening to the descriptions of the two seniors, Fujitora was a little dazed. How does it sound? The Four Emperor's Straw Hat did a good job. Then you have to witness it with your own eyes. Aren't you blind? How to witness it with your own eyes? Sengoku said with a smile. It's also a blessing not to see things. There are too many dirty people in the world that people can't bear to look at. My eyes are closed by myself. After finishing speaking, Fujitora sells salmon. The task he received was to investigate the details of the Dressrosa coup. Originally, the government sent CP9 to investigate, but there was no news. So, let the newly appointed admiral come forward. At this time, a colonel ran over quickly, holding a newspaper in his hand. Fujitora Admiral, Mr. Sengoku, Suru Vice Admiral. This is the news that the newsbird just dropped. What happened again? Crane Vice Admiral got the newspaper, opened it and looked at it. His face suddenly changed. What's the matter? Sengoku leaned over and was also taken aback when he saw the content. Straw Hats and Big Mom have an alliance. This is really a big trouble. The possibility of making news with such fanfare is false. Crane's tone was not very good. Sengoku smiled and said, ha ha ha, it's Sakazuki's headache. I'm not the marshal anymore. Oh, I suddenly understand the feeling of Garp's bastard. It turned out that he was like this before. Faced with all kinds of headaches, it's very easy. Losing the position of marshal, Sengoku turned white overnight. But mentally relaxed. Crane Vice Admiral. Fujitora stood up suddenly, be careful, you too. There is a strong aura approaching us from the bottom of the sea. He had just finished speaking. Next moment, boom. On the sea ahead, thousands of sea kings emerged from the bottom of the sea. The appearance of each sea kings is different, only the part showing the white face is more than 10 times larger than the warship. This is. Crane Vice Admiral said in shock. The large sea kings in Calm Belt, it's impossible, how could it appear in such a place? Just a part, there's more, just run away. Fujitora closed her eyes tightly, sensing more breaths beneath the surface of the sea. The number is more than 100, he drew his sword. The next moment, the warship suddenly left the sea and flew into the air. Paramecia Gravity Fruit Ability User. The first thing Akainu did when he took office as marshal was to switch the G1 branch of Naval Headquarters in New World. Functionally, G1 has become the new naval headquarters, while the original Marineford is gradually being repaired and will become G1 in the future. G1, New Marineford, inside the restaurant. Blackbeard, Hawkeye, and Doflamingo are sitting at the dining table, enjoying the food prepared by Marine. Of course, only Blackbeard was actually eating. He ate very boldly, holding a bottle of red wine in his left hand, grabbing food from the table with his right hand, and stuffing it into his mouth. Feeling choked, he took a sip of wine. Fufurfur. The government made you a Shichibukai, that's unexpected. Blackbeard. Doflamingo sat on the dining table with half of his buttocks, his feet on the stool, and his legs were close together. Blackbeard swallowed a mouthful of food and laughed loudly. Thief, ha 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 ha. There is no eternal enemy, Doflamingo. This kind of truth that children know, you don't know it? Fufurfur. Is it related to the Shichibukai convening this time? I'm curious about the deal you made with the government. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes. He was surprised that Blackbeard could turn into Shichibukai. As one of the main culprits of the Impel Down incident, he and another main culprit, Buggy, became Shichibukai. If there is nothing tricky here, Doflamingo doesn't believe it at all. More than me, I heard that Luffy the Straw Hat came to your place and made a mess of your country. Blackbeard asked back. I'm no longer the king, now the face of politics is the masses. Doflamingo smiled on the surface. Seeing that Blackbeard didn't say anything, he didn't ask any more questions. He cared more about the 5 elders and M than about Blackbeard. He has not forgotten that his life may be taken away by the Straw Hat at any time. In order to save his life, he must show something worth using as soon as possible. It is precisely because of this that even if Dressrosa is still in a mess, he has to take time out to attend this Shichibukai rally. However, are there only 3 people? It's only half of what it was last time. Doflamingo looked at Hawkeye, grinned and said, I'm surprised to see you also come to participate. I've been busy recently. Hawkeye leaned back in the chair, legs resting on the table, arms crossed. At this time, Akainu walked in, awaited. He was unsmiling and sat directly opposite the table instead of the main seat. He came in with him, and there were 2 vice admirals, a man and a woman. Momoshagi Gion, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Admiral Alternate. T. Dolphin Plus, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Admiral Alternate. Originally, it was intended to promote these 2 people, but because of the appearance of Fujitora and Green Bull, these 2 people could not beat any of them at all, so the substitutes were still substitutes. Doflamingo, who noticed this, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, Akainu, didn't you summon us? No, it's above. Akainu said coldly, Blackbeard, you'd better not think about being the second Straw Hat, or the old man will send you to the underworld as soon as possible. Akainu's hostility towards Blackbeard was undisguised, given the precedent of a Straw Hat's betrayal. It's a pity that he is only a marshal, and 5 elders made Blackbeard a Shichibukai. Thief ha ha ha, don't worry, our interests are the same. With a bang, Blackbeard slammed the wine bottle on the table and said, if you wait any longer, no one else will come, right? Hurry up and start. Today's Shichibukai, only to 3. 4 did not come. Bartholomew Kuma, Burson Hancock, Buggy, and Wable. Akainu ignored it. After waiting for another half an hour, a few people finally came outside the door. The leader is dressed in a white Taoist robe, with a bald head, and carries a samurai sword with him, one of the supreme sharp swords, first-generation Goosh. Seeing this person, Blackbeard and the others were all shocked. 5 elders. Sit down. Izan Baron v. Nashao Langshang said indifferently, and sat directly on the main seat. Behind him, Bartholomew Kuma stood there straight and motionless like a bodyguard. Has it become a weapon? Doflamingo took the initiative to ask. Vegapunk's technology is amazing, it's already the perfect humanoid soldier. Nasi Shoru glanced at the few people present, and said slowly, haven't the Pirate Empress, Buggy the Clown, and Bai Tu arrived? Hearing this, Jiaji replied, I sent people to Daughter's Island, but it's strange, I can't find it. It's as if the island has disappeared. Disappear? As soon as Doflamingo thought about it, he immediately thought of the recent uproar about the disappearance of the Fishman Island. Probably Straw Hat Luffy did it. Speaking of which, the woman Hancock had an affair with the Straw Hat, maybe Daughter Island has also been moved away. Fur. Interesting. Doflamingo sneered inwardly. What about the other 2? Buggy refused to participate, and Wable sighed, Miss. Barkin put forward conditions. Nashu Langshang couldn't help frowning, Clown Buggy. Former member of Roger, one of the principal offenders, a close friend of the red-haired Shanks. Over the past 2 decades, lurking in East Blue, the bounty is nothing more than a mere 15 million Baileys. He was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy in Orange Town, and then went to prison obediently. Until not long ago, he planned the Impel Down jailbreak event and became a force to be reckoned with in New World. Also subdued Crocodile, one of the original 7 warlords of the sea. That's what the intelligence services told him. Shang Nasi Sholong snorted, and said, a man with such a scheming mind that should not be underestimated. Leave them alone, those who didn't come, and contact them later, there is still some time before the wedding. Wedding. Hawkeye raised his eyebrows. That's right, that's why you're summoned this time. The 4 Emperor's Straw Hats and the 4 Emperor's Big Mom are about to marry, and we must stop this bad incident from happening no matter what. Nasi Sholangshang said coldly, for this reason, I will personally lead the team. 5 elders, Royal Conquest, Saboti Archipelago. Because of the disappearance of the Fishman Island, the pirates here have nowhere to go and can only stay on this island. But for the pirates, the worst news than this is that the new Marine Admiral Green Bull is here. About 30 pirate groups on the whole island who had no time to escape were all wiped out in less than an hour. Area 13, the ruins of Zhenchibar. At this time, this place has become a dense forest. The emerald green branches, like tentacles, inserted countless pirates. The tentacles absorb the nutrients of the pirates, and input them to the capable person along the branches. The green bull stretched out one hand, and his 5 fingers turned into tentacle-like vines. He held the phone bug in the other hand and reported the situation to the superior. It's been resolved. The Straw Hat might have helped Marine a lot. Without the magnetic guidance of the Fishman Island, these pirates couldn't escape at all. Well done. That place is the amusement park of celestial dragons. There are rats running in all the time. It's a headache. Especially the 3 celestial dragons who were killed by the Straw Hats before, now in the Holy Land. No one dared to go there. Then what's next, Commander Sora? Come back first. Get ready to take part in the wedding. Green Bull. Logia Sense and Fruit Ability User. Wano-kuni, the suburb of Wadu. The gigantic Pluton battleship floats a few meters above the ground. In the belly of the battleship, there is a power room. Luffy and Nami stood aside, watching Frankie walk around the power room. This place is not sci-fi at all. In the center is a glass sphere with a diameter of about 1 meter, and a dozen thick pipes are connected by glass knots. On the glass ball, there is also a number. After a while, Frankie scratched his head and said, I can't understand it at all. I have seen the design drawings of Pluton, but the real thing and the design drawings are 2 different things. Many structures are hidden. I don't know how it works without taking it apart. Is it powered by electricity? Luffy asked. Well, this is the only thing that can be determined. The current energy reserve is 0, and if it is filled to 100, it will be able to fire a shot. Frankie pondered for a moment, then said, Luffy, can I take it apart? I don't guarantee that I can put it back. Luffy was speechless. Can't put it back and want to dismantle it? Nami is Thunderfruit, can I use her ability to charge it? You can try it. Frankie squatted down and opened an iron plate under the glass ball, revealing a lot of messy wiring inside. It's been 800 years, and the structure is aging. If you use too much force, it might break. Broken? Nami blinked. It's just that the charging device blows up. Frankie patted the glass ball and grinned. According to the design drawings of Scene, if this thing blows up, it will probably blow up several Wano-kuni at once. Peace. After a pause, he comforted. It's okay, Nami, you are Logia, you'll be fine if you blow up. Nami's head was full of black lines, and he couldn't help but look at Luffy. Luffy couldn't help and said with a smile, how long will it take to figure it out? Am I alone? Give me half a month. No, a week. Frankie stood up and said excitedly, in a week, you should be able to figure out how it works. But, Luffy, I figured it out. What are you going to do? Its power is real, and it can destroy an island with 1 shot. What else can you do? Scare people? Luffy rolled his eyes. This thing is similar to nuclear weapons, and it is the best deterrent when it is not used. If he wants to use it, he really wants to shoot towards the Holy Land. Guaranteed to allow those celestial dragons to meet their ancestors safely and painlessly. You study slowly, and let me know the results. Let's go, Nami. Luffy left Frankie here and took Nami back to the deck. Nami stroked her hair and the electric lights flickered between the strands. She couldn't help but said, using electricity as an energy source. The person who built Pluton must have enough electricity, right? Huh. What's the matter? It's just a pity. Electricity is a scarce energy source in this world. Luffy, think about it carefully. How many islands and countries have we traveled all the way from East Blue? Which country uses electricity? Nami said. No electricity. For example, Sky Island uses lamp shells. Alabasta, oil lamps are used more. Even many marine bases have lighthouses. It is generally built on the coast, especially near the port, to give instructions to navigating ships. This thing doesn't use electricity either. But oil, fish oil, whale oil, vegetable oil and other animal and vegetable fats. In conclusion, electricity is a rare energy source in this world. Luffy thinks about it carefully. The only place he has ever seen electricity is the Holy Land Mariajoy. Really? Never seen it before? Nami smiled and said, so, there is a problem here. Since Pluton was built 800 years ago, there must have been corresponding energy acquisition facilities at that time. The person who hid Pluton in Wano-kuni, when doing this, and people in the future will definitely expect that even if they get the Pluton, they won't be able to activate it without energy, right? Thunderfruit was accidental. Assuming there is no Thunderfruit, how to get the energy needed to start Pluton? In other words, a place with abundant electricity must exist and be hidden. What kind of place would that be? Nami said with a smile. Ruhodel. Luffy thought for a while. This guess was quite reasonable, and immediately pulled Nami into his arms and kissed him hard. You're such a little genius. The big secret treasure is a power plant. No, it's more than that. There's a good chance there's a power plant there, but it's definitely more than that. For Luffy's kiss, Nami did not refuse, and caught Luffy's neck with his backhand, and the two began to make out as if no one was around. He, there is indeed electricity in that place. Suddenly, a dayway laughter sounded. The two who were kissing had no choice but to separate silently. Nami blushed, but she wasn't overly shy. Luffy only felt familiar, as if something similar had happened before. Oh, while at Daughter Island. Rayleigh, why are you here? I heard that you got Pluton out, come and have a look when you are bored. Rayleigh sat on the dark side of the boat, holding a small iron jug in his hand. We also found it at the beginning, but to get it out, we need to break the protective wall outside the island. With your strength, can't you open it? It can be opened, Roger is not interested. Rayleigh smiled slightly. At that time, Roger was terminally ill and was dying, but he didn't have time to pay attention to ancient weapon. But you are different, you need its power. 3 ancient weapons, I got 2, and 1 Uranus, do you know what it is? Luffy asked directly. In the hands of the world government. Rayleigh shook his head, and he reached out to stroke Pluton's hull. I thought it was made of steel, but I didn't expect it to be wood. The Pluton is a wooden boat, at least the hull is wood, but painted black. But this kind of wood is very hard, and it is the same material as the Sunny. From Treasure Tree Atom, there are only a few in the world. The keel that built the Sunny, so small, is worth only Bailey. Pluton is dozens of times larger than Sunny, and the cost of the keel alone must be tens of billions. No, considering that such a complete keel is already a priceless treasure, there should be no second one in the whole world. Let's go, Nami, back to Wado. Soon after, Sanji came back and found Luffy immediately. He went to the quarry at the Rabbit Bowl, which was a mess and had obviously been through a major war. But Moria was not found. I'm afraid it has been captured. Sanji guessed. Have you been taken to Ghost Island by Quinn? Where's Drake? I should have gone back to Ghost Island with Quinn. Luffy, what should I do next? Just call the door. Ghost Island. Moria was bound into a rice dumpling by seastone chains. In front of him were Plague Quinn, Black Maria and X-Drake, one of the 6 sons. In other words, has Master Kaido been killed? Hearing the news from Kaido's secretary Bao Huang, Quinn's shocked eyes bulged out. Balwang sighed. Not only Master Kaido, but other cadres have been arrested. Our people in Wado said so. Master Kaido is still sealed in a huge ice ball. Straw Hat Luffy. Dot can beat Lord Kaido. Quinn blurted out in disbelief. He picked up Moria, who was sitting on the ground, leaned close to his head and said, what is your purpose? Hey he. Shall I tell you? Let me go before Captain Luffy comes to save me. Despite being a prisoner, Moria is still very tough, and can even mock. By the way, it's best to arrest the undercover marine named Drake next to you first. Undercover? Black Maria's complexion changed slightly. Drake thumped in his heart. What are you talking about? Sowing discord. Hey, you won't fall for such a low-level trick, will you? He saw Quinn turn around as he loomed. Sorry, rookie. That guy in the straw hat seems to care about you very much. Anyway, it's better to arrest you first. Quinn shot immediately. Drake's complexion changed drastically, and he fled towards the outside of the castle immediately. With his strength, it is impossible to play 2 big kanban. Just why? He is an undercover agent of Marine, which is a secret, and the only people who can know about it are the top executives of Naval Headquarters. Is it Vice Admiral Garp? What are you running for? A guilty conscience? Quinn was also taken aback, and decisively chased Tien Dio. Seeing this, Moria laughed strangely. HMPH, don't let me go. Boom. Black Maria stomped his head to the ground, and said in an unhappy tone. What an unpleasant man. Royalist, how many troops are there on the island now? About 20,000 people. Are you going to rescue Lord Kaido? No, with the straw hats. I'll go myself, the next day. The huge ice ball on the outskirts of the capital of flowers floated in the sky for 2 days without any sign of melting at the sun point. Luffy came to the outside of the ice puck and looked directly at the blue dragon Kaido inside. With a slight lift of his finger, the puck followed him, flew out of the capital of flowers, and flew over the sky of ancient Wano Kuni. Then, with another flick of his finger, the puck tore apart. Kaido was finally released, but was trapped in it for 2 days, already very weak. He immediately created a flame cloud, and grabbed the flame cloud with his claws to prevent his body from falling. Straw Hat. What do you mean? Kaido said in a deep voice. Are you awake? Luffy chuckled and said, you can't beat me, Luo. HMPH, that bastard Yamato, if it wasn't for her to make trouble. Kaido was obviously not convinced, and flew to a higher place all of a sudden, burning with flames all over his body. The fight continues. Straw Hats, Fire Dragon Torch. The whole body of Chinglone Kaido, the giant dragon formed by flames, wraps his body. The temperature of the atmosphere rose rapidly, as if being in a crater. Even the floating sea in the sky is rapidly evaporating in front of this scorching heat. I've already got Pluton. Sooner or later I will start a war with the world government. You are very powerful, Kaido, won't you join forces with me? Luffy calmly extended the invitation. Oh, geek. The war with the world government really makes me very interested. But, Straw Hats. Only those who can really defeat me are eligible to join forces with me. Ha 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 ha. What an iron head, worthy of conquerors awakened. He had already beaten him violently, and he still refused to admit defeat. There is one thing to say. Those who can awaken the conquerors and cultivate to the point of domineering are all iron-headed children. Not used to the opponent, Luffy flicked one arm and instantly entered the form of Nika. His fist grew rapidly, and he became almost like Kaido in a blink of an eye. Armed color hardened and entangled, conqueror's twine. The power of shock fruit, instantly filled with buffs, almost his strongest blow. Oh, geek. You know the pirate game, right? If I win, you will join my beast's pirates, and I will give you the position of deputy captain. I will also let Yamato marry you. Be my son-in-law, Round Hat. Kaido laughed loudly, burning all his energy. Fire Dragon Deshang. Flame 8 trigrams. The green dragon coiled into a ball in the sky, with its head wrapped around Conqueror's hockey, suddenly swooped down. For Kaido's words, Luffy was momentarily speechless. Big Mom wanted to marry him, and even gave away 3 daughters, and Kaido also wanted to marry his daughters to him. On the side of the pirates, I am really a sweet potato, and everyone wants to take a bite. Tang monk meat. This is your strongest move? It's just Chinglong, I'm the sun god. Fruit is the one that surpasses everything. Luffy's fist became comparable to the size of Onijima, and he punched the fire dragon. Boom. The conquerors collided with each other, but Kaido had already exhausted his energy and could not hold on for a few seconds. Instantly crushed, this punch hit Chinglong firmly on the head. The roar resounded throughout Wano Kuni, a loud sound that everyone could hear, overwhelming everything. Damn. Consciousness. Kaido couldn't bear the impact of the punch, and when he was knocked into the air, his consciousness completely disappeared. With a whoosh, he was knocked into the air and shot into the sky. He changed back into a human form, pierced through the sea of a floating air in an instant, flew continuously, and flew above 10,000 meters. Although he is only 10 years old, he is amazing. He is already the strongest warrior in the Vulca Kingdom. The government has started conscription, you go to be a marine. This is an order from the king. What? A running dog? Huh, there is no way to do it. This country can't afford to pay the unpaid gold. It's sour. Hey, brat, I'm Whitebeard, are you interested in becoming a pirate? Join us Rocks Pirate. Kaido, something big has happened. Come with me, to the Valley of the Gods. I don't even know, you'll know when you go. 10 years have passed since the Valley of the Gods incident, and you are already the incarnation of force, Kaido, shish. We have taken control of Wano Kuni. Do you still think so now? Jin. Think I'm that Joey boy? Do you want me to be the strongest? Oh lol lol. Why do you want to found the country, but are you waiting for Joey boy? Humph. What a prophecy, who can tell what will happen 20 years from now? Jin. The Straw Hat Kid on the news as Joey boy. At the end of the lax consciousness, the appearance of Roger appeared in Kaido's mind. Roger was laughing on the execution platform, and with one sentence opened the era of great pirates. Is this the person you are waiting for? Roger. Kaido was punched and flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters, completely losing consciousness. You can't beat me in the heyday, and you want to wrestle with me after being sealed for 2 days? Sure enough, the brain is not clear. Luffy shook his head, stood out of nowhere, and exited Nika's form in a blink of an eye. With a wave of his hand, the Wano Kuni inner sea floating in the sky immediately drifted away from the island, pouring into the boundless ocean. Kaido fell from a height of 10,000 meters. In the free fall, he smashed the ancient Wano Kuni out of a human-shaped pit. Luffy slowly floated down in front of the deep pit, the ground surged, as if it came alive, and the battle of clay lifted Kaido up from the deep pit. Luffy. Suddenly, a figure flashed in the distance, and Luo teleported to him. The ice ball over the capital of flowers was suddenly moved away. I thought something happened. Is Kaido dead? He looked at Kaido who was being held by clay hands. If it was that simple, he would have died. He would have died long ago. It really is a monster, it's not dead, take his heart out. Luffy ordered. Hearing this, Luo took a few steps forward, his right hand formed into a claw, piercing through Kaido's chest. The next moment, the heart was pulled out. Kaido's heart is much bigger than the average person, it is wrapped in a gel-like material, and it is still beating vigorously. Luffy put his heart away. You take the person back first. After speaking, he turned around and flew out of the island. Flying over ancient Wano-kuni, Luffy looks down at the complex below. According to Kazuki Sukiyaki, the ancient Wano-kuni was flooded by rain, but the buildings we saw along the way were dilapidated. What kind of rain can wash a building like this? More like going through a war. Soon, he came to the sky above the protective wall. Joey boy. The voice of Shangzu came from the mind, and it came from the sea. Please take down all these walls. Luffy uses the chanting object master 22 to give the order. Without any hesitation, the elephant master swung his long trunk and slapped it against the protective wall. With a bang, a protective wall in front of Luffy was immediately shattered. Thank you for your hard work. I demolished all the walls surrounding the island. It should be lighter, and it will be troublesome to clean up afterward. With a casual order, Luffy flew away from Wano-kuni. Come to the sea. Germa's sea kingdom quickly came into view. In front of the king's castle, Reiju greeted him immediately. Mr. Luffy. Besides her, Judge and his 3 sons were also waiting here for a long time. Your Excellency Luffy, I heard that you have obtained those items. Judge spoke expectantly. Luffy opened the portable space, reached out and took out 2 tubes of blood. After throwing it to Judge, he said, the things have been given to you. 1 tube is Kaido's blood, and the other tube is Lunaria's blood. When your cloning has progress, please contact me again. After finishing speaking, I didn't bother to talk nonsense with Judge. Turn around and fly away. Mr. Luffy. Reiju called out immediately, Sanji, please. Luffy waved his hand, and disappeared in front of Germa and others in a blink of an eye. Judge looked at the 2 tubes of blood in his hands, showing excitement. With them, the combat ability of clone soldiers will usher in a leap forward. A researcher in a white coat whispered, Your Majesty, the cost of cloning will also rise. It's just a small price to pay. Judge is very satisfied with this transaction. Rising costs are not a problem, he also paid the highest command. At the beginning of birth, all clones will have ideological stamps written in their brains to ensure that clones can obey orders. Cost? Supreme command? These are all part of the price. Compared with this, it is still a question of whether the clone can be successful. Let's go. Go to the laboratory. Combining the blood factors of Kaido and Lunaria, I will create a real battle of gods. Luffy returns to the capital of flowers. As soon as he stepped into General City, Ace walked towards him. Luffy, an envoy from Ghost Island has come to negotiate with us. Are you okay? Luffy said in surprise. It was covered with bandages yesterday, but it is fine today. Ace grinned. Did you underestimate my resilience? Where's the messenger? Luffy laughed. In the reception room, I'll take you there. Led by Ace, Luffy came to a Japanese room. There were only 2 people in the room, Yin and Black Maria. The 2 knelt and sat facing each other, and when they heard the movement, they raised their heads together. Luffy. Yamato said immediately, she is the 6th son of Linkong, Black Maria. Oh, Your Highness Yamato, don't be so casual, didn't I teach you? Call yourself a little girl. Black Maria held a folding fan in her hand, opened the fan, and half covered her face. After teasing Yamato, she bowed her head to Luffy. Master Luffy in the straw hat, the little girl is a cadre under Kaido-sama. Black Maria who is in charge of the veranda. It's a great honor to meet the little girl for the first time. It's the way women in brothels speak, their business voice is very familiar, and they seduce men with every frown and smile. Luffy walked straight between the 2, walked to the main seat and sat cross-legged. Take a look at Black Maria. This is a very tall woman with a provocative demeanor, a variety of styles, and charming eyes. Be normal. Luffy withdrew his gaze, poured himself a glass of wine, took a sip and said, Are you an envoy? Kaido has been defeated by me, whose envoy are you? The little girl is the messenger of the Beast's pirates. Straw Hat Luffy-sama, you can defeat Lord Kaido. I really admire the little girl, in today's world, you are the world's strongest. After that, another compliment. If Sanji is here, he will probably be coaxed into a trance by her. Stop talking about what you don't have, just say it directly. Hee, I'm really impatient. Forgive the little girl for being rude. Luffy has black lines all over his head, it's endless. Black Maria restrained a little, put away the folding fan, and said softly, Master Kaido has always admired you very much, and specially asked His Highness Yamato to learn Oran etiquette. I hope that His Highness will marry you one day. If you send your daughter, you will send your daughter. Why do you say it so nicely? Luffy cursed inwardly. Yamato said angrily, that bastard, Kaido, forced me to learn some troublesome things. Thinking of the torture he suffered before and those annoying etiquettes, he couldn't bear it. Waking up in the morning, 5 or 6 people help her make up, it takes 3 hours. Walk, eat, talk, It's all about it. Who can stand it? Ace laughed and said, is it so troublesome to be an Oran? Black Maria said with a smile on her face. It's just a temporary hug. A real Oran needs to be a grandmaster in all kinds of skills. He can be trained from a young age, and it can take a few years or 10 years. Just like the little Dr. Z in the capital of flowers, she has grown up from a very young age. You start learning this at a young age. I don't want to learn at all. Yamato turned to look at Ace. Ace, let me get on your boat. I want to go out to sea and see the outside world. Ace scratched his head. You have to ask Luffy. I have now joined the Straw Hat fleet, and, when the things here are over, I have to solve a lot of troubles. You are not suitable to come to me as a woman. I'm a man. Yamato puffed out his chest. Seeing no results for Please Ace, Yamato quickly turned to Luffy and asked. Luffy, let me aboard your boat, please. No. Luffy firmly refused. Why? No, Kazuki Oden is welcome on my boat. You want to go to sea, get yourself a boat. I don't know how to sail. Yamato said very calmly, please, Luffy. Too lazy to talk to her, Luffy poured himself another glass of wine and drank it down. Seeing this, Black Maria immediately said, Master Luffy, I wonder how Master Kaido is doing now. In prison. What are you going to do with Master Kaido? Hearing this, Luffy stopped drinking and glanced at her casually. This country will be my territory from now on. This is a matter of course. As the winner, you should dominate everything. Black Maria smiled and said, you seem to care about X-Drake. This man has been captured by us and is being held on Ghost Island. If you need it, the little girl will let someone bring him here, and of course, your subordinates, looking at Moria. It's just a marine undercover agent, you can deal with it as you like. Luffy shook his head. He just doesn't want Drake to report the news about Pluton to Marine. Black Maria sighed silently, lowering her posture. Please put forward your conditions. As long as we, Beast's Pirates, can satisfy you, we will do our best to satisfy you. He is not qualified to negotiate at all. It is not so much a negotiation as a beg for mercy. What happens to you Beast's Pirates depends on your leader. After Kaido wakes up, according to his answer, you have two endings. Luffy said lightly. First, the Beast's Pirates allied with the Straw Hat Pirates and obeyed my orders. Second, the Beast's Pirates are gone. Lost means to let go. Instead, kill them all, leaving no one behind. Except for a few cadres with good combat power, they can be controlled with the heart and used as cannon fodder. Kaido is not an object that can be controlled. At that time, Luffy can only send Kaido on the road and recover the other party's fish fruit. Feeling this undisguised killing intent, Black Maria felt awe-inspiring. As expected of a man who can become 4 emperors. If you really do it, I'm afraid there will be no mercy. If they disappear, they will definitely disappear. The little girl wants to see them, please allow me. Hand over your heart, and I will allow you to visit those prisoners. Saying so, Luffy immediately sent out a thought wave. Luo, come here. Soon, Luo walked in. Seeing this, Black Maria nodded. Please take the little girl's heart. After a while, another heart appeared in front of Luffy. It was the first time he met someone who voluntarily donated his heart. Kaido does have a group of loyal subordinates. Under the leadership of Luo, Black Maria visited the prison. As soon as she left, Yamato stood up immediately, ran to Luffy, and performed a standard dogiza. Luffy. Please, let me aboard. Luffy rolled his eyes, is really annoying. Just thinking about it, the voice of the phone bug rang. Connected finally, Garp's voice came from the opposite side. Oh, Luffy, are you okay? Grandpa. Are you short of money again? What are you going to do to me this time? Ha ha ha. On the other side of the phone bug, the shipyard of the Seven Waters. Garp held his booger, smiled and said, I'm in the capital of Seven Waters, and I've already bought the warship. Did you move the Fishman Island away? What's wrong? When the Fishman Island disappears, the access between Paradise and New World will be cut off. Without magnetic guidance, ordinary means can no longer go to New World. Hearing this, Luffy admitted frankly. What's wrong? Whitebeard's words before his death caused more pirates to appear in the world. These people can't go to New World, no. Is it a good thing? That's what you say, but we can't go either. Luffy, do you think me and Shunkfa can be the government's channel now? Garp said helplessly. Even if the world government is a fool and agrees that their new marine will go to New World, but what about the newly purchased warship? Throw it away. Well, I see, I will go to the capital of Seven Waters. Luffy nodded, understanding. The two chatted for a while, and Luffy learned about the construction of New Marine by the way. In this regard, Garp did not hide anything. At present, New Marine has 2 or 3 big cats and kittens, and only 1 warship. The only warship that was ordered by the world government was snatched from the warship that was originally to be delivered to the world government. Just after hanging up the communication, the phone bug rang again. Luffy thought Garp had something to say, but after connecting, another voice sounded. Fooferfer, Lord Luffy, there is good news and bad news. Doflamingo? Don't worry, I use the anti-tapping phone bug. Doflamingo didn't dare to show off, and immediately said, the bad news is that the world government has assembled a large number of troops and is preparing to launch a surprise attack when you marry Big Mom. Raid. After a pause, he grinned again and said, the good news is that one of the 5 elders is personally leading the fleet. 5 elders really dare to come? Luffy was slightly surprised. Which one is it? What strength? Financial Valkyrie, Izanbaron v Nashoro, a great swordsman. Doflamingo's voice was low. Such an opportunity is rare, if you can kill this 5 elders. I see. Snapped. Luffy hung up the call. 5 elders dare to come? Dare to come and kill. Izanbaron v Nashoro Street. Luffy was quite impressed with this man. When he raided the Holy Land last time, it was this person who cut off the artificial moon he threw down with a single knife. Since the other party dares to come, then you must make good preparations and keep him behind. There are not many opportunities like this. 4 days until the wedding day. Hurry up. Thinking of this, Luffy immediately got up and said, I'm going to Ghost Island. Flower capital, prison. Under Luo's leadership, Black Maria saw the captured beasts. 4 of the 6 sons were locked in one room, and Jin, Jack, and Kaido were locked in the same room. Everyone is tightly bound by seastone chains, especially Kaido, from top to bottom. Only the head part is not bound by chains. As the origin of seastone is not rare in Wano Kuni. The craftsmen here have extremely superb skills, and can even process seastone into the size of a thumbtack. Black Maria. Seeing his companion appear, Runty among the 6 sons said, you came in too? Luo crossed his arms and said, you have 10 minutes, don't play tricks, your hearts are in the hands of the Straw Hat Master. Black Maria nodded, and first glanced at the prison where Kaido was. Can't hear the heartbeat. Lord Kaido's heart was also taken. Realizing this, Black Maria just sighed silently in her heart, and then put on a smiling expression. Runty. I'm here to visit the prison. The other 6 sons narrowed their eyes. In the prison opposite, Jin had already woken up, and immediately said after hearing the words, what is the Straw Hat going to do with us? He said that according to Kaido-sama's answer, there will be 2 results. Without concealing anything, Black Maria told everyone what Luffy said verbatim. Finally said, Master Kaido is in a coma now, I hope that when he wakes up, you can persuade him. As one of the 6 sons who have followed Kaido for many years, Black Maria knows Kaido's character very well. If no one speaks a few words of persuasion, I'm afraid not everyone will die. Ghost Island. The beast's pirates are dead these days. The living room deep in the castle. Quinn is eating his favorite anko soup. The Emperor said worriedly, Maria has been there for a day, and there is no feedback yet. I am afraid she was arrested. Gudong. After eating a large bucket of anko soup in one gulp, Quinn wiped the corner of his mouth and said, just run first, save Kaido-sama's plan, and think about it later. No, if the negotiation fails, we will fight with the Straw Hats. There are still 20,000 troops on the island. The number of people has a fart. Quinn lit a cigar with a melancholy expression on his face. A conquerors of Straw Hats, those who can stand in front of each other soberly, will only have single digits left. The Emperor gritted his teeth and said, Master Quinn, you are good at creating plagues, can you think of a way? What can I do? That's the Straw Hat that can defeat Kaido-sama. I'm afraid you have misunderstood the 4 Emperors' combat power. Quinn stretched out a finger and proposed again. So, I propose to run first, this is the best way. The voice just fell. Boom. A wave of conquerors suddenly descended on Oni Island. In an instant, the entire skeleton castle was shaking. Gathered here, a large number of pirates are harvested by invisible sickles like autumn wheat. Countless people fainted in pieces. Even Balwang rolled his eyes immediately. The conqueror a Straw Hat. Quinn felt a heavy pressure suddenly descending, and his complexion changed slightly. I said to run away. He stood up abruptly, opened the door of the Japanese room and immediately headed towards the mountain behind the castle. At the same time, it releases knowledge color to find out the situation of the castle. In a blink of an eye, it is really just an instant thing. In the entire castle, there were few sober people left. This terrifying conquerors is stronger than Kaido-sama. Quinn took a deep breath, had no sense of fighting at all, and wanted to run away immediately. The chubby body is extremely agile at this moment. Stealth. Suddenly, Quinn's body became transparent. It's like eating a transparent fruit, using the power of technology to reproduce the ability of devil fruit. It's impossible to defeat that kind of monster. Let's find a way to rescue Kaido later. Thinking in his heart, Quinn had already run out of the castle and came to the back mountain. A barren, bareback hill. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped, and a figure floated down from the sky. Quinn turned pale with fright, and was so frightened that his eyes popped out. You are the most troublesome one among the 3 disasters. The other 2 are just stronger in fighting power, but you have too many methods, such as plague, virus, and even being invisible. Impossible. How did you find me? Quinn said in disbelief. Luffy smiled slightly. The intensity of knowledge color is high enough. Shave. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he came in front of Quinn in an instant. The gun of Elbaffe Hakoku. Quinn's pupil shrank suddenly, completely unexpected that he could be caught even if he was invisible. Boom. At this moment, the abdomen suffered a punch from the wrist. The shock wave penetrated his obese body, and the fat all over his body was beaten like a wave of water. With a wow, Quinn was knocked out of the invisible state, spit out a large amount of gastric juice, and fell to his knees with a plop. Giant move. Consciousness. Good resistance to blows. I can still stay awake after taking a punch from me. It is more resistant to blows than Katakuri. Luffy appreciated it. With the same moves and the same power, Katakuri took a punch from it, and he vomited blood and fell to his knees. I'm a reformed person. Quinn gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, what do you want? It's not that good, we'll wait until your leader wakes up. But. Luffy slapped his palm on the ground. Boom boom boom. The next moment, Guidao was uprooted. This island may come in handy as a surprise soldier. Luffy took Ghost Island to the sky, and was going to give 5 elders a hard time at the wedding. He just knocked Quinn unconscious, not taking his life. Everything will be discussed after Kaido wakes up. As for the 20,000 pirates of the Beast's pirates, they are all good cannon fodder. Anyway, they will be cleaned up sooner or later, so it is better to use them as waste. After returning to the capital of flowers, Luffy explained to Zoro and left alone on the Sunny. Sunny, please go to the capital of 7 waters. The Sunny shuttled through the space-time channel, and under the ability of automatic navigation, it appeared on the coast of the capital of 7 waters in a blink of an eye. Coming to this city again, Luffy felt a little nostalgic. The last time I came, it was the eve of the Summit War, and the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral came to welcome him to participate in the Shichibukai Roundtable meeting. Unleashing his sense of knowledge, Luffy probed to see Garp's breath, and quickly locked on to the target. Inner City, Daytime Road Hall. Tashigi looked at the newspaper in his hand and couldn't help sighing. 4 emperors are married, the time is 4 days later, the new world will change. The new world was originally a sea area ruled by the 4 emperors. Now that the 4 emperors have formed an alliance, what will happen next can be understood after a little thought. The marriage between Straw Hats and Big Mom cannot be purely for a couple to hold a wedding, right? The next step after marriage is the key. In short, Yin Siki felt the breath of war. Ain said softly, don't worry, Tashigi, Mr. Luffy is the grandson of Mr. Garp, not the kind of vicious pirate. Bin said, maybe. Mr. Zephyr said last time that Lord Luffy ate Nika fruit, which is the rumored sun god, and the world government will not let him go. Maybe the wedding will become a battlefield. That guy announced to the world with great fanfare. What exactly is he trying to do? Tashigi pushed his glasses and mumbled in a low voice, we were also invited to attend the wedding. But now we can't go at all, the warship has been delayed for too long. New Marine is also Marine, albeit very small. But being invited to the marriage of 4 emperors always felt a little absurd. Absolutely come up with another idea. That man has 100 minds. It's not good to speak ill of people behind their backs, Glasses Girl. Ah. Hearing the familiar voice, Tashigi screamed in fright, and when he turned around, he saw the man in the newspaper. You. How are you here? I'm your patron's father. Why can't I appear here? Call Dad to listen. Luffy pulled the chair aside, sat down, and began to eat unceremoniously. The food in the capital of 7 waters is very special, and the name is called water meat. This meat is like jelly. Dad? Tashigi's eyes widened. There is such a shameless man who wants people to call him father? Pervert. Bins immediately stood up and greeted respectfully, Lord Luffy. Seeing that IN was about to get up, Luffy waved his hand and said, don't be so cautious. After a pause, he turned his gaze to Ain and said, are you a person with the ability to regress the fruit? Yes, Mr. Luffy. While answering, IN raised his right palm, and a peach-colored flame similar to a will-o'-the-wisp appeared in his palm. Everything I touch will go back 12 years. It also works on living things. multiple touches can make the target disappear completely. 12 years is not the limit of fruitability, but the limit of Ain at this time. The effect of the ability is also simple and easy to understand. If a person is 11 years old, if touched by this ability, he will disappear immediately, and he will not even have a chance to become a fertilized egg. Didn't Zephyr let you make him younger? Luffy asked curiously. I made such a suggestion, but the teacher refused. The old man was very stubborn, but he didn't know why. Luffy thought for a while and said, try using it on me. Ain was taken aback. Luffy suggested again, and she followed her advice, stood up and came behind Luffy, touching her shoulder with her palm. The next moment, Luffy felt his body shrinking. A 17-year-old body turned into a 5-year-old in the blink of an eye. He was 1.94 meters tall, and quickly turned into a little guy. Not only the body has become smaller, but the clothes have also become smaller. Yes, cute, Tashigi blinked and poked Luffy's face with his finger. Luffy gave her a sideways look. How presumptuous, girl. Tashigi was taken aback. Even though he was a child, the pressure in his eyes was still so strong. Scare people. Tashigi muttered something under his breath. Oh, Luffy, are you coming? At this time, Garp came in from the door, and after seeing Luffy's appearance, he laughed suddenly. I really miss you, you brat, you were very naughty when you were young. Tears of laughter came out. Zephyr grinned and said, the 4 Emperor Straw Hat, who has a bad reputation, was also very cute when he was a child. Luffy had an idea, and Haki burst out. In an instant, he returned to his original state. In was taken aback. I don't have the ability to dispel. It's nothing surprising. Haki is strong enough to resist all kinds of fruit power. Zephyr nodded and said, Ain, your ability is just to make people younger. Doesn't make people's Haki disappear. Mr. Zephyr, why don't you let Ain make you younger? If you want New Marine to become stronger, your strength is indispensable. After experiencing it firsthand, Luffy has understood Ain's backwardness. It is to return the body to the state it was 12 years ago. In other words, it's really getting younger, not just pretending. Just like just now, he turned into a 5-year-old, and his physical fitness really degenerated to a 5-year-old. The only flaw is that this ability is easily resisted by Haki. Hearing this, Zephyr shook his head and said, after the ability is activated, it needs to be maintained by the capable person himself. How can I let my disciples bear that kind of pressure? Hearing this, Luffy totally understood. This is another flaw. We'll continue to consume Ain's stamina. Maybe it's because Ain can't cultivate well. If it is developed to a higher level, such as awakening, maybe we'll not need to consume physical strength. Just like Uda's song Fruit, before awakening, once the ability user falls asleep, the world of song will disappear, but after awakening, not only does it not need to consume physical strength, once created, it will disappear. Will exist forever. Thinking of this, Luffy immediately took out 30 longevity fruits. Eat one of these fruits, and you will be 1 year younger. Grandpa, Mr. Zephyr, these fruits are considered as investments, and I will give them to you. Garp was dumbfounded and said, Luffy, where did you get it? Is there anything else? He has seen a lot, but never said it. It's just a fruit that makes people look younger. There are even immortal people in the world. What's the fuss? Luffy chuckled and said, the essence is to replenish vitality. You are getting older and your body is declining. If you eat this, you can return to your peak stage without any side effects. Before he could finish speaking, Garp grabbed one and ate it on the spot. Everyone looked at him in unison. Originally full of white hair, with the eating of the fruit, a little black appeared. Really younger. Zephyr said in surprise. Ha ha ha, as expected of my grandson. Garp laughed, took half of it unceremoniously, and stuffed it all into his mouth. Next moment. White hair turns black. The 76-year-old Garp suddenly returned to the state of 15 years ago. Boom. A stream of Conqueror's Haki was released, and the intensity quickly reached the level of IV5. Everyone was shocked. Zephyr felt incredible. Teacher. Ian said expectantly. I know. Luffy, the old man will not disappoint your gift. Zephyr nodded, and also ate chamber fruits. 72 years old, 57 years old. The two veterans have returned to their peak fighting strength one after another.